Hi.
That was not the planned intro, but we'll go with it. Welcome, fellas! I decorated today for the occasion. I only have 2 planes, so you'll have to pair up with me. In case you don't know me, which you probably don't, unless you are from my Discord server, in which case, hello. My name is Jen, and I'm here to present to you the story of Ace Combat 5, the Unsung War. My favorite Ace Combat game, and the only one to ever made me cry out of all the games I've played. Not just on the first playthrough. I played 3 times, and all 3 times I've wept like a baby. Ace Combat, the series of games where you can just mind-numbingly fire missiles at every target you see until, well, at some point through the mission, you think it's over, and then, well, the sky starts speaking Latin.
Manual targeting engaged. Targeting correction in progress.
Railgun has been fired.
Games where you can enjoy flying your favorite planes through the clouds and over the ocean, just to then get your brand new PTSD triggered by missile warnings. Games that, even though over the top at times, yes, I'll give it that, have managed from a simple gameplay, amazing music, and just overall vibes, create such beautiful stories that have stayed with the fans for many, many years. Stories that have meaning and give us hope for the future, that show us the worst and the best in humanity. Stories that inspire, stories worth to be told. This game is a huge part of my life. In case you can't tell, because I have this thing and then, yeah, you can tell. I had it as a kid, like, maybe around 10, but due to lack of understanding of the English language and just lack of understanding of stuff, you know, even if I could like read or listen to English and properly, you know, comprehend it, I don't think I would understand the themes of the game, or just not the full story. I only played like the first 3 missions actually. I did manage to get to the 3rd one once, but I never got to it again. I would just like play it every few months, like the 1st and 2nd mission all again and again, just to, you know, find a few planes. Have fun, be a kid. It wasn't until I was like 22 and I've heard for a few years about Ace Combat and how much people liked it and loved them that I decided to, you know, give it a shot again. You know, it did not disappoint. You know that feeling you get when you finish a game and you sit there staring at the screen while the credits roll, like you just had a life-changing moment? Yeah, I have those before, but never like this. I remember like sitting there on my chair in my room, just staring at the screen, alone at home, and just clapping like an idiot. It was one of the most beautiful pieces of artwork I've ever experienced. This game is important to me. That's the basic thing. I hope that maybe some of you share that feeling with me. Maybe not with this game in particular, but maybe with all the games, like, I don't know, Red Dead, you're laughing. I got a grandpa in the seat right there, just... We're professional, I swear. I have a degree, not in this. What was I?
You were a kid.
No, I was not there. You're terrible. This game is important to me, as you can tell, and I hope that some of you may have the same feelings for either this game or others. I know a lot of people love the Halo games, Destiny. Well, I love Destiny, so that's not to the point, but I do love it. Maybe Halo, maybe Destiny, maybe Call of Duty games, maybe Red Dead Redemption. I know a friend who would weep every time they were playing the last few missions of Red Dead 2. I mean, they were emotional, I'm not gonna lie, but they were crying. And it doesn't even need to be a video game. It could be like a song, a movie, a TV show, a book, a painting, maybe a trip you have that every time you remember it brings you to tears for how beautiful it was. I hope I can tell you this story and to at least push you to, or encourage you to, if not playing the game itself, learning about its world, its story, and enjoying in some other way. In this video, I won't be doing any hard analysis on gameplay, graphics, development history, or explaining game systems and progression. I won't be doing a review of the game itself. My main goal is to tell the story of Ace Combat 5, with my own point of view at times, a lot of my point of view at times, but also some points of views I've read throughout the years, like on the internet and stuff, and hopefully make you feel a small piece of what I felt when I played this game for the first time. Also, most of the things I will show you and talk about happened in my own playthrough, my 3rd playthrough in total. So if I missed a line or I did something in a different way to what you did, it's because of that, so don't worry. So please, I can't speak.
Sit down.
So please sit down, lay down, or start running. Whatever you're doing, put on your earbuds, headphones, turn up the speakers. I don't know. The thing is, you get ready because this is probably a long video. I hope you will enjoy it. Ace Combat is a series of action games in which you pilot fighter planes and shoot down enemies and or accomplish different objectives. Gameplay is rather simple and arcadey. I don't think anyone would compare them to a true flight simulator by any means. But when you add the radio chatter, incredible music score, sound design, and challenges of every mission, it becomes a very charming and interesting series of games. Most aircraft are from our world, but you will see some prototypes at times that maybe come from our world, but are like mass-produced there or don't exist at all. Particularly like huge super weapon planes and ships and stuff. Yeah, that doesn't exist, but it could exist technically. So yeah, you will see some prototypes, the huge constructs I mentioned, even things that defy physics, like, I don't know, a huge plane that somehow it's still in the air even though you shoot it 1,000 times. Who cares? That you can beat with a 1960s plane if you so desire. The core of the game is you as the silent protagonist in every single game, who tends to be way better than anyone shooting down enemy planes or whatever your objective tells you, while your heart... I wrote that wrong. The core of the game is you as a silent protagonist in every single game, who tends to be way better than anyone else and sometimes single-handedly turning the tide of war, fighting your way through missions, shooting down enemy planes, or whatever your objective tells you, while you hear amazing music and a bunch of people on the radio either giving you instructions, reacting to the situation, or just having some nice chat. Some games add squadron members to which you grow close or not. Ace Combat 7, anybody? I mean, I like Count, but sometimes enemies you learn to respect and even like, and other characters that contribute to the story, either in the air, ground, or sea. Before we talk about the story of the game, it will be good for us to get an idea of what is the setting of said game, right? Seeing as this is the 5th entry of the series, you may think you need to know a lot about the games before jumping in, but lucky for you, you don't. The only game that has any real impact on this game, you could argue, is Ace Combat 4, but you could go well playing and you still understand everything, or Ace Combat 0, but that actually was released after this one. So you could use it, but it came afterwards. It happened. It talks about something that happened 15 years before, so it is a prequel, but you don't need it. Mind you, there is linked characters between Ace Combat 5 and Ace Combat 0, and themes as well. Plus their soundtracks, well, the main soundtrack, their main hit piece, they share the same lyrics. So yeah, both games are very intertwined. You don't need to have played 0 to understand 5, but if you've played 5, 0 is gonna make a lot more sense. There will be spoilers for Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War, duh, and some for Ace Combat 0 maybe. I won't be spoiling any other games. I did mention a character from Ace Combat 7, but I'm not counting that as a spoiler. But yeah, I'm gonna do a little bit of spoiling for 0 because context is needed, and both games, as I said before, are intertwined. You've been warned, so let's begin. This, as you can see behind me, is Strange Rail. It's the world of Ace Combat, but only for Ace Combat onwards. I mean, technically in Ace Combat 3, Strange Rail existed, but it looked different, I think. I'm not sure. And before that is just the real world, but a bit different. But from Ace Combat 5 onwards, in the main series, we're not counting Assault Horizon, this is the world. You can see there's many similarities to our world, and some coastlines are rather funny and funky and don't make sense. Doesn't matter. Look, there's Greenland. Look, there's New Zealand. Look, Europe, Africa, and Asia. Did I mention that's Greenland? Yeah, I did. Okay. Look, and that's not... I don't know what island that is, but this is the same island, just like flip. Doesn't matter, we're not here for realism, we're here to have fun. According to the wiki of Ace Combat that I read, we coined the term Strange Real World when we're making the world of Ace Combat 4, using improper English grammar, but coin it we did. From that point on, for whatever reason, it's become established to users around the world as Strange Real. For that reason, True Strange Real is what we call the world based on Ace Combat 4, from which we numbered titles have stemmed. That was said by Kazutoki Kono on Strange Real's name. He's a Japanese video game director, producer, and designer. He's well known for his work in Ace Combat series as part of Bandai Namco's entertainment project Ace's development team. He's worked on the series since Ace Combat 2, but wasn't involved in 3. I didn't find any credits for him there. I didn't ask why either, so it doesn't matter. In Ace Combat 5, this game, he was actually the director, art director, GUI designer, briefing movie designer, package designer, and also worked in demo reel production, so brother basically carried. Strange Real is basically Earth, but not. I'll explain. Some landmasses and features are similar or straight copy pastas of real ones. Like I mentioned, Greenland, New Zealand, this Russian island here and there. This is basically Europe, Africa, and Asia, just a bit changed. Yeah, a lot of countries have inspiration from real life countries. But the objective is not to give a lesson on world building, but to give new countries, continents, and places and conflicts so that this game can have its setting on. So the stories of this game can shine on their own instead of having to, in some way or another, make them fit into a historical context. That's why people also don't like Assault Horizon, I guess, because it's not a strange world. Your world doesn't need to be realistic if you roll with it, okay? And this game rolls with it, so I don't mind. There are 3 main countries we must know about to play this game. Well, we can learn as we go, but I'll explain to you before. Osea, the Ocean Federation, right here. Yuktobania, or the Union of Yuktobanian Republics, right here, across the ocean. And Belka, or the Principate of Belka, right there. All these are heavily inspired on real-world countries. Osea is the US, kind of combined with Japan, and maybe a couple of things, but it's mainly the US. Yuktobania is Russia / the Soviet Union. Belka is Germany. The ways we can decipher what they look like is usually their organization, uniforms, the equipment they use, their names, their accents, and all that. Osea and Yuktobania have been allies since the previous war 15 years ago, and there's no more nuclear weapons in the world. Allegedly. Belka, you know what? I think it's better to let the game explain all this for itself. So, Jeanette, you're up. It all started 15 years ago.
15 years ago, there was a war. Well, war's broken out here plenty of times before. They've tried to invade the Southlands through the Northern Valley time and time again. Luck was never on their side, though, and their victories didn't last long. They didn't realize that times had changed. Facing one defeat after another, losing territory and watching their nation dwindle, they built up their industrial strength to unprecedented heights and used it to wage one final battle against the world. That was 15 years ago. They fought ferociously, but were utterly defeated. The Belkans then committed the unthinkable. They used nuclear weapons on their own soil. Seeing this tragedy unfold before their own eyes, the victorious countries vowed to throw down their weapons. The world was once again at peace, and thanks to them, it seemed it would last forever. On a distant island, far away from civilization, the protectors of the peace take to the skies.
Thank you, Jeanette. We'll be seeing more of you in a few. Also, in case you're not aware, Ace Combat games have an amazing music soundtrack, so please pay attention to it. 15 years ago, in 1995, in Strangeville, there was a war known as the Balkan War, in which Belka, this guy, hit by an economic crisis and having lost a lot of territory to former territories which were now independent, Ustio, Gebed, and Recta, as well as giving territory to the nations of Fado, Spain, and Osea, Fados, Spain, Sapin, I mean, Sapin is Spain, but Sapin, as well as giving territory to the nations of Fado, Sapin, and Osea. Ace Combat Zero goes way more into detail about this, and in case I want to do a video on that game, or maybe you want to play it, or read, or see something about it, I'm gonna leave most of it out of this. These were some of the causes for the Balkan War in 1995. Belka lost that war against not just the former territories turned countries and neighbors, but also to Yuktobania, which joined on the side of the Allies. Even though they're on the other side of the world, I guess they just wanted to help, or beat some Balkan ass. During the final days of the war, the Balkans detonated 7 tactical nukes on their own cities in an effort to stop the enemy advance, killing over 12,000 people, locking themselves up in the inner part of their country right here. That put an end to the war for the most part. The winning side vowed to never use nuclear weapons again after seeing that catastrophe. Osea and Yuktobania signed a peace agreement to put an end to their Cold War status into the 80s, and the world knew peace again. That was 15 years ago. Jeanette, what's happening now?
Red alert! I was in the sky, trying to get the training team in my viewfinder from the rear seat of the lead plane. My pilot in the front seat was howling at the earth below.
Crossing the border at Cape Landers bearing 278 to 302. Captain Bartlett, your flight is the only group close enough to make the intercept. Baker, Svensson, go trail and stay close. The three of us will go high and engage the bandits. All other aircraft stay low and out of the fight.
The world turned upside down, and my stomach turned inside out.
Sorry about this.
The captain's apology to me seemed misplaced. One instructor had survived the fight, but crashed on landing. The other one was killed in action high up in the clouds. It wasn't his fault that the unidentified aircraft fired on us without warning. Nor was it his fault that the low-altitude area where he sent his trainees was directly in front of the enemy. 8 people died because the command room had misplaced some zeros. That pilot in the number 7 was amazing. Did you see her fight back?
I couldn't bear to watch. Nagase, you keep flying like that and you'll die real soon.
I won't die, sir.
The only surviving trainee's voice was almost a whisper.
Are you sure? You look like you couldn't hurt a fly.
Her face was pale, but she still managed to smile a bit for the camera. The photo, along with my camera, was confiscated by base security. It was as if our little undeclared war never happened. I came to cover this remote island because I heard that a very unique squadron leader was stationed here. I didn't realize he was this unique, though. This bad-mouthed, good-natured old firebrand could take the greenest of rookies and forge him into a fearsome fighter pilot. Of course, that possibility vanished with the day's encounter. The only crew he had left now were Second Lieutenant Nagase and the few pilots that happened to be on the ground that day.
I know you don't like this, but we're short on people. Starting tomorrow, all you nuggets are gonna be sitting alert. If we launch, stay glued to me up there. Nagase?
Sir.
You're flying number 2 on my wing. Gotta keep an eye on you, or who knows what you'll get yourself into.
Part 1. Before every mission, we see a screen with what appears to be a poem, or at least a stanza. It talks about Razgriz, and it's separated into 3 stanzas. Who is Razgriz? Well, you will know eventually, but I can tell you it's very important to the story of the game. The game is divided into 3 parts, more or less equally divided along the mission. Not really, but some parts are bigger. But it's okay, 3 parts. Depending on which part you are, before every mission, you will see a different part of the poem. At the end of the video, I will read the entire poem all together, but for now, instead of reading it before every mission, which would get old pretty soon, trust me, I'll read each stanza to mark parts 1, 2, and 3. So, as part 1 begins, we will see on each mission, just before they start, amidst the eternal waves of time, from a ripple of change shall the storm rise. Out of the abyss peer the eyes of a demon. Behold the Razgriz, its wings of black sheath. The meaning of this poem will become clear as we go through the story and discover the other 2 parts, though I will still give my own take at the end. Mission 1. Shorebirds. Operation Lagoon. Here we meet 3 important people in this cutscene. And we also saw another important person, but they didn't get a mention or a line, but they're there. First, Captain Jack Bartlett. Second, Lieutenant Kay Nagase. And Albert Jeanette, a freelance journalist covering the story of Captain Bartlett, as he was rumored to be capable of turning rookies, nuggets as they're called, into highly skilled fighter pilots. He was looking for a story for, his job. During a training exercise on September 23rd, 23 of September, Jeanette was in the backseat of Bartlett's F-4G. And the F-4 is a twin-seater plane, so Jeanette could be in the backseat, just taking pictures, filming, and all that. During this training exercise, they received a report of an unidentified aircraft close to their position and sent the squadron to intercept them, since they were the only group close enough to intercept. During this engagement, however, at least 8 planes from the group died. Well, that's how I wrote it. At least 8 people died, either to enemy fire or one at least that crashed at landing. Here we see how Jeanette is surprised at Nagasa's skill during the fight, while Bartlett sees her as reckless and tells her that if she keeps it up, she will be dead soon. Later, Captain Bartlett tells the older Nuggets that even though they're not ready, since they don't have enough pilots, they will all be on alert in case any other emergency happens. At the same time, he tells Nagase that she will be her wingman, so he can keep an eye on her and she doesn't get killed. It is in this last scene we also see Alvin H. Davenport, better known as Chopper. We'll meet him very soon. He doesn't have any lines, but he will be a part of the squadron, together with Nagase and Captain Bartlett. Also, I just noticed this when recording this for this video. Some of the people in this scene have the arm badge emblem of War Dog on the right side, the squadron. Like, Captain Bartlett has it, Nagase, and I think 2 others that are not identified. Maybe one of us is Blaze, the character. While the other 3, including Chopper, are missing said badge. Does this mean that Nagase and those other 2 are already officially part of the squadron? Perhaps Nagase's combat experience earn her like a promotion, and the other 2 could be survivors of that fight we just saw. I'm just yapping really, but it was a little detail I thought worth consideration. Also, Captain Bartlett refers to the incoming planes as bandits in the cutscene, and that's a mistake I'm not willing to let go. You wouldn't do that unless they were confirmed hostile, and in the radar they're showed marked as boogies, so they're clearly not bandits. Boogie is the term for just unidentified aircraft, just a boogie. It's not an ally, it's a boogie. Once they're confirmed hostile, they're turned into bandits. So either way, this was a slip of the script, or Bartlett already knew they were hostile, or he was just thinking they had to be hostile. Who knows? Doesn't matter.
At ease, people. But don't get too comfortable. It's a grave situation for all of us right now. Let's get this briefing started.
Another aircraft of unknown origin has entered Ocean Federation airspace. We have confirmed the target type as a strategic recon plane flying at very high altitude. Despite our repeated warnings, it continued to penetrate our ADIS and was fired upon by Ocean Coastal Defense Force SAMs. We believe one of our SAMs damaged the unknown plane, but did not destroy it. Radar shows that the aircraft is currently losing altitude and is attempting to egress feet wet towards the ocean. Intercept this target and force it to land for identification. Do not fire upon this aircraft until further orders are transmitted.
(11:01 hours, 24 September 2010, Cape Landers. The day after the intro. We get our briefing headed by Base Commander Orson Parole. It's probably like Perol, it's probably French, but the game people say Paroled, so I'll go with it. My condolences to the French. We'll see more of him as the game goes, but for now he gives us our mission briefing. We hear about another incident. What the f was that vibration? Gmail. We hear about another incident of an unidentified aircraft flying over ocean mainland territory, our country. This time an SR-71 recon plane over Cape Landers that has been damaged by our anti-air defenses. Our job is to intercept it and force it to land in order to identify it. Here's where the poem stanza would appear, by the way, right after the briefing, but before we get into proper gameplay.
This is Heartbreak One of War Dog Squadron. We are approaching the target. This is AWACS, call sign Thunderhead. Roger. Bring the target to the ground. Do not fire at the target. Repeat, do not fire at the target.
You got that, Nuggets?
War Dog 2, roger.
War Dog 3, roger. War Dog 4, hello? Can you hear me, kid? You better be marking our tail, son. Looks like you're confident, at least. Don't get separated from me. Man, I'm glad you drew the short straw instead of me. Second Lieutenant Alvin H. Davenport. Zip it. You need a nickname, too? I respectfully ask to be called Chopper, sir. I'm afraid I may not be able to respond to any other moniker. That does fit you well. I've got a better name for you, but I'll keep it to myself. Okay? Ah, cut me some slack, man. Tally-ho, we've got company. Let's go.
We start this mission airborne, flying over the coast of Cape Landers at the tail end of our formation led by Captain Bartlett as Wardog 1 in his F4G Phantom. The rest of us fly F5E Tiger 2s. To our left is Nagase, callsign Edge. To our right is Chopper, callsign Chopper. Well, Alvin H. Davenport. Nobody calls him that unless they are superior. Edge is Wardog 2. Chopper is Wardog 3. We, Blaze, fly the tail end as Wardog 4. By the way, call signs are usually assigned to pilots by their fellow pilots based on some other characteristic, incident, joke. They're not supposed to be flattering. So if you ever like choose your call sign, oh, I'm the angel because I want that thing, you won't get it. Well, you may get it, but usually you don't get it. So we can speculate about how these guys got their own call signs. Based on what we can wonder what made Blaze get his, maybe he set something on fire, you know? Maybe he overheated an engine or used the afterburner too often, or maybe had a hot temper. We can only guess, but it should be something to do with a fiery attitude, or at least with fire. We have orders not to fire at the target, and Captain Bartlett asked us if we understood. Here's when we get the first of many moments in the game in which a question is asked and we get to answer with either a yes or no. It isn't much, but considering in Ace Combat you usually don't even talk or have any action besides, you know, shooting, it's quite a nice change. I wish they kept it going. Either answer only changes the response you get and perhaps your own headcanon about what Blaze did. So there's not really much problem if you choose one over the other, but some answers are nicer than others, I can say. There's one point in the story in which your choice matters for what missions you get next, but that's for the most part just yes or no answer you deal with the immediate response you get. So they're not super important, but pay attention to them. Here's also when Bartlett calls you kid for the first time. He also gets in a joking mood with Chopper as he asks to be called that. This mission shows us how Bartlett is, as Jeanette would put it, a bad-mouthed, good-natured old firebrand. That was a mouthful. He jokes with Chopper about his nickname and makes him talk to an identified plane, and we get a nice back and forth between the two. Clearly, Bartlett feels responsible for all of us as his nuggets, you know, his rookies. But he's also like your fun uncle who's down to joke and let you learn, you know? A nice guy, just, I don't know, a bit rough around the edges. I don't know. He means well.
Testing. Attention, unidentified aircraft. Set your course for our beacon immediately. Good. We will direct you to the nearest airfield. Lower your gear if you understand.
We get no answer from the plane, but our AWACS, which stands for Airborne Warning and Control System, is the guy in charge of the plane monitoring our area of operations. You know, it's a big plane equipped with like advanced radar sensors and other equipment for comm, surveillance, command, etc. Is the guy in the plane basically telling us what to do and sending us to enemies. Hey, there's people here, you know, that guy. His name is, well, his call sign is Thunderhead. Thunderhead warns us of incoming aircraft, but tells us to hold fire. Bartlett repeats the order to hold fire unless he says it's okay and asks if we got him. If you answer no, you are rude and I have nothing else to say.
Heads up! They're firing on us!
Chopper yells that incoming planes are firing at us, but Thunderhead repeats the order to hold fire until further orders. But Chopper complains. Of course, you're being shot, you can't shoot back. Here's when the music changes to a more action-intense song, while Bartlett tells Chopper to shut up and fire back. Thunderhead protests that Bartlett is violating a direct order, but the captain tells him to shove it because he's not gonna watch any more of his pilots die. We like you, Bartlett. You can feel the anger in him and the will to protect his nuggets, which is rather nice.
You mind if I grab this kill? I will, you know. Go ahead. Wardog Squadron, weapons safe. Hold your fire until further orders.
Turning to engage bandits.
Enemy recon plane down. Oh, what a shame. Too tired to party?
And sorry, but in almost all contexts, if you're getting fired at, you have the right to fire back. I get it, maybe they're trying to like stop an incident, but that's not the way to do it. They just had a battle the day before with unknown aircraft and at least 8 people died. Now they're intercepting a recon plane and they're getting shot. How are you supposed to hold fire that? Now you have to fire back, at least. You know, it's the second day in a row. This is either part of the plot of the game that you will know later, or just an attempt by higher-ups to avoid any possible problems with whoever is sending these planes at the cost of their own planes and pilots. Not nice, but I kind of get the idea. We fight the enemy planes using the MiG-21s, while Thunderhead's still repeating the orders and letting us know that the recon plane went down. It's fun how Chopper and Ballast still joke around as we fight, making a bad situation just a bit more fun and, you know, tolerable. Oh, we're getting shot and we're probably gonna die, but these guys are just joking around. Chopper also points out that the enemy planes have no markings, which is illegal in case you don't know.
Alright, I hear ya. Watch out for the flight lead. He's the ace of hearts up front. Nagase. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to get strung out so far pursuing the enemy? Looks like we can hold our own out here. You guys fly better than I thought.
Both of them also talk to you directly, hoping you're fine and that you're gonna be okay. But also compliments all three of us on our skills. As the mission ends, Thunderhead says he doesn't know what this kit thing is about, but he's gonna call us Blaze, according to regulations. Ballet tells us he's gonna call us Kid from now on in the best way possible.
Blaze, according to regulations. That's right. You will follow regulations.
I don't mind either, but Thunderhead, you are sour onion. Sour lemon. Well, every lemon is sour. You're an onion man.
Can you hear my voice? Good. Looks like we can all hear each other. You all alive? Alright. Nice work, Nuggets. War Dog 4, you still following us? Well, to commemorate the fact that we all made it out of that battle alive, I'm gonna let you keep your nickname. From now on, I'm gonna call you Kid, no matter what. Got it? Good. Man, I swear.
At the end of each mission, we get a replay and also a debriefing where we can see the battlefield and all of our movements, as well as friendly and enemy planes. We get the mission name, our rank, our time, the amount of money we made, which will be used later to purchase new planes, and the targets we defeated.
The whole affair with the unidentified aircraft was covered up. There was even a rumor going around that it was actually a UFO. Officially, the world was still at peace. Having witnessed the battle myself, I wasn't allowed to leave the island.
Why do they even bother reprimanding me anymore? I know I'm gonna be stuck at Captain forever.
Who do you think's covering up the battle?
Listen, the only thing across that ocean is Murska Air Base. That's Yuktobanian territory.
But haven't we been allies with the Ukes since the war 15 years ago?
Yeah. That's why we got people working their asses off trying to confirm what the hell's going on over there. I bet they've got hotlines ringing off the hook somewhere upstairs. The government doesn't want to get the public riled up with all this, you know? But it doesn't matter. Soldiers like us are too stupid to think for ourselves, so we just gotta keep our mouths shut when they tell us to. I feel kind of bad for you, actually.
It's all right. I get to be with you guys.
Captain's probably hating this more than anybody. He used to have a lady friend over in Yuktobania.
That's just an old war wound now.
We learned three things here. Yuktobania, the country on the other side of Osea, you know, crossing the ocean. The two oceans, the Ceres and Pacific Ocean. Both Yuktobania and Osea are supposed to be allies. We are right there. That little dot you see there. That is Sand Island. Our base. It's the westernmost territory of Osea, and it's right there in the middle of the ocean. Valen mentions he's gonna be a captain forever, so it seems he knows he will never get a promotion, and that he had a romantic thing with a Yuktobanian woman long ago. Well, Barla doesn't say that, he just, you know, acknowledges it. And that's why his call sign is Heartbreak One, and his emblem is an ace of hearts with a sword cutting through the heart. God damn, we're getting emotional here. That's Heartbreak 2, by the way. We meet Pops, the guy in charge of the maintenance squadron, or at least who seems to be in charge. Also, Pops is savage for bringing that up. Like, who is like, oh, you know, that guy used to have a lady friend over there. Yeah, but that was long ago. And it's like, brother, why do you mention it? You can tell in Barlow's face, it's like, ah, damn, this again. Oh, if you didn't notice, Chopper was playing with Kirk, his dog, in the background. If you pay attention, you can. I think you can see them running, or at least you can hear them. Kirk is a certified good boy, and I will not have anyone said anything bad about the doggo. Got it? Good.
A ship of unknown origin has been detected approaching the Sand Island coastline. We've confirmed that this ship has launched numerous unmanned aerial vehicles probably used for reconnaissance. The UAV will likely return to the launch ship for retrieval after completing their spy operations. You are to halt this operation by intercepting and destroying these recon drones before they can be recovered by the ship. However, do not attack the ship until further orders are transmitted.
Mission 2, Open War, Operation Jaya. 10:30 hours, 27 September 2010. The next day? No, actually, no, the same. What? No. Yeah, no. What? No, 3 days later, actually. 10:30 hours, 27 September 2010. Sand Island. An unknown ship near Sand Island, where our base is, has deployed UAVs to spy on the base, and we must destroy the drones before they can be recovered. Although it is stated we must not attack the ship until further orders. In this mission, we start right over our base and just destroy the drones. Bada and Chopper mentioned this being easy, and Chopper is glad they're unmanned drones so we don't have to hurt people.
Sure thing. You got that, gang? Alright, let's go.
Bada stays back saying he's gonna keep watch while we play, showing again he's trying to guard us while we get experience.
I'm glad there aren't any live people in these things, aren't you? So we can just shoot them down and not worry about it. I'll keep watch out here. You guys go play with those toys.
Thunderhead informs us of multiple unknown aircraft inbound fast from the same direction as 3 days before.
280, same vector as last time.
Jeez, how many planes they got lined up at the border? We've only got 4 on our side. We better abort. This way. Everyone else, quit gawking and start shooting. Don't worry. Just remember your training.
Captain Bartlett!
Enemy fire confirmed. Turning to engage. Edge engaging.
Heartbreak One engaging. Chopper engaging.
Warthog, you are not cleared to engage at this time.
We're gonna shoot them all down, kid.
You splashed an enemy without permission to engage? What are you thinking, Warthog?
Enemy squadron has commenced counterattack.
Break right. Landed on the captain's tail. I'm on it.
Alright, not bad.
We get into another fight in which Thunderhead protests again, repeating we are not clear to engage, and gets angered that we are shooting back without permission. Chopper has some issues with some enemy planes, and Bartlett calls him Mr. Rock and Roll.
Warning still in effect. Keep your heads on a swivel. Watch out, Nagasei. They're down below us, too.
Captain!
Hey, save the waterworks. I'm just gonna bail out here. We can replace these things. It's getting the crew back alive that counts. Make a call to scramble the search and rescue copter and my reserve plane, okay? Warning! Warning! War Dog Squadron, return to base immediately!
But the rescue helicopter isn't here yet.
Leave that to the rescue team. Refuel and rearm at the base, and get back in the air immediately. The enemy has declared war on us.
A missile is launched from the ship at Nagasei. Bartlett gets between her and the missile, making it follow him instead, and gets hit. He's fine, but his plane isn't so he bails out. Unfortunately, Thunderhead immediately informs us we are at war, so we must head back quickly back to base and let the rescue helicopter take care of that.
Coastal waters. We will conduct a search and rescue mission to find Captain Bartlett, who was shot down. Furthermore, the Union of Yuktobanian Republics has officially declared war on the Ocean Federation.
This was the room, or the cell, I had been assigned to. Captain Hamilton. Unlike his superior, the base commander who locked me in here, he's been very reasonable with me. He even got my camera back. He told me that if his uncle wasn't a soldier, he would have liked to have a job like mine.
Well, we don't have any reason to hold you anymore.
What do you mean?
Yuktobania just declared war. They've launched an offensive simultaneously, too. Our naval port at St. Hewlett is getting bombed right now.
There were only 3 of them now.
Back at base in this cutscene, we meet Captain Hamilton, who according to the Jeanette has been very reasonable with him, unlike Prologue. He's even got his camera back from confiscation and told me he'd like to be a reporter if he wasn't a soldier, or at least a different job. He informs Jeanette that Yuktobania declared war and are attacking St. Hewlett, a major port and naval base of Osea. Jeanette looks at the planes taking off from the window and points there were only 3 now, since, Bartlett bailed out over the ocean.
Due to pressing circumstances, I'll be issuing an emergency in-flight briefing.
Our naval base at St. Hewlett reports that Yuktobanian aircraft have launched a surprise attack on the port. The situation there is critical, with widespread panic. Ships from the 3rd Ocean Naval Fleet docked at the port are currently under attack and taking heavy losses. Hurry to Port St. Hewlett and provide air cover for our naval vessels attempting to escape the bay. Among these ships is the aircraft carrier Kestrel. It is the flagship of the 3rd Naval Fleet and a critical combat asset. You must protect the Kestrel at all costs.
Thunderhead to Wardo. Edge, you lead the formation.
Negative. You take the lead, Blaze. I'll fly in your wing.
2nd Lieutenant Nagase, follow your orders.
No, Blaze is leading. I'll protect at 6 o'clock. And I'm not gonna lose another flight lead.
Quit screwing around. This is war. The enemy's all over and they're gonna eat you alive. I'd better stick to the trail position, thanks. This is Captain Snow. Call sign Swordsman. Engaging next enemy formation. Give me a position.
This is the AA Cruiser Excalibur. The ship blocking us up ahead. You've got to move away. We can't use our spy radar.
Clear to engage.
Mission 3, Narrow Margin, Bombing of St. Hewlett. 14:33 hours, 27 September 2010. Same day, of course. Thunderhead gives us the briefing as we are reaching our destination. Yuktobania is attacking the naval base at St. Hewlett, targeting the 3rd Ocean Naval Fleet docked there. Our mission is to provide air cover for the ships escaping the bay. They also tell us about the flagship of the 3rd Naval Fleet, the aircraft carrier Kestrel. Remember this one. And tell us to protect it at all costs. Thunderhead tells Nagase to lead the formation, but she refuses and tells us to lead it. While Thunderhead protests, Nagase tells him she will protect us and won't lose another flight lead, unlike with Captain Bartlett. We get passed by an F-14 Tomcat, piloted by Captain Marcus Snow, call-sign Swordsman, who tells us to stop screwing around because this is war.
Blaze, engage.
Edge, engaging.
Chopper engaging.
I'll cover your 6. All right, Blaze? Blaze, you take the lead. I'll go trail and follow.
The tanker next to us just exploded. Where's the fireboat? It's spraying to our ship. Help us! Nobody saw them coming?
Their ships are just sitting at anchor. This is like target practice. Enemy reinforcements detected. Heads up and get ready. Captain, you know how to give your commands? Cool! I'm ready for them anytime, so just say the word.
We arrive at the port to find it in chaos. There's buildings on fire, ships scattering trying to get to open sea, enemy planes doing attack runs, and lots of radio chatter from many sources. While the music is loud and conveys the urgency of the situation. Here we also get to use the women commands to our left. Attack, which makes our squadron members attack the current enemies in front of us. Disperse, which makes them fly and attack targets on their own. And cover, which makes them stay close to you and defend you. There's a 4th command, Special Weapons, which allows them to use said weapons. In this game, special weapons count as the semi-active or active radar missiles, or maybe bombs or air-to-ground missiles. Basically, any other weapon your plane has that is not your gun or your infrared missiles. Some of the radio in this mission doesn't have subtitles. The idea is that there's so many people on comms, they are saturated.
The entire Gulf is in flames!
Man, what happened here? This is worse than even I imagined.
This is the port captain. All vessels leave port immediately. Ships nearest to the exit first.
I don't care if we take hull damage. We're clearing out of here any way we can.
Escape the port and take evasive action. No mistakes.
We can hear many requests for help outside the main ones, and even people arguing since they're just trying to defend from a surprise attack. Nagase points out the entire Gulf is in flames, and even if the graphics don't convey it, I'm sure if they could have done it back then, they would have. But the illusion is not lost for me.
Open up a path. That carrier is valuable.
Missile impact 600 feet off port bow.
The Kestrel is in open waters. Bon voyage, guys. All friendly aircraft, protect the Kestrel for us. This is Swordsman. On my way. That's our ship.
We see the Kestrel in the center of the bay trying to get past the bridge and out into the ocean. Thunderhead tells Swordsman to cover the eastern sector, even if he wants to come back and protect the Kestrel, since it's his carrier. Thunderhead sends us to protect it, and Swordsman begrudgingly complies, trusting us to protect the ship. Funny how Pilot tells Thunderhead to get a hold of himself when he seems to get stressed out. That's just... maybe... well, he's not used to the situation, maybe.
Get a hold of yourself, your radar control is critical.
I'm abandoning ship. We're sitting ducks over here. Come back here, you coward!
Is he trying to kill us? What kind of captain is that?
The ships are finally starting to move. Get out of the Gulf, fast!
A-Flight, engage the enemy ships. B-Flight, attack and destroy the Gulfport facilities. C-Flight, fly top cover. Establish air superiority. You got that? Roger, commencing attack.
Enemy attack! Return fire!
Calm down. Just calm down.
Enemy anti-ship missiles launched! Begin phalanx fire! No! Stop! You're firing on the docks! Hurry up and drop the lifeboats! What are you doing? Hurry up and get out of here! This is it! It's over! Man, this is the worst day of lit life! Enemy planes at 3 o'clock! 3 o'clock from home! You're not helping us here! Missile impact directly off the bow! Do we have enough chaff left?
Edge, Fox 2!
Fox 2! Fox 2!
Come on, Kestrel!
How many ships have we lost?
We've got to get the Kestrel out of their weapons engagement zone. Move the Kestrel out of enemy range. The enemy's already got the Kestrel within firing range. At this rate, we'll lose the fleet and other planes providing top cover.
This is Medical Center 3. We're ready to admit patients.
We may have even more wounded coming in soon. Are you sure you're okay?
We'll be fine. Please, don't give up hope.
Hey, rookie. You sure you'll be okay by yourself?
I'm okay. I can do this.
You got any free beds?
After we destroy all attacking enemy planes, we get this. And this is one important moment in the game for a couple of reasons, so let's just pay attention.
Those are people floating in the waves.
I shouldn't have looked. When that enemy plane crashed and covered the water in flames, there were people floating right there. I could see their faces. So many of them. Somebody stop this. I can't take it anymore.
Kid, did you see that? So, you saw it too. Let's see.
We hear a male voice saying, "I shouldn't have looked. When the enemy plane crashed and covered the water in flames, there were people floating right there. I could see their faces. So many of them. Somebody stop this. I can't take it anymore." Well, in the background we hear the cries of pain of people. According to Acepedia, this is said by Chopper. Although in my first time playing I couldn't recognize the voice as his, so I thought this could be Blaze, you know, our character. Especially since right after the moment, Chopper asked us if we saw that. It also makes sense it would be Chopper. I thought it was Blaze for a time. Maybe it could be both. I don't know. Also, Chopper calls us Kid, like Captain Bartlett, but Nagase calls us Blaze like everybody else. Just a little bit of trivia there.
We're out of the Gulf, but stay alert. The carrier's entering the ocean. Come on, whoever's out there, help us out. Get that bucket of bolts out of here. Where are they coming from? This is the captain of the aircraft carrier Kestrel. My congratulations to all ships that managed to escape. As captain, I will now form a provisional battle fleet. The enemy's built a blockade with their fleet in front of us. We have to break through this and escape to safer waters. Good luck, everyone. All friendly aircraft, your support is requested. Blaze, this is Thunderhead. Are you clear on the mission objective? Roger, begin the mission at once.
Once we got out of the bay and into open ocean, we hear Captain Anderson of the Kestrel congratulating all ships that escaped. He forms a provisional battle fleet in order to break the blockade of the Uktobanian fleet and escape to safer waters. He also requests support of all friendly aircraft. We attack enemy planes and ships in the area while Nagase guides and even commands other ships like the Kestrel. This is a good moment to talk about the special weapons mentioned before. The F-5E comes default with 2 AIM-9 Sidewinder missiles on the wingtips, like most planes come with infrared missiles. We get those 2 missiles and 4 unguided bombs. These bombs were useless in the first 2 missions since we never had to attack ground targets, but in this one we can use them to attack the enemy ships. Yeah, some missiles can also lock on the ships, but it's better to keep them mainly for the aircraft. Plus, the bombs do more damage, and otherwise why would you have bombs on them if you were not gonna use them? Another important thing to note that you may know or may have noticed in the gameplay is that we have a lot of missiles, unrealistically so. According to equipment, we should only have 2 missiles, and we have like 50 plus, 60, maybe 70? Yeah. Ace Combat stores weapons in what's called Hammer Space. This is an imaginary space to explain how characters in video games, animation, comics, etc. can produce objects out of nowhere. Well, we start each mission with way many more missiles, bombs, rockets, whatever, that we should realistically carry. If we can agree with this map, we can agree with having multiple missiles. At the end, it's the game, and it's the story we are interested in. Not the gameplay mechanics of having a plane with 70 missiles when it can only carry 2.
Target hit.
Watch the phalanx fire from your right. I gotta admit, the enemy's got some great pilots. Our fighters are providing great top cover. We can do this.
Captain Snow, we entrust the sky above us to you.
Roger, Captain Anderson.
Delta 3, your current course will take you within range of enemy fire.
Warning, the enemy's locked onto you. You wanna die? Get out of there!
Secure a route for the Kestrel first. Missile hit.
Radar system back online. Surface-to-air missiles ready to launch. Enemy ship approaching the carrier's port side. Engage!
I'm flying too low and burning too much fuel. Has the Kestrel made it through yet?
Almost there! We're almost through the blockade!
We're getting some tough resistance. We can't approach the carrier.
We're still intact. That one missed us. This is what we've trained for! We can do this! As long as we're still afloat, we have a fighting chance.
It broke through! That's one tough boat, man! Yeah!
So, kid, does it feel good to be the flight lead?
I see! Good, I'm glad to hear it. This is the captain of the aircraft carrier Kestrel. Our fleet has successfully escaped to safe waters. My thanks to our brave warriors of the sea and in the air.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 planes. Count them up, man. We're all back safe. I can't wait to tell the captain once they pluck him out of the ocean.
But the captain, Captain Bartlett, never returned to Sand Island.
As we're going back home, Chopper counts all 3 planes and is clearly happy we're all safe, saying, "Can't wait to tell the captain once they pluck him out of the ocean."
The 3rd Ocean Naval Fleet sustained considerable damage. It's still combat capable.
When the rescue chopper arrived, the captain was nowhere to be seen. The only thing they found was the retreating enemy intelligence vessel. This island used to be a place of exile from the rest of the world. It then became our first line of defense against the enemy.
Who'll be the flight lead tomorrow? I wouldn't waste my energy worrying about that if I were you. We're an auxiliary squadron, you know, so His Highness the Lieutenant Colonel will just come down from the mainland and take over. That's all. Phew. I love this sound. Calms me down. I'm gonna sleep well tonight.
I heard that the one who broke the captain's heart 15 years ago was a recon major in the Yuk Army.
Yeah, I did my history homework. We were allies back then. Man, the base commander sure wasn't being subtle about making accusations. Was there anything suspicious about the captain's behavior, he says? Hell, I'm more suspicious about the screw in his damn head. Ah, you're kidding me. An air raid? Give me a break, man.
Mission 4. First Flight. Bombing of Sand Island. Thank you, Chopper, for my feature copyright strike. No, I don't care. That was blurry by Puddle Mod, and it's a great addition to the game, so I'll count it as game soundtrack. It is actually in the game soundtrack disc. I'm still gonna put it in the description, but don't copyright strike me. That's part of the game. 1923 hours, 27 September 2010, Sand Island. While Chopper and Jeanette are chatting, seemingly in Chopper's room and where Jeanette has been assigned to, they listen to some of Chopper's music while he sits down and relaxes with Kirk sitting by. They talk about how Lieutenant Colonels come into Sand Island to take the lead of the squadron. Jeanette mentions he learned that a Yuktobanian Rican major was the woman who broke Bartlett's heart 15 years ago during the previous war. Chopper knew this already and tells him how Parole, the base commander, asked them questions about Bartlett to see if he was a traitor. Then, just as they're just chilling, the alarm sounds and Chopper, clearly exhausted, rushes out to scramble. Mind you, this is the third mission of the day. At 10:30 AM, they were shooting down drones and find the planes covering the spy ship. At 2:30, they were over St. Hewlett defending the Kestrel and the rest of the fleet. And now at 7:20, they're finally getting to rest, but then they get attacked and have to fight again. And the flight from Sand Island to St. Hewlett is not a short one.
Restriction is canceled. Protect our base. Control tower to War Dog. Intercept the bombers. Don't let them attack the runway.
I see you managed to make it up. Is your plane all right? Glad to hear it. Looks like keeping it in good shape has paid off.
This is War Dog leader, Lieutenant Colonel Ford. Approaching Sand Island. What's your current status?
Here comes His Highness from the mainland now. This is base control. We are under air attack. Repeat, we are under air attack.
I trust you can hold the runway until we arrive. Right. Protect it at all costs.
You scramble while the first wave of enemy bombers causes mayhem on the ground. Luckily, the damage stays away from your squadron. Nagase mentions that Captain Bartlett's spare planes is still in the hangar. For what reason I'm not sure, perhaps hoping they'll rescue him in time, but Parole was asking questions, so that might not be the reason. Let's remember, his spare plane seems to be in F5, just like ours, as we saw in the cutscene with Pops and Jeanette. His emblem is not in a usual F4. The song here is magnificent. I'm gonna talk a lot about the soundtrack. You already probably heard a bunch of beautiful pieces, but I want to talk about this one in particular. If you play this game, I don't need to explain, and if you haven't, just enjoy it.
Please be kind enough to crash into the ocean and not into my base. Enemy planes are in our way. Hurry up and bring them down. It's not like I get any sleep on the ground now. I'll stay up here as long as I have to. Air Command, get with it. Clean up the sky for us already. Rescue team, help out the wounded. All three hands, help the fire control crew. Use the water in the supply tank to put out the fire. Visibility is good. The fires are illuminating everything on the ground. Okay, let's stop them up ahead, over the ocean. There's no turning back now. This is all-out war. Who should we target first? The fighters or the bombers? All units prepare for the next bombing run. Disable the runway to prevent takeoff. This will blunt their counter.
Lieutenant Colonel Ford, the one coming to take control of Warlock Squadron, is on his way to the base and we are to protect the runway until he arrives. Our main targets are the B-1 bombers attacking the runway and buildings. Chopper panics about his rock and roll records in his room, hoping they don't get destroyed, because that would be a shame. When the bombers are destroyed, Pops, for some reason, decides to take off. I'm not sure why and haven't found anything online regarding this. My only hypothesis is that he was trying to free the runway, or the hangar, or both, so Grim could take off.
Who the hell pulled that out? This is Grim. I was in the hangar helping on the mechanics. I'm taking off.
The hell you are? You're not even out of replacement pilot training yet. Aren't there any other spare pilots around?
I didn't see any.
There's no time. Be careful, Grim. I'll cover you.
I'll try.
Kid, Grim's coming up. I'm not sure he can handle this. Are we just gonna watch? Roger, let's give him a hand.
This is where we meet Hans Grim, call sign Archer, as he rolls out of the hangar. He was in the hangar with the mechanics and he's taking off in what seems to be Bartlett's spare plane, the one Nagase mentioned when the attack begun. Chopper tells him he's not taking off because he's not even out of training yet, but since Grim is the only one available, Nagase says she will cover him. Chopper's worried about him, so all three of you focus on covering him while he takes off. And since he's pretty new to this, he does take his sweet time doing pre-flight checks. We love you, Grim, never change. During the mission, you can tell his inexperience, but also his proactive attitude and bravery.
Engine sounds great. Thank you, mechanics.
Make sure you're prepared to provide cover at any time.
Target hit!
Chopper, box 2!
Fuel check. This ought to be enough. Ejection system okay?
The enemy is taking off. Destroy them before they get airborne.
This is Grim. I'm about to take off. Can you see me from up there? Roger. That's a relief. I'm in takeoff position on the runway. Engines full power.
Come back! Come back! Don't stop him. Let him go. Enemy planes climbing up to meet us. Be careful. Get up! Get up! Climb! Put your head down and keep it down! That explosion was pretty close.
I'm airborne.
Grim, get over here and cover my 6.
Roger. This is Airman First Class Grim. Call sign Archer. Control tower and all aircraft. I will be joining the War Dog Squadron.
This is the control tower. Roger that. Blaze, take care of them for us.
He joins Wardog and the control tower asks us to take care of him. Lieutenant Colonel Ford requests clearance to land, but the control tower denies him since they are under attack. But he's out of fuel, so he has to land now and orders us to cover him. Chopper tells him he's insane, to which Ford recognizes his voice and starts to talk back to him as a superior, but he gets shot down.
What are you, insane?
Second Lieutenant Davenport, is that you?
Yes, sir.
I'll make sure to light you up after I land.
He's trailing fire! The Lieutenant Colonel's gone down!
Third wave closing fast.
This is the control tower. Another wave of bombers approaching. Close fast and destroy them.
Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm.
That's some crazy flying. We resorted to launching him into battle? This base is toast, isn't it?
If enemy missiles are inbound, check your radar. The missile should be displayed on the search screen.
I'm all right. I'll just try to follow the training manual.
Come on! Get him! Another one! Go back to bandit for us.
Enemy dead ahead!
Sorry you got paired with me, Grim. I'm a tough guy to fly with. You think you can keep up?
Okay!
Okay, it's time we went on the offensive.
Why are all these veteran fighter pilots stationed out here in the middle of nowhere?
Grim, just get over here!
I've got your 6.
Grim is trying to stay calm and plays things by the book, while Nagase tries to teach and keep him alive. Thank you, Nagase. A Yuk pilot asks on radio why all these veteran fire pilots stationed out here in the middle of nowhere. Not only praising your squadron skills as pilots, but also makes sense since the 3 of you have seen combat 3 times before this, while everyone else most likely only been in training before. Pops joins the chatter, cheering us on, while the guys down in the base are impressed by Grim's fighting skill. As the last planes are taken down, Grim thanks us for our support, and the people in the base celebrate.
Thanks for protecting our base, everyone.
Was my flying all right? Thank you. It was because of your support.
Well, guess we didn't need to worry about Grim after all. Come on, let's get a welcoming party going!
Also, in this mission, we have the first takeoff and first landing we can actually do. Pretty simple in a simple and easy sense, but you can skip it if it bores you. I like doing them. It adds a little bit of flavor. Another detail is that in Ace Combat, even if there's no real-world country, their counterparts tend to use the aircraft they would use in our real world. Osea mainly uses US designs, but not only that. You would think Yuktobania would use Soviet designs mainly, but they're more of a mix, from what I've seen. In this mission, we face B-1 bombers, F-4s, F-16s, Tornadoes, and MiG-29s, for example. US for the first three, the UK, Germany, and Italy for the Tornado, and the Soviet Union for the MiG. So, Yuktobania has a bit of everything, also as well. It's just that certain designs are more prevalent.
We sustained damage, but our efforts prevented the destruction of the base. The base is still combat capable, with repairs proceeding at a rapid pace.
From the sky, the morning after, Pops came back like nothing had happened, as if the open sky had always been his one true home. Only 17 hours had passed since the war began. Yuktobania's war strategies seemed to be minutely timed to avoid giving Osea any chance to launch a counterattack. I got a notice of assignment as a member of the press corps. I guess Captain Hamilton had pulled a few strings for me. I didn't waste any time going to work. Second Lieutenant Nagase, inside the crew room. She's sitting by herself, writing something in her book. Nobody knew what she was writing. I realized these people may well be the story I was looking for all this time. In fact, I was sure of it.
Pops comes back the next morning. Remember, he took off during the attack, seemingly to allow Grim to join us in the defense. Jeanette points out it was as if the open sky had always been his one true home. He points out Yuktobania's strategy seemed to be minutely timed to avoid any chance of an Ocean counterattack, since a lot had happened just in the first 17 hours of the conflict. Jeanette has been assigned to the press corps, apparently thanks to Hamilton. He records Nagase writing something in a red book and starts his story on War Dog Squadron.
Attention! Listen up! The biggest mistake Yuktobania has made in their blitz attack is that it had failed to sink any of our aircraft carriers. We'll evacuate all intact carriers to our inland sea, then use them as a base to rebuild our counter-strike force. You've been called to service on a very important operation, people. Keep that in mind out there.
Today at 1500 hours, 3 carriers from the 3rd Ocean Naval Fleet will rendezvous at Eglin Straits. These carriers are the Vulture, the Buzzard, and the Kestrel, which has successfully escaped from Port St. Hewlett, thanks to your help. Your mission is to coordinate with the Kestrel and provide top cover for all carriers during the rendezvous. Should you encounter enemy attack, defend the 3 carriers at all costs. The situation is fluid, so be sure to choose an aircraft with good defensive capability against both air and ground-based threats.
I need the script, thank you. she's having her dinner. Mission 5! People are laughing behind the camera. I got a massive booger.
You gotta add a close-up. I can't work in these conditions.
Mission 5, Rendezvous, Operation Whalebird. What the f is a whalebird? 0930 hours, 30 September 2010, Eagling Straits. Parole tells us all 3 of our aircraft carriers are intact. They're being evacuated to Ocean's inland Banyan Sea. We are to escort the carriers, Vulture, Buzzard, and Kestrel, and to defend them at all costs if we encounter enemies. Here, for the first time, we can choose our squadron's planes. There's 2 bars that add up the air-to-air and air-to-ground capabilities of all aircraft, giving you a hint of what you're gonna need for the mission. As you buy, sell planes, you can equip them to your squad members for different roles and situations. It's a good rule of thumb to try to get both bars in the green, just in case so you're not lacking in any capabilities. But for now, we'll keep the F5 until we get the F14, since I'm trying to do a more canonical run. Not really, it's just for me. Feel free to use whatever you want, as long as at one point or another use the F14, because it is the plane in the cover and the one that, according to cutscenes, we use. The only other plane shown to be used by us, the F5, but that's during the first few missions.
It was nothing. Easiest mission in the world. That's what it was supposed to be. It wasn't just us, but everyone they could get their hands on. General mobilization. Our planes filled the sky like a huge aluminum cloud. There was no way the enemy could attack. The Queens of the Ocean made it to the inland sea. We've got it made in the shade now.
Chopper narrates the start of the mission as the fleet is already passing underneath the bridge in the Eagling Straits. He was confident that it was the easiest mission. Just flying alongside so many ocean planes, he was sure the enemy wouldn't attack. Thunderhead gives us permission to return to our bases and hold above the carriers to wait for the tanker aircraft for refueling.
Starting to leave. Can we go yet?
Wardog Squadron, I told you to wait for the tanker plane above the carrier.
I swear, man. Hey, what is that? Is my radar on the fritz?
It's showing up on mine too.
Where'd it come from? How come the morons at Thunder Blockhead didn't notice it? Yo, kid!
You have to call him Captain now.
Yeah. Hey, you think we ought to report this?
Enemy approaching! All units, return to your combat air patrol stations! Protect the carriers! We have 3 carriers! Don't let them sink even one!
Suddenly, we detect contacts on our plane's radars. Chopper remarking how come the morons at Thunder Blockhead didn't notice it. Now give him the point. Thunderhead should have noticed him, unless they didn't come from where they should have been coming from. Chopper asks us if we need to report it by calling us Kid, and Grim tells him he's gotta call us Captain now. Seems we got promoted already, or at least just call us Captain since we're leading the squadron now. Just then we hear Thunderhead in a clear panic informing us of incoming enemies and to protect the carriers. Of course we get another banging song as we rush to shoot down the enemy planes before they can hit our carriers.
It's the perfect time and place for a surprise attack. Yeah, I can't help but feel like everything's working against us.
Come on, I can do this! I've been through a real battle before.
And sorry, I recorded that mission with more sound than usual, so if it sounds different than the rest, it's because of that. Actually, I think a lot of missions are gonna sound different one from another, and sometimes you're not gonna be able to hear much of the music or maybe much of the dialogue. My bad.
Something's strange here, but I'm not sure what. Is that what an enemy attack is usually like? Roger.
Nagasaki comments on the poor visibility, saying it's the perfect time and place for a surprise attack. She also wonders how did the Ukes know when to attack, while Grim says there's something strange here, but he's not sure what. But he does ask if this is what an enemy attack is usually like.
Checking fuel. Still good to go. Hey, come on! We need some air support here.
Chopper, Box 2! This is Chopper! I did it! Enemy shot down! The carrier aircraft are airborne!
Alright, I'm airborne. Come up and get me.
Oh, they're finally here! What took you guys so long?
All personnel to battle stations.
Captain Snow, you're responsible for the air defense effort.
Roger, Captain. I won't let you down. Alright, gentlemen. It's time to clean house.
The carrier aircraft take off, and we are joined by Swordsman, Captain Marcus Snow, the guy we met in defense of the Kestrel. We hear Captain Anderson of the Kestrel telling him he's responsible for the air defense effort, to which Snow replies he won't let him down. The entire Ocean force is fighting without intel, so we only get a short notice of enemy aircraft incoming, not being able to give enemy position or number to the planes, so we can only keep fighting enemies as they show up.
What? Finch, give me the enemy's position and their number. Unknown. We're not sure of the situation ourselves.
Block their approach.
Where could they have flown from? This is the aircraft carrier, Vulture. Missiles strike off our bow. Severe shockwaves. This is Halo 2. Have the 3 carriers made up yet? This is the Kestrel. It'll be a little longer before we meet. Roger. Don't take too long. Shoot them down before they launch any missiles! Rapier 6 been shot down! Ship damage! Engine shut down! Don't let them get any closer to the fleet! Kids missile smoke the target!
Box 2. Yes! Missile hit!
They're approaching from the south, too! I see them, moving to intercept! Carry out your mission to the end. Hold your fire until the enemy's within range.
Don't let them get near the vessels.
Multiple bandits on radar. Heads up. They're carrying long-range anti-ship missiles. Do not allow them to get in range. Fly out to intercept.
Kid, it seems some of these guys are packing anti-ship missiles. Can you see any? Me neither, but it'll be trouble if they are out there. We'll take them before they can approach the ships.
Warning! Enemy fighters within range to fire anti-ship missile. Defend the carrier. We're almost at the rendezvous point. This is the aircraft carrier Vulture. Light damage taken from missile hit. Don't repeat the mistakes we made last time.
Blaze, cover me!
I'm praying the fuel pumps hold out. You hear that? I'm actually praying.
Blaze, Fox 2. All enemy attack planes confirmed destroyed. Area sanitized.
Nice work, War Dog.
War Dog, your air defense mission is complete. Hold for the tanker aircraft above the Kestrel.
Ballistic missile incoming! A ballistic missile? Where'd they launch that from?
Hey, what's that? I've been hit! I'm out of control! I'm lying on the guy in my 6! It's the Allied squadron wiped out! What happened? The carrier's hit! It's tipping!
Someone! Anyone! What's happening?
I don't know. Everything below 5,000 feet was just annihilated. Second missile incoming. Damn it. Listen up. If you want to survive, then climb above 5,000 feet before that thing hits. All units, move it. Kestrel, evasive action.
What are we gonna do, kid? I'll follow you.
Hey guys, I need a little help here.
All enemies are eventually destroyed. Snow congratulates us, and Thunderhead gives us the green light to wait for the tanker aircraft of the Kestrel for refueling, as he did a few minutes ago. Once you thought all was fine and dandy, a ballistic missile detonates over the fleet, destroying planes and hitting the buzzard. Snow says everything below 5,000 feet was annihilated. When Thunderhead informs us of a second missile, we must follow Snow's advice and climb to 5,000 feet, or 1,500 meters, for us normal people. Comms are full of people both at sea and air, reporting damages and wondering what to do. Ships get hit and sink as we're powerless to act. War Dog, together with Snow, fly overhead as the second missile hits the Vulture.
Run! Impact!
Happened to her fleet?
Heavy damage! All hands, abandon ship! What the hell was that attack? It was like molten steel raining down on us! What's going on? Somebody tell me! How did we come to this? This much damage. This is the Kestrel. All surviving aircraft. Respond.
This is Swordsman. I managed to stay alive. Looks like the War Dog squad made it too.
Two aircraft carriers lost. Can't believe this is all that's left of our force.
We don't have enough fuel to get back to base either. War Dog Squadron, we can't get a tanker aircraft over to you. Proceed northeast to Higher Lock Base, land and refuel.
Hey, kid! You really should start calling him Captain.
Forget it. If he's a captain, then I want him to start trash talking like a captain. Man, I'm missing that voice real bad now.
He's got us back alive from battle for the second time. As far as I'm concerned, he's our captain now.
That's right. And I'll never lose my lead plane again. No matter what.
Mission ends after that, and Thunderhead tells us to head to Harlock base since they can't get a tanker aircraft to us. Chopper calls us Kate again, and again Grim tells him to call us Captain. Chopper also states he misses Bartlett. Grim then says as far as he's concerned, we are the captain now, since we've got them back alive from battle twice already. Nagase joins the conversation, saying Grim's right, and repeating she's not losing a flight lead again. In the debrief, we are told that according to hydrophone data analysis, the attack was carried out by the Sinfaxi, a huge nuclear submarine with both missile and carrier capabilities. Sinfaxi comes from the Norse Skinfaxi. In mythology, he is the horse of Dagger, Day, and his name means shining mane. Emphasis is placed on how serious a threat the Sinfaxi poses. In an emergency transmission, we are told that Osea will deploy the Arcbird to neutralize it. What is the Arcbird? We'll find that out in a minute.
The grave threat posed by this new enemy submarine.
We set off for the northern region to refuel. This place is paradise compared to what's further ahead. Beyond our destination lies the closed gate to Nord-Belka. 15 years ago, the Belkans set off 7 nuclear bombs there to stave off the advancing Allied forces, entombing themselves in the frozen valleys to the north. That bit of history should have been enough of a lesson for us all. The 7 Belkan cities near the gate were vaporized, and the local area is still highly radioactive. Our landing point was in the state of North Osea, formerly a haven for Belkans, but now entrusted to Osea. If you refer to it by that name from the local guy, he'll put a scowl on his face and tell you that this is South Belka. Higher Lark meant a lot to us. Our flight training took place here on this airfield. On the base, we were surrounded by junior cadets, eager to hear war stories. The newspaper article about us, written by that journalist Jeanette, made it here faster than we did. Somewhere along the line, we had become the most experienced pilots in the entire war. Us, Captain Bartlett's nuggets. We were directed to take these inexperienced pilots back with us to Sand Island when we returned.
Man, we better thank Pops for this. Why that? 'Cause he's the guy who pounded basic fighter maneuvers into us. Now we can lord it over all these guys.
You said it. These pilots had only a tenuous grasp of flying, much less mid-air refueling, so we had to land at every base along the way. I can't believe we have to send them off to guard the western coastline.
Nagase narrates this time, while we hear 15 years ago play in the background. Well, more in the foreground because I can barely hear Nagase at times, honestly. Not sure if that's the mix or it's just the cutscene how it was meant to be. Sorry if you couldn't hear her over the loud music, it's still a beautiful piece. She tells us about the war 15 years ago, as mentioned by Jeanette in the intro. The Balkans set off 7 nuclear bombs to stave off the Allied forces of Osea, Yuktobania, Osteo, Sapin, Gebed, and Fado. Though I don't know if all of them were advancing on their region at the same time, still good to remember all involved. This killed thousands and left the area irradiated. Harlock Base is in North Osea, formerly known as South Belka. Territory gained in the Balkan War 15 years ago. But the local population doesn't like it when you call the place North Osea. Of course they don't. It's been 15 years they've been annexed. Harlock means a lot to Nagase, and some, if not all, of War Dog. She says us during the cutscene. She says that it was here where they did flight training. So this is like their first home. We see Nagase and Grim flanking Chopper as he tells stories about the battles we've had to all the junior cadets in the base. They already read the article Jeanette wrote about them, even with a cute picture of all 4, where Chopper covers her face and he's bugging Grim while Nagase just smiles when watching. It's a rather cute picture and I want to have that in my wallet. Mind you, I do not own a wallet. I keep my change and my stuff in my pockets, like a decent person. I'm kidding, you can have a wallet if you want one, I don't mind. They had become the most experienced pilots in the war during these 6 days. A few more if you count the incident in the intro. Captain Bartlett's nuggets. On our way home, we'll lead these cadets back to Sand Island, since we are at war and need them closer to the action. Chopper even says they gotta thank Pops, since he's the one to teach them maneuvers, and now they'll be able to teach the nuggets.
An SSTO craft launch facility lies to the east of our current location, McNeely Air Force Base. The facility was a collaborative project between Osea and Yuktobania. It was built to be a bridge to outer space, with a mass driver 7.5 miles in length. Our radar has detected several planes from a Yuktobanian squadron approaching the facility from several directions. The facility is currently conducting pre-launch operations for an SSTO craft. The base commander will provide you with further orders.
This is the commander of McNeely Air Force Base. All units, including those refueling at this base, are now under my command. Engage the incoming enemy. All untrained pilots are barred from taking off. Those guys are still kids.
Minutes to launch. Commencing countdown.
I remember this space center well. The mass driver was built by Osea and Yuktobania as part of their collaborative efforts to construct an international space station. Our anti-war president used the surplus funds that came from cutting the defense budget to build it.
Is that the Arcbird?
The Arcbird, a white bird built as the first step toward the realization of the space station project. Now it's left its orbit and is just low enough to graze the atmosphere. It's coming down to pick up the laser cannon they're about to launch. They were building a bridge of peace that would span into outer space. Not anymore. The machinery meant for this peaceful mission was about to be used for our counterattack.
Hey, listen. Yes? Isn't that thing supposed to work like a satellite? Why'd it climb down all this way? It's a maneuverable orbiting spacecraft.
I know that. I'm just saying, if the system uses atmospheric friction to change its orbit, then wouldn't that make it pretty hard to defend itself?
I guess it'd be in trouble if someone started firing at it right now.
Yeah, so shouldn't it be higher up then?
Continue countdown. 3 minutes to launch.
Mission 6. White Bird, Part 1. Operation Silver Bridge. 1200 hours. 3 October 2010. Bassett Space Center. The Yuks are attacking the spaceport and rocket launch facility on the south coast of Osea. The guys here are conducting pre-launch operations of an SSTO craft equipped with a laser cannon module. SSTO stands for Single Stage to Orbit. They're going to use the mass driver to launch it at the incoming Arcbird so they can equip it with a laser. Basically, it's like a care package, but you must shoot it to the sky, to space. But without being a rocket. I mean, it could be rocket assisted, but it's not a rocket. Nagase gets all sad since the Arcbird was supposed to be the first step towards the space station project. The spaceboat was a joint venture between Osea and Yuktobania. It was supposed to be a bridge of peace. The Arcbird is a maneuverable, low-orbiting spacecraft built to remove the debris from the Ulysses asteroid. That's more lore I'm not gonna get into right now. Just a big asteroid impact in 1999 in Strange Rail. It was a factor in many conflicts to follow, but it doesn't matter right now. Just this thing was built to clean the debris around the planet. That's it. It was originally intended as a weapon to defend from Yuktobania, but it was built in 1999 after the asteroid impact and when the two countries were friendly, so it wasn't used for its original purpose until now.
Halt the countdown. Enemy incoming. This is the Base Air Defense Command. The enemy has a large formation of transport planes escorted by a squadron of fighters. They're conducting an air assault to capture this base.
What? They're actually planning to invade Osea?
If we shoot the parachutes before the tanks detach, we'll smash them into the ground. You with me? I guess we don't have any other choice. I can't believe that's our strategy.
Chopper chats with Grim, worried that maybe the Arcbird is far too low and could get damaged as it comes turn on alerting us of incoming enemies, both fighters and transports. I try to shoot down the transports, but for the ones that drop the tanks, we shoot the tanks' parachutes thanks to Chopper's suggestion, so we don't have to deal with them on the ground. By the way, that's a war crime. The guys at the Space Center want to launch the SSTO, but the Air Defense Commander won't have it. They're trying to convince the higher-ups to launch while the defense forces are trying to hold their own against the Yuk tanks approaching.
This is unacceptable. Please restart the countdown. I'm on orders from our air defense commander. We have to comply. We're getting requests from every team to restart the launch. He's right. It'd be crazy to try to launch in the middle of all that enemy fire. They're halting the countdown after all this? All that hard work, just down the drain. The tanks are getting close. I can see them from here. Throw the Molotov cocktails! Yuktobanian ACVs destroyed. Our thanks to all Allied aircraft. It looks like they've abandoned the ground invasion and decided to just destroy the base. Wipe out the remaining enemy forces. Make an effort to minimize any damage to the mass driver. Large number of cruise missiles tracked on the outer edge of our radar coverage. All fighters, engage and destroy these cruise missiles.
Captain, can you detect the cruise missiles from there? I picked them up as well. They're heading for the facility. Look at all those missiles.
When invasion fails, they resort to cruise missiles to destroy the mass driver, and so we're tasked with intercepting said missiles coming from multiple directions. They come from like 4 directions, 2 at the same time. Now, you can allow a few of these missiles to pass, since the mass driver is quite a sturdy beast. It's built out of concrete, or at least very thick stuff that looks like very thick concrete. So even if you miss a few, it shouldn't get completely destroyed. I don't know how many exactly you need to impact it before you lose the mission, but just try to destroy as many as you can.
That is all. Weather team, roger. Flight control team, roger. Guidance team, roger.
Missile trajectories detected. Moving to intercept.
Take the wounded to warehouse 4.
I can't shoot them all down.
You'll do fine. Stay calm and you won't miss.
My plane can't keep up with them.
Almost locked on. 4 minutes to launch. Hold them off till then. 4 minutes? We won't last that long!
Blaze, do you know why the Artbird was built? Well, it sure wasn't built for missions like this.
What about the final check on the remote measurement units? Sorry, sir. Remote measurement units check complete. Guidance team reporting. Our launch window will close in a few minutes. Have faith in our fighter pilots. Don't rush your final checks. Whoa, that was close. Come on, we can't waste any more time.
Kid, is the launch facility safe? I can't tell from here. Good. I'll continue the operation.
3 minutes! 3 minutes to go! The catapult camera just shut off. Was the SSTO hit? The camera just malfunctioned. Flight control, your job is done. Evacuate the area immediately. We can't have any mistakes here. We're staying. Communications. I want you to ensure all comm lines stay open. We got it covered, sir. 3 modes of communication. Wired, wireless, and runners. Final pre-flight check. All stations, go over everything one last time. Guidance, navigation, flight control, telemetry, communications, flight dynamics. Do we have a go or no go?
I can't hit him.
All systems go from all team leaders. Proceeding with launch. Almost locked on. The Air Force will get us through this. I know they will, so don't give up.
Come on, have they launched yet?
If the tide of battle doesn't change soon, we're in deep trouble.
Countdown. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16. Enemy planes approaching. Take cover. We're gonna launch this thing if it kills us. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff. SSTO increasing speed. SSTO passing checkpoint 1. Passing checkpoint 2. Passing checkpoint 3. Mass driver hit by cruise missile. SSTO status report. Everything's clear. All systems are go. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. It's a beautiful sight. This is great. Observation room reporting. The SSTO is climbing smoothly. Congratulations.
The white bird rose up once again, laser cannon in its wings. It was a moving sight. In my heart, though, I wished it didn't have to be used in war.
None of them found out why the enemy targeted the base until much later. Of course, by that time, it was too late.
The Space Center continues the launch sequence, now that it seems they got authorization. But they're under high stress and they only got one chance. We struggle intercepting missiles and fire enough planes to give the guys below a chance to launch the SSTO carrying the laser cannon to the arcbed, until they finally launch. Nagasa reflects on the arcbed being used in war, and wishes it didn't have to be. She adds, none of them found out why the enemy targeted the base until much later. Of course, by that time, it was too late. Ominous.
You people are like the plague, you know that? The moment you return to Sand Island, this happens.
A large combined force of Yuktobanian vessels and aircraft has been detected advancing in the ocean directly toward Sand Island from the west. Our intelligence has confirmed the presence of amphibious assault ships within the oncoming fleet. We believe the enemy's goal is to conduct a landing operation on Sand Island and capture this base. Close with the enemy, disrupt landing operations, and suppress their naval gunfire directed at our forces ashore.
Even if this turns into a ground war, I am prepared to fight for this island to the bitter end. As my advanced guard, I want you to forget everything else and concentrate on dealing a lethal blow to the incoming enemy invasion fleet. We'll be deploying everything we've got. Launch every aircraft capable of anti-ship combat, regardless of combat experience.
Mission 7, Frontline, Operation Vanguard. 10:07 hours, 4 October 2010. Sand Island. Yuktobani is attacking Sand Island again. Figures. This time, an amphibious assault meant to capture it, air and sea. Wardog and the Nuggets transferred to a Sand Island go out to meet them. Thunderhead is our AWACS again since he wasn't in our last mission, and Chopper jokingly says he's missed that voice and wonders if he gets it from his mom's side of the family.
This is AWACS Thunderhead. All units, listen carefully.
I missed that sweet voice. Say, you get that from your mama's side of the family?
Cut the chatter. First enemy wave, bearing 280 degrees. You are cleared to engage on sight.
It's too risky to bring the Nuggets here.
I'm with you on that.
Thunderhill tells him to cut the chatter, but sounds as if he actually laughed at the joke. Chopper and Nagase both make it clear they're not okay with bringing the Nuggets into battle. Chopper even says they got their hands full just keeping the planes in the air. These are very young people, probably not even 20 and with no combat experience. Just right out of training. Maybe not even out of training yet. Only enough training to fly, but barely even so, as we can tell from some comms. One of the Nuggets even asked us, Blaze, if we ever get scared, to which if you say yes, he says, I see. So you're just like us. I forget what happens if you choose no, but rather tell him the truth and keep him calm.
Firing toward Sand Island. Stop them. Enemy assault ships are launching attack helicopters. Shoot them down before they reach Sand Island.
Our island's the closest thing to the enemy. I guess it makes sense we got attacked first. Damn, this ain't looking good.
The coastline is under heavy enemy attack. I know. All units, this is Colonel Perot at Base Command. Do everything in your power to stop them. If you can't protect this island, what will we tell our great heroes in the sky?
Great heroes? What's with you? He's like a completely different man. Don't expect that stuff when we get back. I bet he's got a different script for us.
Enemy assault ships are launching hovercraft. Finally, a real battle. I'm getting nervous. Beamer, your plane's wavering.
Hey, Nuggets, try to keep sight of your flight lead. Don't screw it up, alright?
The island is under attack by enemy ships. Long-range artillery, I'm guessing. Perot tells all units to do everything to stop them and adds, if you can't protect this island, What will we have to tell our great heroes in the sky? Grim and Chopper are confused with that message. Not used to Parole treat them nice, but figure out it's probably just meant for the others, not for them. For a moment I did think Parole was softening his approach on us. Not really, he's just an actor. But he's trying. Wardor tugs the enemy fleet and transport helicopters, although some Nuggets seem to have problems. Chopper and Grim continue joking about Parole's messages while the Nuggets start getting the hang of things. Chopper also gets worried again by a message saying crew quarters have been hit, thinking about his records. This is the only thing that matters. Not like you have Kirk there. Come on, worry about Kirk a little. He does. He just worries about his records being destroyed. He's sure Kirk is fine.
Keep it up! Hangar hit by mortar shells! Crew quarters also damaged!
Damn it! My rock and roll collection's in there.
Keep fighting! Show some courage, man!
Assault Squadron, provide fire support to the amphibious force.
I'm hit! Help me!
We've lost another Nugget from Higherlock base.
Hey, make sure you...
Another Nugget gets hit and goes down as all the struggle and Wardor tries to teach them.
Enemy planes approaching!
We anticipate enemy fire to be minimal. Once you land, quickly gain control of the enemy's front line and secure a beachhead.
Help me! He's right behind me! Come on, Casey! Shake him off!
Nuggets, do you read me? If you try to run from them, you will get hit.
Airbase fuel tank's taking fire! The water tank's hit too! Put out the fires! We gotta keep the base operational!
Missile fired from enemy sub.
What?
Get out of there, Grim. You Nuggets too.
Climb, come on!
You hear me, Nuggets? You have to climb.
Then the music changes to something more intense. Nuggets tells us that there's been a missile launch from a submarine, and all Wardor starts climbing above 1500 meters, while urging the Nuggets to do the same and follow them. Thunderhead confirms the launch and believes it's a burst missile, like the ones that sunk the Buzzard, Vulture, and shot down many friendly planes at the Eaglin Straits. He repeats the order to get above 1500 meters, where he gets a command override, data link to ASAT targeting system, which if you think about it, A stands for Heartbreak. Chopper panics as the Nuggets won't make it. I'm sorry, I gotta stop you right here. If you're an F5E and can't climb to 1500 meters in less than 10 seconds, while airborne? That's a skill issue. Or something's wrong with your plane. Consider they've been told to climb even before the countdown began, so they should already be high enough. Anyways, gameplay, I get it, no problem. Maybe they're trying to fight off enemy fighters or missiles, I don't know.
The sky just lit up! Missile vaporized in midair!
What was that? Did you see that, kid? A beam of light fell from the sky!
Was that the Arcbird?
Missile destroyed by a laser beam fired from orbit altitude. It's the Arcbird. We've got the Arcbird. All units, continue engaging the enemy.
As the countdown reaches 0, a laser beam comes from above and hits the missile, vaporizing it. We're confused, and Thunderhead tells us the missile was destroyed by a laser beam fired from the Arcbird. Remember in the previous mission we protected the space center launching the laser cannon to it, and now is giving back the favor. We continue with the attack as the Blue Hound, an anti-sub patrol plane, informs they've detected a submarine via sonobuoy, and according to sound patterns, it must be the Scene Faxi. Grim is worried about the Arcbird's accuracy, hoping he won't get hit by the laser. Fair enough.
Yes, it does seem to be highly accurate.
Thunderhead, this is Blue Hound. Detecting sounds from Syntaxi indicating imminent missile launch. Arcbird, we'll send the data over as soon as we detect the missile. We're counting on you.
Blue Hound informs us of an imminent missile launch. Once it launches and Thunderhead detects it, they send the data to the Arcbird and destroys it before it detonates.
Missile away from enemy sub. Locked on. Begin data link.
I don't believe it. How did the enemy build something like that?
Arcbird firing laser. Missile destroyed. We did it.
What was that light? They shot that from outer space?
I'm gonna
But then the Blue Hound informs us they're launching 3 missiles at once now. That is too many for the Argbird to destroy in time.
They're launching more missiles. Number 3, number 4, number 5. There's too many.
Come on, Argbird, use your lasers! The Nuggets are gonna get killed!
Climb, kids! Go, go, go!
Come on, Nuggets! Climb! Move it!
Roger that. Follow the flight leads. Did that attack really come from a submarine? Missile vaporized in midair. They're coming! They're still coming! Ten seconds to impact. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, impact now! The inject handle's stuck! Wings damaged, losing altitude! They're all falling! Damn it! We can't deal with the enemy fleet like this. This is Sand Island base defense! Intense fighting along the coastline! We can't hold out much longer!
Nagasail yells at the Argbird to use their lasers because the Nuggets are gonna get killed, and we all yell at them to start climbing. The Argbird destroys the first missile, but the second one impacts, damaging the Nuggets' planes. It seems at least one didn't make it out, while others went down onto the ocean. Sand Island reports there's intense fighting along the coastline and they won't hold out for much longer. So this message tells me it wasn't only the ships firing at them, but they had other attack vectors. We were sent to deal with the main one, but others arrived at Sand Island. Thunderhead can only tell us to continue the attack through the missiles, and Chopper calls him crazy for it. Argbird asks Blue Hound for sonoboard data, but they don't know why exactly they want it. They send it nonetheless, and the Argbird fires on the position of the scene faxi. The submarine is hit and loses diving ability.
Countdown to firing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Heartbreak shot a laser into the ocean! Explosion in the water! It damaged the submerged Syntaxi, picking up sounds of main ballast below. The Syntaxi's surfacing!
It's huge!
Looks like it's lost diving ability. It's floating like a cork. All units, commence attack! The Syntaxi's surfacing! It appears to be damaged! Aircraft launching from enemy submarine. Roger. Blue Hound, stand by. War Dog, engage the enemy aircraft if you see an opportunity.
The Scene Faxi launches several aircraft to defend itself in addition to its SAM and anti-air turrets. We have to destroy all hardpoints on the vessel while avoiding incoming fire from it and enemy planes.
Ultimate burst missile! This really is like steel rain! 2, impact now!
Looks like this enemy came straight out of the Demon Legends. It can't be.
After one missile impact, Nagase says, it's like the enemy came straight out of the Demon Legends. It can't be. This, referring to Razgriz. But we're still not at the time to talk about them just yet. What we can say is the first indirect mention of them. Grim asks us whether if we sink the Scene Faxi, we will turn the tide of battle. And if you say yes, he says he hopes so too, because we've been on the defensive for a while now. When we get burst missile warnings, we always have to climb above 1500 meters after the explosion. Our squad members say that the submarine is huge and are impressed it even exists. And it is pretty big. It's basically an underwater aircraft carrier with missile capabilities. It's huge. But that's mainly Ace Combat making super weapons, so it fits the series. It's the usual.
We haven't finished it off yet.
10 seconds to impact. Now! That black hunk of metal's got a ton of firepower behind it. How can a submarine that large even exist? Archer, Fox 2! Missile hit! I can't believe this sub is still that... 10 seconds to impact. Now! So, the demons finally reveal itself.
Chopper then says, "So, the demon's finally revealed itself." Another reference to Razgriz. Once all hardpoints are destroyed, the Heartbreak shoots the Synfaxi again, making it lose the ability to launch more aircraft.
It's still alive! Storage hit! It ripped a massive hole. The sub appears to have lost the ability to launch additional aircraft. Blasted out of the water!
Blaze's missile hit. Enemy ship confirmed sunk.
The Arcbird was successfully employed over the forward edge of the battle area. The enemy amphibious force attacking Sand Island was repelled, and their invasion plans halted. The underwater carrier Synfaxi, a lethal enemy threat, was engaged and destroyed by the superior firepower of the Arcbird. Having lost the support of the Synfaxi, the remaining Yuktobanian forces retreated. Furthermore, we are requesting reinforcements from Central Command to replace our squadron members lost in combat.
With this opening, we finally go and blow it out of the water, watching as it explodes and sinks. The Ukes retreated after losing the Synfaxi, but there's a small cutscene where we see some floating debris and a submarine moving through it. Wonder what this could be.
Since we thwarted their invasion, we haven't seen any major offensive operation by the enemy for several weeks. Almost like we're at peace again, eh, people? Anyway, let's start the briefing.
Yuktobanian combat operations have been dormant since their failed large-scale invasion and the loss of their underwater carrier, Synfaxi. However, there is still concern over a possible infiltration by small-scale forces from the ground and the air. You will split into flights of 2 and carry out patrols in the area from Akerson Hill to the northern coastline. The airspace above the grain fields extending around Akerson is covered by our Ocean AA system. The system automatically fires missiles at any hostile aircraft it detects. Patrol the northern coastline of Akerson Hill, which is out of our AA system's range.
Mission 8. Handful of Hope. Akerson Hill Incident. 16 hours, 22 October 2010, Akerson Hill. Since the failed invasion of Sand Island and the loss of the Synfaxi, the Yuktobanians haven't launched another major offensive operation. More than 2 weeks. Our mission is to patrol in pairs around our coastline in case of minor infiltration. The area of operation is called Akerson Hill, located almost in the middle between Sand Island and St. Hewlett, the port that was attacked at the start of the war, when we went in Mission 3. It is also almost the same... It's almost at the same distance to both Sand Island and St. Hewlett as it is to Cape Landis and the Bassett Space Center. Of course, as you can see in a map that I will put around here, because this map doesn't have them, it's around this area, but you'll know. As you can see, Cape Landis a bit more close to that Sand Island because it's around here, but the distance is more or less similar, so, you know, it's like the center point of everything. The airspace is covered by the AA system that detects enemies and automatically fires, but the northern coastline is right outside this range, so we must head there.
Fighters, are you sure we're launching in this formation? War Dog, launch.
As we begin and get some chatter, we see how Grim follows regulations very well, calling Chopper First Lieutenant Chopper. Of course, not First Lieutenant Davenport, that would be just out of character even for him, and congratulates him on his promotion, to which Chopper answers he doesn't feel any better for it. He doesn't like it. Blaze and Nagase encounter a damaged transport plane identifying itself as Mother Goose 1 en route to North Point, a neutral country. They have their transmitter to low power and ask us to get closer to talk. They want us to guide them through the AA defenses because they're on a top secret mission and are not transmitting a valid friendly ID signal. Because of that, they got shot down by... Fuck! Because of that, they got shot by their own AA, taking some damage to the radar, so they need us to guide them through the gaps. Now, I'm pretty sure radar doesn't work like this, like it does in this mission, but Project Aces, The developers did this stunt again in Ace Combat 7, so I'll let it pass. They may have done it in other games. I just haven't realized or noticed. Or remember.
We'd like you to guide us to a safe passage corridor through the AA defenses. We're on a top secret mission and are not transmitting a valid friendly ID signal to the ground-based automatic defense systems. As a result, a friendly surface-to-air missile was mistakenly fired at us. We narrowly avoided a direct hit, but our radar system was destroyed, and we can't fly a safe path through the AA system.
Guide the transport plane through the AA system's radar coverage and take it to Akerson Hill. The transport is on a top-secret mission, so its ID signal has not been registered in the AA system's database. As a result, if the transport is picked up by the AA system, it may be shot down by our own missile fire. The engagement zone of this ground-based AA system is displayed on your radar. Due to combat damage, the transport's radar system is inoperable, and its maneuverability restricted. Guide the plane so it stays out of the AA system's engagement zone.
The Air Defense Command just received multiple radar hits on an enemy formation closing on your position.
Chopper informs us about an enemy formation heading our way, pointing out these are the first bad guys we've seen crossing the ocean in a while, and letting us know he and Grim are rushing to our position to help. We hear the enemy comes, and Chopper jokes about their voice sounding as beautiful as Thunderhead's. Man can't catch a break.
Okay, I've got him on my radar. Just like the intelligence said. The radio's picking up the enemy's voice.
These guys sound as beautiful as Thunderhead. Sweet as a rose, I tell you.
Don't let up just because it's a transport plane. If we take out this guy, they won't just give us a medal. They'll build a statue in our honor. This cargo's certainly worth that much.
Is that the enemy speaking? What are these guys talking about?
Don't worry about that.
The things they say let us know this is a very important mission to the Ukes. How they are here to take him out, and it's just as their intelligence said. Even saying that if they succeed, they will get statues built in their names. Mother Goose 1 asks us to guide them through the radar ASAP, and begging us not to do many turns since the plane is damaged and can't put that much stress on it.
Please fly a course that avoids the AA system.
Mother Goose 1, push to radio frequency 136 megahertz.
Roger, switching. I never thought the skies over our own country could be so unfriendly. The fact that we can't see makes this twice as scary. Thank goodness we have all of you with us.
Warning! We have oil pressure problem on the right engine.
I'll take the controls. You check the instruments for me. Look forward and take a deep breath. Stay calm.
It's okay. It was just a sensor malfunction.
We'll be out of the AA defense system's coverage shortly.
This is Mother Goose 1. We've successfully navigated through the AA system. Thank you. However, I'd like to ask for your continued escort.
Enemy spotted on radar. Coming head on. Chopper team has arrived.
Hey kid, we're under your command now.
Mother Goose 1, we'll take care of him. Please separate at maximum speed.
Please, I'm counting on you.
Mother Goose 1, please keep your current vector.
Roger. Roger. Damn it.
Their speed's decreasing. What's the matter?
Mechanical trouble. I'm losing thrust on engine 1.
Hey, I see escort fighters.
I thought there weren't going to be any escorts.
The fire's under control. Automatic extinguisher system activated. Captain, there's a problem with the hydraulics.
The enemy's changed direction.
We get out of the radar range and they thank us just as Chopper and Grim arrive. Bad news is the enemy has arrived too and the transport plane has begun to lose thrust on engine 1. The Uke pilots sound confused since according to what they were told, this plane should have no escorts. Someone told them about this top secret mission. As we fight off the Ukes, Mother Goose 1's pilots start talking more and more about mechanical failures caused by the missile damage earlier.
Fuel pressure gauge is dropping further.
I'll take a look. You take the controls.
Don't tell me they found out about our operation.
Nah, intel probably messed up. Don't worry about it.
Hey, get back in your seat. Don't approach them. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, it's Dutch rolling.
This is a transport plane, the Mother Goose 1. The captain's been shot.
What?
There was a spy in the crew.
2 of the engines are shut down. Hey, what kind of cargo you got in there? Is it something dangerous? Hey, you there? The captain's dead and the co-pilot was wounded by a stray bullet. Tommy's holding the stick now, but he's just a secretary. He's never piloted a plane before. So who are you? I guess you would call me the cargo on this plane.
Then someone gets close to the pilot and shoots the captain. A few seconds later, a new voice starts talking, telling us there was a spy aboard. The captain has been shot and 2 engines are out. Chopper asks him if they have dangerous cargo, but when there's no response, he asks if they're still there. Because, come on, what's going on? The voice tells them the plane's captain is dead, and the co-pilot has been wounded by a stray bullet. A guy named Tommy is holding the controls, but he's just a secretary and never piloted a plane before. Just lovely. Chopper asks him who he is, and the voice says he's the cargo of the plane. He asks us for help and how to control the plane, that he will relay all info to Tommy. Nagase tells him to prepare for emergency landing and guides him through the procedure.
Let's do it. What? We've got no other choice.
Okay, let's do it. Are you still there, ma'am? With a lovely voice? Miss...
First Lieutenant K. Nagase. Sir.
And a lovely name as well. And I'm Chopper. That's a good name, too. I like you, man. Tommy's going to try...
Problem is, the ground in front has a bunch of electric windmills. Electric turbine? Windmill turbine generators? It has windmills. So Mr. Cargo, as they will refer to him in a few, asks us to destroy them to clear a path. Nagase agrees and Chopper is shocked, but Nagase tells him there's no other choice. Mr. Cargo asks if the man with the lovely voice is still there, trying to know her name. To which Nagase responds, First Lieutenant K. Nagase, sir. Seems Nagase knows who this is. Mr. Cargo tells her she has a lovely name. Chopper joins saying he's Chopper. Mr. Cargo says that's a good name too, and Chopper tells him he likes him. As they get close to landing, Mr. Cargo says he's not sure if they'll get it done, but thanks us regardless, while we reassure them. He even tells Tommy that he's doing so good we should recruit him.
The transport plane is ready for an emergency landing. Mother Goose 1, landing confirmed.
Are you alright, Mr. Cargo?
Yeah, I guess. That was a pretty smooth ride, actually.
Mr. Cargo, I've got a question I'd like to ask you.
What is it?
The Bird of Peace. Did you really have to use that beautiful white bird for this war? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I wanted to see your Bridge of Peace span into outer space.
It's still possible. Thanks to the bird, we're on even terms now. I'm trying to get to North Point because I believe we have a chance.
To hold talks in neutral territory.
Right. Communication is vital.
So I can still believe in you then. I don't want to see any more young men or women lose their lives.
Me neither. Uh-oh, I'm out of fuel. This is the Ocean Air Force 8492nd Squadron. We observed the emergency landing on our radar. Can you see us? You can leave the rest to us. We'll provide support until the transport plane's crew is rescued.
Roger, 8492nd. Take care of him for us.
Sure thing.
They land safely. Nagase asks, are you alright, Mr. Cargo? That's why I was referring to him as such. Nagase asks him if he had to use that beautiful white bird for this war. The Arkbird. Ask him if he understands what she means. To which he says yes. Adding she wanted to see his Bridge of Peace span into outer space. Mr. Cargo tells her it's still possible, because thanks to the bird, we're on even terms now. That's why he was heading to North Point, because he believes they have a chance. Nagase guesses is to hold talks in a neutral territory, and Mr. Cargo says communication is vital. It is in everything. Just saying. I'm just giving people life advice. I'm not digging on anyone.
And for free.
Bracer is free. It's a joke. Okay.
Somebody watches certain sites. But no, yeah, communication is vital in everything. In your job, in the family, friends, relationships, whatever. Just communicate. Be nice. They don't let me work. They're not letting me work. Shut your ass. Finish your cake. Okay. She asks him whether she can still believe in him because she doesn't want to see more people die to this. He says he doesn't either. They get interrupted first by Chopper being out of fuel, or at least bingo fuel, meaning they got just enough to make it back, and then interrupted again by a new voice. This voice says they are the Ocean Air Force 84 92nd Squadron. They saw the landing in the raiders and are coming to take over the area until the crew of Mother Goose 1 is rescued.
After my article, The Four Wings of Sand Island, was published to wide acclaim, I grew bolder. Here was a profile view of the base commander, the emperor of this base.
Don't. He's in a bad mood today. If he catches you, he'll have your head.
What happened?
The Arcbird.
Huh?
The white bird in outer space, with Yuktobania outclassing us in firepower. It was the President's one trump card in the peace negotiations. And now, it's fallen right out of our hands.
So you're saying we don't know how long the war will drag on? The Arcbird. A superweapon capable of attacking from space, far beyond the reach of the enemy. Its power generator was destroyed by explosives planted inside a supply shipment launched from Earth. Once again, the balance of power had tipped toward Yuktobania.
In this cutscene, we see Jeanette explaining his success with his article, and now we see him recording Parole, the Sand Island base commander. But after he moves his camera away, Hamilton tells him not to try anything because he's in a bad mood today. But either Hamilton doesn't want to tell, or doesn't know. He just does this and walks away. Then, on the crew quarters, Nagase is on the couch with her red book and talks about the Arcbird with Jeanette, saying it was the President's one trump card in negotiations, but now it has fallen right out of our hands. Jeanette inferring she's saying we don't know how long this war will drag on. Jeanette then explains that the power generator of the Arcbird was destroyed by explosives smuggled in a supply shipment. So now, we don't have a super weapon. Just a little thing here. North Point? Where the president is going, you know, the neutral country where he's going to, you know, hold peace talks, is in another continent. The president was flying north. Okay, let me explain this with a map. So, this is Ocean, right? Akerson Hill is around here, where my thing is, okay? And the president is flying north. They want to go through the air defenses, anti-air defenses. I don't know what we're doing here, because Alred, Ocean's capital, is right here, and North Point is there. So I don't know why, if he wants to hold peace talks in a neutral country, he wouldn't take off from Alred and head this way instead of for some reason being here and going north, unless at that time in the lore North Point was Wello, so he could be heading this way. Just a little thing. I'm really into details like this. All is real annoying.
You're doing a good job, Sheldon. There's a reference.
End of part 1. During part 1, we've seen Wardog Squadron go from a reserve squadron stationed in a lonely island away from civilization, composed of inexperienced trainee pilots, to the main squadron of Osea during the early stages of the war. They had defended the Kestrel and the Third Fleet in the surprise attack on St. Hewlett. They've managed to stay alive and keep the carriers afloat before the Synfaxi attack. They defended the Space Center from an invasion and kept it operational afterwards, securing the laser cannon for the Arcbird, which then helped them defend Sand Island and sink the Synfaxi. They've gone from the last option, a squadron forgotten by Osea and headed by a captain who would never get a promotion, to the best squadron in the war and always fighting in the front line. I'll give my take on the poem once the game is done, so for now, let's go into part 2. Before we start part 2, I have to say one thing and credit this map's creator, Soltus Eversoul. I found your map on Reddit. I hope you don't mind me using it. Thank you. Part 2. As with part 1, I will now say the second stanza of the poem. The demon soars through dark skies. Fear and death trails shadow beneath, until men, united, wield a hollowed saber. In final reckoning, the beast is slain.
Our army is finally ready to conduct a large-scale counterattack against Yuktobania. If we succeed, we'll never have to face the humiliation of those Yukes trampling on our homeland again. The goal of this operation is simple: to invade and occupy the Yuktobanian mainland.
We're going to conduct a large-scale amphibious assault against Yuktobania on the Vostok Peninsula. This mission will be called Operation Footprint. The landing force will be selected from the 1st and 2nd Osean Army Battalions. They will be divided into 4 companies, A, B, C, and D, and transported to the area via landing craft. Upon landing, each division will fan out and destroy the enemy bases scattered throughout the area, then rendezvous and reform into a single large force unit to assault the final target, the fortress. The Yuktobanian defense positions along the coast are tightly dug in, and we have concluded that air attacks alone will not be enough to destroy them. Therefore, Operation Footprint will be a synchronized air and ground attack to neutralize these positions. It is critical that you follow the specific targeting instructions of the ground commander to maximize the effects of your attacks. We are expecting poor weather conditions and fierce resistance from the Yuktobanian defense forces. The fortress is protected by pillboxes and a defensive wall. Provide close air support for the ground forces and get as many soldiers as possible inside.
Mission 9, Lead Fuse, Operation Footprint. 1630 hours, 1st of November, 2010, Vostok Peninsula. Right there. Osea is launching an invasion of Yuktobania at Vostok Peninsula, southwest of Sand Island. Yes, it is southwest of Sand Island. Soldiers from the 1st and 2nd Ocean Army Battalions are divided into companies A, B, C, and D. They will arrive in landing craft to Volna Beach, destroy enemy bases along the way, and head to the high ground to concentrate their attacks together to take the fortress. Air attacks alone cannot deal with the bunkers, only silence them for a few moments. Our mission is to provide air cover from the ground forces, silence the bunkers when they start attacking them, and give them enough time for them to capture them. Funny how we're only 4 planes in this whole operation, unless there are many landings going on at once. Sending only 4 planes, it just seems a bit off. I'm guessing there's many landings around Vostok, like, okay, we're the one on the beach, there's a few others here and stuff like that, and they can't spare all the planes. So like, these guys can handle this, there's other ones going on many other ways. I don't know. I'm guessing.
I wish you the best of luck in battle.
Terry, got something I need to tell you.
The enemy's right in front of us, Scott. Save it for later.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Later then.
The 4 companies will now land at their designated beachheads. Commence close air support.
This is Company D. We're almost at the beach.
Go! Move forward! You're almost there. That's it! Row! Keep rowing!
To hell with this war.
This is Company A.
We attacked with poor weather. Unlike the Yukes that had a clear sky when they attacked Sand Island. We take off from Sand Island, still in our trusty F5s, and head to the west. On arrival, we hear ocean comms. Scott, a scout, tells Terry, another scout, that he's got something to tell him. But Terry tells him to save it for later since the enemy's right in front. Scott says he's right, and he'll tell him later. Chopper starts yelling commands to the ground forces to row and move forward, hoping they won't get killed while saying to hell with this war in a lower tone, but he keeps hurrying them forward. The music starts like a typical action war song, staying mostly to the background, giving the tension and gravitas the game needs. After a minute though, we get the lighter tones of the violin strings, with that characteristic sound that reminds me, at least, of flying, accompanied by bells or chimes, I think. Some type of metallic pretty noise. It becomes a more heroic piece without losing its urgency.
Hurry to the designated area and provide close air support. Activate your radar map to check location.
Is the attack target confirmed, kid? Roger. The trick will be to match our timing with the ground forces.
Don't shoot yet, they'll spot us!
During this mission, the comms are always on, as we hear the ground units yelling orders, requesting support from us, people in the background reporting, Yuk defenders requesting reinforcements and informing of the gravity of the situation, similar to what we heard during St. Hewlett or the Eagling Straits. Chaotic, but not dire, if you get what I'm saying. Terry's back on the radio at one point, saying it's like they're plowing the ground with bullets, and Scott tells him not to get hit because he still has something to tell him. Terry tells him he knows, calls him Messenger Boy, and tells him to hang in there too. These guys are adorable.
Get the 5th platoon to go.
Damn, it's like they're plowing the ground with bullets. Don't get hit, Terry. I still got something I gotta tell you. I know, Messenger Boy. You hang in there too. This operation is pointless. These guys are just gonna storm in, head-on, following orders. That's how war is fought. That's why I hate it. How could the president authorize an escalation of the war like this? This is insane. We'll get bogged down in this forever. Hey, that Mr. Cargo guy was the president, right? Man, I thought I could believe it back then. I had no idea he was such a wuss.
No, he's not.
Attention, overhead aircraft. This is the ground forces. Make sure you don't drop any bombs on us. Roger, we trust you.
Chopper then says, these guys are just gonna storm in, head on, following orders. That's how war is fought. That's why I hate it. He then adds, how could the president authorize an escalation of the war like this? This is insane. We'll get bogged down in this forever. Hey, that Mr. Cargo guy was the president, right? Man, I thought I could believe in him back then. I had no idea he was such a wuss. He called the president a wuss. You tell him, Chopper. But Nagase corrects him, saying, no, he's not.
Missile evaded.
The tables have completely turned. You missed. Adjust sights 100 south.
We're going to advance further. We haven't reached the front line yet. We can't penetrate the enemy lines any deeper. It's too dangerous.
Are the pilots who sunk the Synfaxy mixed in there somewhere? Lost contact with the left flank. Believed to be overrun. Visibility's low. Stay alert. The attack can come from anywhere.
Don't stop! Keep going! Keep going! Does that idiot captain realize the bullets don't all come from the front? Requesting immediate close air support. Attack that large bunker from the air. That's weird. There shouldn't be any enemy forces there. Thank heavens for our close air support. Our captain's useless.
What's happening? Report status. It's the enemy. They're closing in on the bunker.
I knew you guys had it in you. Keep it up.
The pilots who sunk the Synfaxy mixed in there somewhere?
The weather stinks. We're safe for a landing.
Battle rages on, and we keep hearing the Ocean and Yuktobanian troops in the ground on our radios, whilst trying to keep the bunkers from stopping our advance. Now, I did crash at the end of this mission because I'm a dumbass, and forgot the floor was right in front. So when replaying the mission, some of the lines were different, some moments I heard happening in the first one didn't in the second. I'll show them regardless. A guy in Company C tells another that insubordination is grounds for a court-martial, and the guy responds he doesn't care because he won't be taking any more orders from that guy. Company D's captain seems to be an idiot, and his troops think he's trying to get him killed, so one of the soldiers asks us to bomb his monster of a captain from the air. I declined, mainly because I don't want to get in trouble, and he said he was just kidding, but then whispers to a guy named Lance that the plan failed and they have to think of something else. Be a good captain, fellas.
Bomb a monster of a captain from the air for us? Hey, I was just kidding. The plan failed. We gotta think of something else. This is Corporal Powers of Company A. Even from above, you can tell we're the best unit, right? Yeah, keep watching, because we're just getting started. Company A, forward!
The area is secured. Thanks for the support.
It's kinda nice to have friends down below.
Meanwhile, 2nd Lieutenant Rubin of Company B asks us to help them make the last job of their captain one to remember. When we agree, he thanks us, saying marching to the side of air support bombings is fitting for their captain. That's a good captain, you see? When your soldiers are like, Let's get your battle worth remembering, mate. Then we hear Company C has lost contact with their captain, to which another soldier replies, it's no problem because he wasn't relying on him anyway. Talk about lack of authority.
Companies A and B currently engaging enemy bunker. Did you know? My older brother's down there.
What? You should have told me that earlier, you moron! Where is he?
I don't know. They all look the same. Requesting immediate close air support. Company C and D will begin their assault after bomb impact from the airstrike.
Grim mentions his older brother is down there in the ground forces and Chopper gets mad at him, calling him a moron for not telling us sooner. He asks where his brother is, but Grim doesn't know since from up here they all look the same. Company D's captain pushes his men forward, but at least one of them wonders if their idiot captain realizes that bullets don't all come from the front. Naga says, seeing our work, wonders to herself if she ever will be as good as us. Blank. I'll take the compliment. Thank you, Nate. We can also get Corporal Powers from Company A, asking if we can tell from up above they are clearly the best unit. I answered yes, and he seemed even more enthusiastic, leading his fellow troops forward. Company A's commander says he will believe in them just as they do in him. Them must refer to the troops under his command, of course. See, that's nice commander. Once all companies reach the outside of the fortress, they do a two-pronged attack and finally join together for the final push into the inside of the fortress and the last line of defense.
The captain's come all the way to the front. The captain? Here? He'll get killed!
I'm glad he's come to join us in hell!
Damn it, they're coming this way!
Where's our orders? Get the captain!
Fox 2! Whatever you do, don't shoot them down. We can't defend this area any longer! Damn it, the missiles! The enemy's sending in their best. Watch yourselves out there! All enemies inside the bunkers cleared away. Position secured.
Amazing. I don't think I'll ever be as good as Blaze.
2 bunkers remaining.
Just do what you were trained to do, and you can win this. The captain's here with us. Don't disappoint him.
Right, let's do it. Allied planes, we're moving into position to attack the last bunker. We're requesting close air support against the remaining bunkers. Let's finish this! Bunkers opening fire again! Retreat! Retreat!
The captain is out of missiles.
I just want to blow this thing up and go home. This is the worst day ever.
A fortress? I didn't learn anything in training about capturing a fortress.
We can hold our own against their ground forces, but we're helpless against their air support. Attention all forces. All bunkers silenced. We've captured the entire fortress. Did you copy that, Air Force? We really appreciate all your support.
All right, things are a bit calmer now. What's on your mind? Hey, Scott.
Hey, chill out, Dad. Congratulations.
What? You're kidding me, right?
Not at all, buddy. You got a bouncing baby boy. Hurry up and give her a call.
Ground units capture the fortress and the chatter begins. Terry asks Scotty what did he want to tell him, and Scotty tells him, chill out, Dad. Congratulations, and tells him to hurry and call his wife, girlfriend, or whoever just gave birth to his son. A happy ending. In the following debrief, it is explained that our final target is the capital of Yuktobania, Sinigrad, and that now that we have a beachhead, we'll be able to push deep into their territory. We also heard Grim's older brother down there. At one point, I'm pretty sure, he mentioned that his brother is one of those flying up above. I couldn't find it in the footage when I was writing the script, so again, I could be mistaken, but pretty sure I've heard Grim's older brother.
The Yuktobanian force that defended the Vostok Peninsula is staging a large-scale withdrawal from the area. After analyzing the situation, we have determined that they are pulling back the force to regroup their defense network and strengthen their capital defenses. Yuktobania's southern armies sustained heavy damage during our landing operation, and their defensive war power has weakened considerably. Their withdrawal is currently proceeding under the curtain of a set of electronic jamming signals. The enemy's air forces consist primarily of transport planes. Pursue these planes, destroy them, and halt their retreat.
Mission 10, Blind Spot, Operation Hammerblow. 10-11 hours, 2 of November, 2nd of November? 2 November, 2010. Dresdene, or Dresdene, or Dresdini, or... It's like Dresden, but with an E at the end, okay? Dresden, let's call it that. Following their defeat at Bastok Peninsula, the Ukes are conducting a massive air evacuation to regroup further north. We must intercept the transports and shoot them down. Problem is, they're covering their retreat with jamming signals. Here we finally unlock the plane emblematic to the game. It's in the cover, it's in the cutscenes, and it's the F-14, right there. Miraculously, Grumman F-14 Tomcat, but it's just F-14 for the fellas. So I buy 4 and hand them to my squadron and launch. As we arrive in the area, Chopper asks us if we heard that song. And here's where the yes or no answers finally matters. Because whatever you answer will decide what happens in missions 11 and 12. If you say yes, he answers that Face of the Coin is a great tune. Well, if you say no, he answers that Back of the Coin is a masterpiece. If we say yes, we'll play missions 11A and 12A. Well, if we say no, there will be 11B and 12B. The difference is I was playing further ahead. We hear General Howell giving a message similarly to the Ukes, blaming the Yuktobanian military for starting the war and encouraging them to join the oceans. Oceans? Oceans. Damn it. Deep in the depths of the ocean. It's a Seth Rank reference, by the way. But we can't make most of the message due to the jamming.
Military who started this unjust war. Transport squadron undetected. No problems yet.
Unbelievable!
We gotta bag all these planes?
You think every enemy plane in the area is up and flying?
Well, let's ask them. Hey, how many planes you got there? Man, this is making me cry.
On our HUD there are many targets, but if we attack several of them, we get a miss alert. And if we get closer, we realize there's nothing there.
There's way too many signatures on radar. Kid, Nagase, how about you guys?
My radar is showing strange results as well. Something's going on.
Hey, you don't think...
Does the enemy have a tally ho on us yet?
I think I figured it out.
Well, do share your keen insights, will you please? What's up?
First Lieutenant Chopper, jammer aircraft.
So, it's a trick?
Who could this be? Our new jamming devices are supposed to be perfect.
Okay, I feel better now. Ghosts aren't so bad once you figure out the trick behind them.
Where are the jammers? They've got to be somewhere close. Let's take care of them first.
They are fabrications of the jamming devices the Ukes are using. We don't know what's happening until Grim figures out there is jamming aircraft nearby. Like an AWACS, but to disrupt rather than just inform and control. If we destroy these planes, the nearby false targets disappear, and we can finally deal with the real transports.
I've instructed our soldiers to follow this wish to the letter.
The enemy radar groups disappeared. Several of them at once.
Damn it, our cover's blown. No friendly IFF squad. Confirmed. Enemy aircraft approaching. Concentrate on shooting down the enemy jammer aircraft. The transport can wait. That's a mountain range down below us. Even if you eject, you won't survive.
They're all retreating together like one big happy family. Damn, this is the biggest withdrawal in history.
Therefore, I ask you, citizens of Yuktobania, do not fear us, but rather join us in...
Hey, you think it's gonna be that easy? I don't think so either.
Fox 2! Fox 2!
Chopper asks us regarding Howell's message if we think it's gonna be that easy, and we say no. He doesn't think so either. And either Nagase wanted to say something, but her signal was disrupted, or she just stayed silent with the radio on. We get a couple weird lines, as if she wanted to say something. Not the usual dots. It looks like she's getting jammed or something. Both are possible due to the enemy jamming, but in the late mission she does the same thing, you know, just the dots. So I don't know if she just left the radio on or she just, I don't know. Thunderhead informs us about enemy jamming waves causing interference, but his message keeps cutting out.
Enemy plane shot down.
Enemy! Jamming wave! Interference!
This is the 8492nd leader. All 8492nd units proceed as planned.
Damn it! Even the radios! Can't...
Heads up!
Kid! That's a big... Yeah,
Attention! Units operating in Sector Charlie Omega. Attacks on civilians are forbidden.
That's right near us.
Hell, that's where we're supposed to be operating. You see those idiots anywhere?
I'm no joy. I don't see a thing, and my radar's clean too.
This is Edge. I'm not showing any aircraft like that either. Are you sure?
Multiple casualties! Get an ambulance over here fast!
Damn it, the Ocean bastards.
This is Thunderhead. War Dog, did you engage in an attack on a civilian facility? Roger. So you're sure you didn't do this?
Why would we do that? Weren't you watching from up there?
Don't break formation. Your primary mission is to escort the transports.
So we're just gonna watch them die?
That's what I hate about war! No matter who starts it, it always comes to this!
Just then we hear the 84 92nd Squadron, the same squadron that relieved us at Acres on Hill on the radio. You remember when we rescued the President in Razgriz 1, but we had to go back because we were lacking fuel? Same squadron. Their comms are not being affected by the jamming, while Thunderheads, War Dogs, and even the Ukes are. Chopper takes advantage of bad radio to ask Base a question that we can decipher. The most popular interpretation, according to a forum I read, is that he says, "Hey kid, you think Nagase is the prettiest pilot in the Air Force?" If we say yes, he replies with, "Yeah, I agree, definitely Nagase," and just laughs a little bit. And if we say no, he replies with, "How can you say that? That's just rude, man." So either Chopper has a thing for Nagase, or he's just trying to say something, but without any intention, so he's taking advantage of the jamming. I don't know. We hear the Ukes inform that there's ocean planes at the engineering college shooting civilians. That's not good.
There's been civilian casualties?
Box 1!
Target hit. One bandit down.
Last plane confirmed shot down. All enemy transports and jammers in the local airspace have been eliminated.
Thunderhead orders whoever is violating orders to cease fire immediately, and Chopper wonders what idiot is doing that. Thunderhead comes back informing all units in Sector Charlie Omega that attacks on civilians are forbidden. Grim and Chopper mention that is our sector, and asks if we can see them anywhere. But Grim says he can't see anything, and nothing shows up on radar. Nagase says she doesn't have any aircraft like that either in hers. We hear more Uke comms about multiple casualties and requests for paramedics, while they condemn the Oceans attacking them. Thunderhead asks us if we engaged in an attack on a civilian facility, and we of course deny it. We haven't. We've been shooting transports. She says in a questioning tone if we are sure we didn't do that, to which Chopper gets annoyed and asks, why would we do that? Weren't you watching from up there? Which is true. There is jamming stuff going on, but he can still see us on radar, apparently. After hearing the Uke pilots want to go help, but stuck in their escort mission, Chopper exclaims, "That is what I hate about war. No matter who starts it, it always comes to this." After more radio exchanges, we destroy all transports and jamming planes and head back. We're informed, though, that since the attack was in our AO, War Dog Squadron must go back to Arred, the capital, and report to Central Command immediately. Oh, and Jeanette wants to say something as well, so... What was yours, mate? Stage is yours? Just play the thing.
General Howell, Supreme Commander of the Ocean Armies deployed to Yuktobania, successfully stormed the enemy beach and established a command center on the spot. The general, who claims to have been given full operational authority by the President, then made the following declaration. "We will march forward and we will not lay down our arms until the Yuktobanian capital has fallen." Aured, the Ocean capital. The winds of war have yet to reach here. The air still smells of peace.
But that wasn't us. By the time we got there, they had already...
That's right. We heard them over the radio. They called themselves the 84 92nd Squadron.
8492! 8492! Is that all you people have to say? There is no squadron in our military with that number.
Damn it! What the hell's going on here?
We've got an emergency here. Our armies are bogged down with the Yuktobania invasion, so we're short on operational aircraft. Unfortunately, as a result, we're going to have to request that you flying aces take off for us. So, which mission would you like to take on? That's right, the capital's got more than one attack to deal with right now. How about we use this to decide?
Yuktobanian aircraft have suddenly been detected on radar southwest of Aured. They are flying in the direction of Apito International Airport, located in the area between Aured Bay and the capital. Apito International is a civilian airport. The enemy's intentions are unknown. Passengers and personnel are currently being evacuated, but the sudden appearance of the enemy has plunged the airport into chaos. Intercept and engage the invading enemy formation and protect Apito International Airport.
Mission 11A, Chain Reaction, Operation Emerald. We learned that General Howell, the guy giving the message to the Yukes and Supreme Commander of the Ocean Armies in Yuktobania, claimed to have been given full operational authority by the President and said they wouldn't let down their arms until Yuktobania's capital fell. 0850 hours, 4 November 2010. Aured. We see a Wardog squadron before a court-martial, or what seems to be one, explaining we are not involved with the attack on civilians. We all mentioned the 8492nd Squadron, but no one believes us and explained to us that there's no such unit in the Ocean Armed Forces. Luckily for us, there are 2 emergencies in Osea and they need us to go back in the air. The person talking to us flips a coin to see which one we will go to. Since we picked yes to Chopper's question about the song, we get the face of the coin. 2101 hours, 4 November 2010. Apito International Airport. Yuktobanian planes are flying in the direction of Apito International Airport. Not too far away from the capital, actually. And we must intercept. There's also another attack relatively close, in Bana City, around 400 miles or 643 kilometers from Aured. Probably not a map on screen, but I'm still gonna mention it here. Aured is here, Bana City is here, and Apito International Airport is around here. Both are around almost 400 miles from Aured, and both are being attacked.
I can't believe we flipped a coin for this mission. This isn't funny, man.
This is the airport control tower. Emergency alert. All planes, cancel takeoff clearance. All approaching flights, change course immediately.
Change our course? Change it to where?
This is Air Ixiom, Flight 31. A high-speed aircraft just passed by us 600 yards away. They're Allied fighters taking off on an emergency mission. All flights be heads up for mid-air collisions. A fighter? I thought the war was over on the West Coast.
Oh, how peaceful this place is. I'm choking up here.
Which squadron was that, do you think?
It's the Capital District Air Defense Squadron. The enemy has unleashed chemical weapons in a college town 400 miles from the airport. One squadron is on its way there to spread neutralizers. You're the only ones that can defend the airport.
How could they? So which one's the containment attack? Are they both for real? It sounds like the other side of the coin is bad news too, huh? Not that things are any better over here.
The airport's control tower cancels all takeoffs and informs the civilian planes nearby, both on air and ground, that there's Allied fighters taking off. Capital Air Command informs us there has been a chemical weapon attack in Bana City, and one squadron is on its way there to spread neutralizing agents. If we had said no to Chopper's question, we would have been that squadron. Although we are at night time here, and the Bana City mission, which I've done some years ago, is during the day. I guess Strange Rail, you know, the planet, maybe spins in the opposite direction of Earth. Otherwise, Bana City would be at night, and the city where the airport is, Apito, I don't remember if the city is actually called Apito, would be perhaps at dusk. It doesn't make sense that there's a city here which is in like 4 or 5 p.m. There's a city here that's like 7, 8 p.m. It says we're at 9 p.m. here and it's very dark, but the other attack is simultaneous. So it's kind of weird, unless it happened a few hours before, which would make sense because some distances traveling here, it's a bit weird, just roll with it. He's also distressed by the idea of attacking since we're flying over a city and he keeps thinking about the people below. The people in the airport start to panic once they learn of incoming enemy planes.
This is an emergency! Emergency? What's going on? We've just learned that several aircraft of unknown origin are inbound. What? You sure it's not some false report? We've spotted them on our radar as well. This is for real!
Look at all the enemies on the IFF!
Where? Down below? On the ground?
This is Airport Control Tower. Military transport planes parked on the runway. State your squadron number and call sign.
This is Capital District Air Command. We haven't deployed any Allied military transport planes to civilian airports at this time.
Tanks coming out of transport planes! They're firing! It's the enemy! Enemy forces inside the airport! plane. Don't let them cause any more damage here.
The control tower asks the military transports on the airport to say their squadron number and call sign. But Capital Air Command tells them they haven't deployed any transport planes to any civilian airports. Just then, the control tower informs us there are tanks coming out of the transports and start firing. Capital Air Command is baffled as to how they sneak tanks and transports all the way here, while Chopper's also baffled as to how they can be attacking in the middle of Osea. Again, here. Every other action has been here, here, around the southern western coastline, and now we're invading them. So how they're attacking here? Either, as Krim says, our AA defense system is useless, or maybe there's something else afoot.
When we passed over the airport just a moment ago, everything was fine. How in the world did they...
Attention passengers, please do not run inside the terminal hallways. We urge you not to panic. Please stay calm and evacuate the area.
Calm down! Please, calm down! Damn it, nobody's listening!
Chopper to Kid, we just need to protect this airport facility, right? This is Chopper. Roger that. I'll do my best.
AER Flight 302, ABS Flight 417, landing clearance canceled. Abort your landing!
The air's full of civilian planes! We have to be careful using our missiles!
This is Flight 417. We've been in a holding pattern for hours. We're on emergency fuel. It's too dangerous. I can't give you clearance to land right now. Tell that to my fuel tank. Can't you help us land here?
This is OWA Flight 783. We're running out of fuel, too.
Are you listening to me? This is war here. The freight terminal's getting shot at. Damn it! This is a civilian airport!
Then again, we did sort of do the same thing to them over in their territory.
So this is their retaliation for that? Why do people have to be so stupid?
We got word that the enemy Special Forces unit that gassed the college town is headed for the airport. Stay heads up. Damn it! Damn those dirty ukes!
Well, if that's what it is, then where did all these fighters come from? Even if they could refuel in the air, fly all the way here and get through our defenses to destroy our capital, there's not nearly enough of them to occupy the entire country. These guys are on a suicide mission and they know it. They must really hate us, or else they wouldn't have gone this far.
Damn it! Damn it!
Hey, Control Tower. I feel like crying too, believe me.
Defense line penetrated. Now entering terminal.
Enemy attacks getting fierce.
This isn't a random terrorist act. Blaze, we can't lose any time here. We have to hurry. Right, let's hurry.
Airport authorities are trying to calm down the people inside, but to no avail, while civilian planes are trying to land but being denied while they are dangerously low on fuel. They try to convince the control tower, but he yells at them that there is a war going on and it's too dangerous.
Do we really have to do this? Kennedy, don't forget about the people they killed. Damn it! The uke pigs!
Chopper comments that we basically did the same thing in the territory, and Agatha replies, "So this is retaliation for that? Why do people have to be so stupid?" She's pissed. CAC informs us that the enemy special forces that gas Bandit City are headed towards the airport. Well, Chopper wonders if that's what it is, then where are the fighters coming from? He thinks that even if they made it all the way here, there's not enough of them for an occupation, so they must really hate us to come here in a suicide mission. Because if you think about it, there's some guys gassing a city here, there's some guys attacking a civilian airport here. Okay, maximum there's 200 people? What's the point of this attack? Just terrorism. The guy at the control tower is freaking out, and Chopper tells him, "Hey, control tower, I feel like crying too. Believe me." I believe him. Nagase tells us to hurry and destroy the tanks and transports, while Yuk Pilot asks if they really need to do this since they are civilians. But another one tells him to remember the people the Oceans killed. I mean, eye for an eye, I guess. Not that I share the feeling, but... Nagase states something very powerful here.
Hatred only breeds more hatred. It all just feeds on itself. Only a deep hatred could drive them to do something like this. Blaze, what lies at the root of this attack is hatred itself. Parents, please stay with your children. Please follow all announcements and verbal directions.
What the hell is going on here? exits. There's too many of them. Split everyone up. It's a sea of people. I can't control them. Evacuate too. No, I'm gonna help out. The enemy's faltering under our air support. Come on, let's gather up the wounded while we can.
We can't advance if we're getting shot at from the air.
The hangar is under attack. I can see fire.
Amazing as always, Captain.
Enemy forces annihilated. Airport control tower, what do you say? Affirmative. Enemy defeat confirmed. Give our thanks to your aces up there. Roger. Operation complete.
We defeat all enemies. CAC asks for confirmation, and the control tower thanks us for confirming the area is clear. And the control tower thanks us confirming the area is clear. We didn't confirm it, they did. What am I even saying? We learned that the forces moving towards the airport responsible for the gas attack on Bana City have been destroyed, and that the effects of the gas attack are subsiding thanks to the neutralizing agent. The group that carried out the attack were a Yuk Special Forces Commando unit, whose plan was to link up with the forces at the airport. That is a long drive. We're told we're getting sent back to the front lines, and if we are really innocent, to prove it on the battlefield.
Are all but confirmed to be a Yuktobanian Special Forces Commando unit. They were planning to link up with the main force at the airport, but they aborted their plan and slipped away upon hearing that their main force was defeated. The Yuktobanians have defiled our soil. Worse, they tried to destroy a civilian airport. We've got to defeat them, no matter the cost. We'll be sending you back to the front lines of the Yuktobania mainland. If you all really are innocent, then I hope you can prove it out there on the battlefield.
If we did the no answer and went to Bana City, by the way, we could have done mission 11B, Reprisal, Operation Wisdom. Piloted Mirage 2000D fighters, armed with, well, the gun, the cannon, but no missiles or anything like that, just tanks filled with the neutralizing agent to fight the gas. What I can remember from that mission is that televised police chase around the city, because the Yuk unit is in a truck. There's a televised chase thanks to a helicopter, and we can follow them around the city. We have to drop the neutralizing agent over the hotspots of the gas. They're visible around the city. It's basically bomb a target. The mission is not combat driven, but we do help in shooting down enemy helicopters once they arrive. We also hear of one of the cops that at the end of the mission is in time for his daughter's birthday party. I didn't play this mission or play 12B either, so I'll give very short summaries on them. Sorry, but canonically only one had to happen, so it's not that bad. I chose 11A, and I didn't do that before, so it was nice for a change. Either way, if you want to know more, you can always watch a video or even play the game yourself. Please do so, it's a great game. I wasn't gonna start a new game just to play 11B.
I will now brief the details of your mission orders. That's all I have to say to you right now, people. If you all really are innocent, then I suggest you prove it out there on the battlefield.
We have discovered the position of a secret facility in Yuktobania used to store ammunition. According to our information, the base is located deep in the jungles north of Lake Dama. The facility is massive and contains enough ammunition to supply a Yuktobanian ground division for a week of combat operations. Destroy this stockpile and cut off their frontline ammunition supply. Note that we've been getting a lot of attacks from soldiers hiding in the dense jungles with shoulder-mounted SAMs. They are very hard to detect from the air, so stay heads up for sudden attacks from these missiles when flying at low altitude.
Mission 12A, Powder Keg. Operation Snake Pit. 1306 hours, 7 November 2010. Duga. Parole briefs us, but is clearly doubting our innocence. There's a secret facility in the jungles north of Lake Dama used to store ammunition. By the way, it's around here. There's jungle there. Yuktobani's weak. It's massive and contains enough ammunition to supply a division for a week of combat operations. We must destroy it to cut off their frontline supply. Catch is, the only way to destroy it is attacking the many tunnel entrances, but we can only do it if we fire a missile directly from the front, since they're covered by reinforced concrete overhead. There's also many Yuks with portable anti-air missile launchers hiding in the jungle, so we must be careful, since we won't be able to see them on the map, the HUD, or anywhere.
Jeez, now they got us turning right back into another battle, and this scenery definitely clashes with my rock and roll.
I'm just glad they're not ordering us to attack a city in retaliation for their retaliation.
You're a real optimist, you know that? Sheesh.
This is Thunderhead. Cut the chatter.
Oh, I just wish I could fly somewhere where I didn't have to listen to that voice.
You did until yesterday.
You'll be arriving at your target area shortly.
Well, I don't want to listen to that interrogation committee at the Capitol either.
The actual armory is located in an underground shelter. Fire missiles into the tunnel and destroy it from the inside.
We start firing missiles into the tunnels and hear the chaos through the radio of panicking Yuk soldiers running and reporting on damages. We also get shot by the troops in the jungle, but Thunderhead says they can't see the launches on the radar, to which Chopper tells them they're useless.
So don't get it wrong and slam into the thing.
Contact cut off! Situation unknown!
Edge engaging.
Chopper engaging.
Archer, engaging! I can't move. The jet lag's getting to me.
I just want to get this harness off and jump into a hot tub. I'm tired of sitting on this ejection seat.
Don't get strung out chasing them too far.
Arcana, tunnel 1! Damn it, that room's full of mortar shells.
Missile warning!
It's setting off explosions elsewhere. Room temperature rising. The ammo's gonna start going off by itself. It's over! Evacuate all personnel!
Shockwave from the explosion.
The armories in this area have been destroyed.
Break right, missiles.
They're shoulder-launched SAMs! Enemy soldiers in the jungle!
They aren't showing up on my radar.
This is Thunderhead. Our search radar is clean. We can't see the launchers.
Man, you're useless!
We struggle to avoid enemy missile fire, but keep destroying the facility, causing even more destruction and chaos. Chopper sees a shockwave and bets the crater is as big as the ones on the moon. The comms are really tragic at this one, as we hear Yuktobanian personnel panicking, yelling, and trying not to blow up. Grim even says one explosion was like a volcano eruption. Chopper didn't think it would blow up like that, and says it must be pretty bad. He didn't ask us if we were thinking the same thing as him. Negassi seems to want to speak, but her comms remain silent. You know, just like in the mission with the jamming planes, we saw like the lines. I guess she just didn't want to speak this time.
Don't let them penetrate our airspace any further! Another tunnel just took a hit!
Surface-to-air missiles fired from several positions on the ground. Repeat, missiles being fired from multiple locations.
We can't put out the fire in time!
This is the thickest barrage I've ever seen.
Well, no wonder the enemy's serious about protecting this place. It's a key strategic point.
Over half the storage facility has been destroyed. Watch the bag blast! The shells are all exploding! We can't get near them! The fire spread too far! It's out of control! Get out of there! You're gonna get fried! Here comes a shockwave! The ammo dump's blown up!
Wow, I bet that left a crater as big as those ones on the moon.
The armories in this area have been shut down.
The temperature inside the ammo dump is rising to a dangerous level! Do whatever it takes to keep the fire away from the main ammo dump. Enemy missile! Direct hit! Direct hit! The fire crew's all been wiped out. Send out somebody else! This whole place is gonna be blown away! Wow! It's like a volcanic eruption! this over with. That's what you're really thinking, right, Captain?
The AA guns aren't letting up.
All armories destroyed. Mission complete. Return to base.
Well, it's over.
Mission complete. Let's go home.
Nagase. You gotta say that with a little more feeling. At least we get to go home again today, right?
Yeah.
So, cheer up a little, huh?
You too, Chopper.
Yeah, I know.
It is clear to me, and to all, I believe, that no member of War Dog likes the war or wants to hurt people. They are soldiers, yes, and damn good ones, but they're not here to hurt, but to protect. It is their job after all. From Chopper's hate of war, to Grimm's hesitation and shooting over a city, to Nagasa's speech on how stupid people are and how this is because of hatred. The message is clear. These people are not liking this. They didn't like the escalation and they'd rather be at peace. But they have a job to do. Chopper then says he can't stand this and wants to go home already. He asked if we feel the same. I said yes and he replied, "You too, huh, kid? Let's hurry up and get this over with." We destroy all the armories and begin our trip back to base. Nagase says the mission is complete. Chopper tells her she has to say with more feeling because at least we get to go home again. She agrees. Then he tells her nicely to cheer up a little. And she tells him he should too. Chopper also agrees with her. In this cutscene, we see a frozen landscape with water in the middle. Like a frozen ocean with a corridor going through it. Out of the water comes a missile, and the scene ends. If we did Mission 12B, 4 Horsemen, Operation Fork Dance, we are sent to Zonza, to destroy a large munitions factory. We must pass through the radar around the base on our own, shooting down the radar simultaneously with our other squad members to avoid detection, and finally destroying the facility and the cargo planes.
Despite the hectic mood among the staff at HQ, the start of the briefing was delayed. But the weary pilots, knowing full well that they must force their exhausted bodies back into the air once the order was given, weren't the slightest bit disturbed by the delay.
Hey, what are you writing there?
I just can't remember this next phrase.
Here, let me see.
Hey! The princess couldn't feed the dove that day. She was too sick.
May I take a look?
Razgriz. The demon of Razgriz got her, right?
You know the story?
The demon from the North Sea. I remember. My grandma used to tell me bedtime stories about it. And every time she did, I'd be too scared to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night.
Settle down, people.
I knew a little about that famous legend, too. When history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself, first as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns.
Gentlemen! Excuse me, Colonel. This is an absolutely vital mission to us. As the staff advisor sent from Central HQ for this effort, I'd like to explain it myself. The Osean Army is planning a vast offensive with the ultimate objective of occupying the capital of Yuktobania. If this operation succeeds, it will end the war in very short order. However, the Yuktobanians have attacked our beachhead with ballistic missiles from the Rimfaxi, a Sinfaxi-class submersible carrier stationed in the icy waters of Razgriz Straits. Fortunately, our ground forces had already completed attack preparations, so despite the missile attack, the offensive began as planned. Nevertheless, we must neutralize the threat of another Rimfaxi missile attack on our ground forces.
We have a single chance to stage a successful air attack on the underwater carrier Rimfaxi. Our passive sonar has detected a transport submarine that we believe is headed for the Rimfaxi. We believe the transport sub's mission is to supply the Rimfaxi with missiles. Based on its course and speed, we've calculated its rendezvous time with the Rimfaxi. By amazing coincidence, it is precisely the same time as the 0 hour of our ground attack. At this time, the Rimfaxi will have to surface to restock its missiles. At that exact moment, ingress at low altitude to avoid detection, launch a surprise attack, and sink the Rimfaxi. Once surfaced, it only takes the Rimfaxi 1 minute to rig for an emergency dive. If your approach is detected, you will only have 1 minute to complete your attack on the Rimfaxi.
Now keep in mind, there won't be any support from Arcbird this time around. This mission rests solely on your shoulders. The entire ground offensive is relying on this first surprise attack, so don't disappoint us. I want you to turn the icy Razgriz Straits into the enemy's graveyard.
Mission 13. Demons of Razgriz. Operation Long Harpoon. Finally. 0612 hours, 14 November 2010. Crew ready room, Sand Island. Wardog is sitting in the briefing room at 6 AM, waiting, while Nagase is trying to write in her book. She seems to be trying to write the story again. Perhaps some pages got torn out, or she's got an empty book and she's trying to remember the story. She can't remember the next phrase though. The princess couldn't feed the dove that day. She was too sick. Chopper says that it was the demon of Razgriz that got her. Nagase is surprised he knows the story, and Chopper tells them his grandma used to tell him bedtime stories about Razgriz, the demon from the North Sea, and after those he would be too scared to go to the bathroom during the night. Jeanette tells us he knows a little about that legend, saying, "When history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself. First, as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns. Now we get to finally talk about Razgriz, and I'm a happy boy. The demon from the North Sea. And now, let's get to the mission. 15:59 hours, 14 November 2010. Razgriz Straits. Prologue is about to begin this briefing when the staff advisor from Central HQ interrupts him, saying he wants to explain it himself. The Ocean Army is planning a vast offensive. However, they've been attacked by ballistic missiles launched from the Rimfaxi, the sister ship to the Sinfaxi, another massive nuclear submarine with both missile and carrier capabilities. It was the submarine we saw at the end of the mission where we sunk the Sinfaxi. Remember? The cutscene with the falling debris in the ocean and then another sub passing by? Rimfaxi, also from Norse mythology, is a horse of Not, the night, and his name means Frostmane. The Rimfaxi is currently stationed in the Razgriz Straits, an area located north of the Aenean continent, shared by Emeria and Slovakia, called the North Sea. It is completely located above the Arctic Circle and in the Arctic Ocean. It's right here. This is the North Sea, or at least this area could be the North Sea, but at least this is the North Sea. This bit is the Razgriz Straits. The offensive is still going on since preparations were already finished, but we must neutralize the threat of more Rimfaxi missile attacks. A transport submarine was detected heading to the Rimfaxi. They calculated the time they will resupply it, which is surprisingly at the same time as the start of the ocean ground attack. That's either suspicious or it's a great coincidence. We will sneak in as the Rimfaxi surfaces and sink it. If we are detected, we will only have 1 minute to attack it, since it's how long it takes for it to dive. The staff advisor seems very aggressive and a bit angry too. We do our first mid-air refuel, but you can skip it as if it was a landing or a takeoff. Doesn't matter. Just, it's nice to do, you know?
Stay at low altitude and fly towards the submarine fleet. You are restricted from flying above 1,000 feet. We can't risk having our surprise attack detected.
I'm getting chills. This northern sea is where the demon of Razgriz came from.
Razgriz?
Huh. There's no way that could have been the Razgriz.
Hold your chatter. Commencing comm-out procedure shortly. Maintain radio silence.
Guess I'll cut off the mic and try talking to myself.
Thunderhead tells us to stay under 1,000 feet, or around 300 meters, to avoid detection. Chopper says he's getting chills and that this northern sea is where the demon of Razgriz came from. Nagase just manages to say Razgriz, as if she's just lost in thought, sort of in a reflective manner. Chopper says there's no way that could have been the Razgriz, before Thunderhead tells us to stop talking to avoid detection. I'm really not sure what he means by that, but it could be that, oh, maybe the cold, oh, it's the demon. Chopper drops one last line before stopping. Guess I'll cut off the mic and try talking to myself. You do that, boss. As we approach the location, we get a 60-second countdown. Lieutenant Colonel Mitchell, the staff advisor to HQ who briefed us, informs us that one of the subs around the perimeter has detected us and orders us to attack the Rimfaxi immediately before it dives.
Attack immediately!
Hey, our cover's blown anyway. I'm gonna start talking now.
Enemy planes, halt all resupply operations. Enemy planes? We're still in the middle of our mission! Damn it! How did they smell us out? 30 seconds to Rimfaxi dive! Halt the resupply. Prepare for immediate dive. Hurry up! We gotta dive before the enemy does.
Damage status on enemy sub unknown.
Those bastards are diving!
The Rimfaxi crew stops the resupply and the Yuk fleet starts to panic because they weren't expecting any Ocean planes. We damage the Rimfaxi before it dives. When the Yuktobanian command orders it to launch missiles at the advancing Ocean forces all the way down in Yuktobania, the Rimfaxi denies the request because due to damage they can't launch underwater. The Yuk commander tells them, "What's the point of your existence if you don't fire now?" Which sounds like a line I've used before. Not the fire bit, but what's the point of your existence? They also tell the Rimfaxi to hurry up since the Oceans are penetrating the defensive lines and in risk of being overrun. The subsurfaces launching missiles at the Ocean offensive and unmanned fighter drones to fight us.
The Rimfaxi's antenna has appeared above water. It's surfacing.
Rimfaxi launching burst missiles!
Launching carrier jets.
By the way, we are here in the Razgriz Strait. Should I be here? I should be on the other side. Listen, we are here in the Razgriz Straits, right? The mission pinpoints to this, the coordinates pinpoint to this. Okay, got it? Good. We're here, right above Emeria, above the Arctic Circle. The offensive, however, is taking place basically in the middle of Yuktobania, near the equator. The equator runs... I don't know if this map... I'm probably gonna put another map of the equator, but it runs more or less along this line. The offensive is all the way around here. And in the briefing, you can see it a bit better. They're launching missiles from here. Why is this important? Well, you'll see. But yeah, the Yuktobanians are relying on missiles launched from a submarine in the Arctic Circle to defend themselves here. This has to be a logistical nightmare. Like, I don't know why they don't build like missile silos around their mainland or something. Cause, oh, I'm gonna send your sub that was around here, so you can shoot here. May just build missile silos around here. I don't get it. I don't know. It's common logic.
This is Lieutenant Colonel Mitchell, nearby through HQ. I'm getting you info in real time from our tracker satellite. Time your attacks to hit the Rimfaxi when it surfaces. Sink it before it deals any more damage to our ground forces with its missiles.
Rimfaxi, you're dealing lethal damage to the Ocean Army. Give me one more shot. Drive them back to the coastline.
Mitchell tells us to time our attacks when the Rimfaxi surfaces to sink it before it deals more damage to all forces. Meanwhile, Yuk Command tells the Rimfaxi they're dealing lethal damage to the Ocean Army and to launch another missile. Now, I have to stop the game right here, as if I haven't already a lot. Keep in mind the funky-ass radar in Ocean having 60 plus missiles in your plane, which clearly is only carrying 2. Another side tangent, why are we flying an F-14, an aircraft capable of carrying 6 AIM-7 Sparrow missiles, only carrying 2 visible ones? But the HUD shows we have 10? Why don't you put 6? 4 in hammer space, 6 show. Like, I don't know, just a little detail, you know? There are 2 Sparrows and 2 Sidewinders. In one of the official covers for the game, they showed the F-14 with all 6 Sparrows and 2 Sidewinders. Here's some pictures of me in War Thunder, by the way, with my F-14 painted, you know, in the Razgriz colors, packed with 6 Sparrow missiles. If I have 10 available missiles, why not show 6? I'm overanalyzing much, maybe? Yeah, I might as well add this here as well for people who do not know about missiles. There's Fox 3, Fox 2, Fox 1, or 1, 2, 3. Fox 1 and 3 are similar. Fox 3 refers to active radar homing missiles, basically a fire forget. You lock it in with your plane, or whatever device you have. We're talking about planes in this case, so you lock it in, you fire, and then the missile takes care of, you know, guiding itself. You don't need to keep your target lock on it. Fox 1, semi-active radar missiles, you do need to keep your target on it. You lock it in, fire the missile away, but you must keep it locked in your radar. The missile is linked to your plane. It doesn't do its tracking on its own. And then there's Fox 2, infrared missiles. Those are heat-seeking missiles. They search for the infrared signature. Usually the things that, well, not usually. The things that emit heat emit infrared radiation, and that's what the missile looks for. Okay, back to the first tangent. I don't mind the outlandish things in this game, but let's go back to, you know, geography. Okay, hi. You may notice that my shirt is different. This is because it's another day, because these things take long. We stayed up to past midnight. So, yeah. Welcome to day 2. So, we're about to talk about the map, right? Here's the map. I'll also post some maps on here or somewhere around here so you can see what I'm talking about. Because this is where I had to stop the game. Here is the North Sea. Actually, I might as well be in this position. So here's the North Sea, right? There's the whole Arctic Ocean. North Sea is part of the Arctic Ocean. Here's Yuktobania or Yuktobania. The front line looks something like, well, if I trace it with my finger, it's like this. Something like this. Is a bit more like heading north here. The offensive is directly towards Sinigrad, which is around this bit. Again, I'm gonna put some maps here so you don't need to rely on my finger pointing abilities. In mission 11A, they tell us that Apido is 400 miles or 643 kilometers from Bana City. Apido is around here, Bana City is around here. I will be generous in this case and give the position of the attacks where the missiles are getting shot to in the northmost point of the offensive line or the front line, which is around like here. And when I did the measuring, if this to this is 400 miles, 643 kilometers, then I use that as a base ruler, all right? Now, the coordinates indicate the Herimfax's position as 64 degrees, 12 minutes, and 33 seconds north, and this is the weird bit, 097 degrees, 5 minutes, and 3 seconds east. This doesn't make sense. First, because coordinates state that its longitude is 097 east. That doesn't exist. Yes, you could argue that Strange Rail does things differently to what real world stuff does, but even if we read it as 97 degrees east, it wouldn't be east, it would be west, since the Razgriz Straits are clearly west of the center of the map. Therefore, the coordinates we're shown should match the map, unless. Now, the latitude is not matching with this other map also as well I found online that I'm using to illustrate my point as well. Because I got like 3 or 4 maps that I'm using. This is the main one, just the background, and it helps point out things, but I got all this that showed coordinates and stuff. Even though the latitude is not matching the map, it's like close enough within 1 to 4 degrees of difference. According to my script, I'm gonna let it slip. I wrote this script like last week. So if I forgot a couple of things, that's why I'm reading so much. I wrote it myself. Took me a long time, but still, sorry. These other maps I found, however, showed that the center of the map is actually not in the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific Ocean. The center of the map is not in the Pacific Ocean as I showed, but it's rather east of Erusia. Well, Eusia is the continent. Center of the map, like what would be the like Greenwich, well, if there was a Greenwich here, would be around here between the Aenean continent, I forgot the name of this continent, but where Yuktobania is, and the Eusian continent. So between this, in this ocean, right at the edges of the world. According to one of those maps, would be like the date change line. I forgot the thing for it. The name. We'll roll with it. So, if we use these other maps as accurate measurements of longitude and latitude, I can't pronounce things today. It is correct in saying it's 97 degrees east. So, okay, point for them. But they wrote it as 097 degrees, and that doesn't exist. So, half a point? I will go with the longitude as stated in the later maps I found. The devs didn't put random coordinates, they just, actually did their job magnificently, but they added a 0 where there shouldn't be 1. Just, a little slip. They commit a couple slips like this in the future, so bear in mind. Sometimes the coordinates are not perfectly accurate. There's one in particular that annoyed me a bit more than this, but it's fine. Now, with all this information, this means that a missile launched by the Rimfaxi from the Razgriz Straits right here would have to travel around, give or take, 3,200 kilometers or 1,988 miles, almost 2,000 miles. I looked up online how fast an ICBM travels. And of course, speed varied depending on which one we're talking about. But I found that most estimates take an acceleration into consideration because the missile doesn't go into terminal velocity as soon as it comes out. It needs to accelerate, go into upper atmosphere and space stuff, and then come down. Take into account all those variables, most estimates gave me were around, 20-30 minutes for 3,200 kilometers. So this distance is 3,200 kilometers, all right? This would take 20 to 30 minutes. If we are generous, very generous, let's say as soon as he launches, 20 minutes. Got it? So a missile launched by the Rimfaxi would take 20 minutes to reach the front line. Again, logistical nightmare, because, I need a missile strike here. Don't worry, 20 minutes. What? I need it now. This means that the game wants us to believe that an ICBM that should take at least at least 20 minutes to reach their target after launch, has just done it so fast that the U Command guy talking to the Rimfaxi reported damage in the Ocean Army less than 20 seconds after launch. This is one magic missile. The super weapon is not the Rimfaxi, fellas. The super weapon is whatever Yuk witchcraft is going on with those missiles. And most fans of Ace Combat have heard about Belkin witchcraft, but this is a whole other level. Okay, side tangent over. Let's go back to the mission.
Sink the Rimfaxi and those burst missiles will go away too.
Yeah, and if we remove the threat of that metal rain, the war could end early.
And then we can go on leave. It's perfect.
The Rimfaxi is diving. Come on! Surface! I'm sick of waiting for you.
Disregarding the magic missile in the room, as another missile hits the ocean lines, Mitchell gets even more aggressive and annoyed, calling us idiots and screaming at us to attack, like a mad dog. Chopper, on the other hand, is not impressed and says he thought this guy would be nice and then paroled, but then Grim disregards Mitchell, saying the top brass are all the same. I guess hate your boss, with good reason.
All hands take your positions. Make your country proud. Don't disgrace this ship.
Fox 2! Missile hit. Blaze, Fox 2!
They might think they snuck up on us, but they're dead wrong.
Rimfaxi, the enemy's abandoned the attack. Well done.
What are you doing? Attack, you idiots! Are you just gonna let them destroy our ground forces?
Jeez, I thought this guy would be nicer than our base commander back home.
The top brass are all the same.
The Rimfaxi is diving!
We don't have any support from the...
We keep attacking the Rimfaxi every time it breaks the surface to launch another missile before it dives again. In the meantime, fighting the other subs and drones around us and hearing the thoughts of the Yuk fleet, orders from command, and the issues happening in the Rimfaxi. Grim is still in disbelief about the size of the Rimfaxi, while his crew start to panic. They are confused as to why they can't shoot us down, thinking either we're really good or they really suck. That's their words, not mine. Grim thinks to remind us that if we go down, we'll be dead in minutes in this freezing water. As Chopper would say, you know, he's a real optimist.
I still can't believe how huge it is.
What do we do, Blaze? Split up and take care of them? Roger, I'm off to swat some flies. Chopper out.
Leonid 7 just took a direct hit. Damn it, Rimfaxi, what's the holdup? Gather up all the engineers and take them to the rear. Get breathing masks out to all the crew. So when did Lady Luck decide to turn her back on our fleet?
Rimfaxi submerging!
Just wither away and die already!
It still isn't sinking!
The enemy just won't go down. What's going on here? Well, either we really suck or they're really good.
It's starting to shoot at us more accurately.
I guess the enemy's getting desperate.
What's the stat on damage control? Maneuvering room, give me a damage report. We can't send out a rescue boat in the middle of this.
We're in freezing weather. We'll be dead in minutes if we punch out into the ocean here.
Damn it! They blew away the partitions! Did you radio for backup? I told them to hurry, but it'll take some time to get here. Fire in the officers' quarter! Send the fire team over, stat! I can't search for survivors in all this smoke!
As damage starts taking its toll on the Rimfaxi, they are still operational, and Grim is impressed by their damage control. Eventually starts getting dire for them, and they ask how is it possible they're getting so much damage from only 4 planes. Another crew member asks what the hell is going on, and if OC is attacking them with black magic or something.
The Rimfaxi has broken the surface. Commence attack.
We can't hold them off forever!
Up and down. Just chill out for a sec, okay? The rivets on my plane are coming loose. Don't shake me so much.
How many rounds have we wasted? Try aiming a little next time. What are you doing? You got frostbite or something? All this damage from 4 planes? How is this possible? What the hell's going on? Are the Oceans using some kind of black magic?
The Rimfaxi
they got all those escorts?
Their ballast tank gets damaged and they lose the ability to submerge. When they surface, they launch the burst missiles, and Thunderhead tells us they're heading our way, so we must climb again above 1500 meters to avoid getting shot down. Well, as I wrote it there, instant death. You're gonna have both happen to you, by the way.
Roger. I'll cover you.
Ballast tank's damaged! Unable to submerge! Forget it! We'll just have to deal with them above the surface.
The Rimfaxi has stopped its dive! We've damaged it!
I guess this is where our luck runs out, huh?
The Rimfaxi's taken a fair amount of damage, too.
Damn it! Just sink already!
Rimfaxi launching burst missile! War Dog, it's headed your way! Climb! Zoom to about 5,000 feet!
Edge. Roger. I'll cover you.
10 seconds to impact. 5, 4, 3, 2, bursting, now! What's the matter? I thought this was the world's best fleet. I know, I'm not gonna let them fly up there for long. I can't believe this. They're just fighter jets. We can't afford to lose the Rimfaxi, too. Launching burst missile!
Let up for even a second, and we'll get showered by that metal rain.
The Rimfaxi crew are in disbelief because they were supposed to be the best fleet in the world, but their subs still taking more damage while we 4 planes are still alive. By the way, I also died in this mission, but that was a 100% skill issue, so I won't excuse myself, just letting you know. The Rimfaxi crew still can't believe what's going on, saying we are just fighter jets and they can't also lose their Rimfaxi. Remember, we just sunk the Sin Faxi a few days ago. Chopper then says, I guess mental toughness plays a big part in battles like these. It's all about guts, you know? And that is true, fellas. Listen to Chopper. Always stay mentally strong. I know you can do it. Don't lose hope. You too. Don't lose your cool and keep rowing.
All hands abandon ship! Rimfaxi launching burst missile! We will continue transmitting until the end. This is Zoya 5. Rimfaxi, it appears you're up against Razgriz itself out there. Looks like they were the real Razgriz, not us. Maybe someone's trying to tell us that our time is up.
From the Rimfaxi we hear, damn it, how can 4 planes change the tide of a war? We keep sinking subs, hurting the Rimfaxi and shooting down its drones. Your command talks again and says, Rimfaxi, it appears you're up against Razgriz itself out there. And Rimfaxi answers, looks like they were the real Razgriz, not us. Maybe someone's trying to tell us that our time is up. Oddly poetic. Lovely though. With that, the Rimfaxi explodes and sinks in the cold North Sea, never to be seen again.
Me? Heavens. The ace pilots who sunk the enemy submarines are right over there. And I'm the person you want to interview now?
No, it's not that. It's just that I heard you used to be a fighter pilot yourself.
I just fly freight planes for the maintenance crews now. The captain, Captain Bartlett that is, said it was time for an old man like me to quit trying to compete with the young guys. Talk about a lack of respect.
Where did you meet Captain Bartlett?
We were both shot down and we bailed out behind enemy lines from the last war. We got through the bullet-ridden battlefield and made it back to the Allied front line. I tell you, it was tough getting the Army to believe we were on their side.
Shot down? You two?
Hey, it was a long time ago. Everyone makes mistakes, right?
Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way. Even if you're not flying with those pilots, your age and experience provide a lot of support for all of them. I just wanted to tell you that. I've seen that you really listen to what they say, and you always have helpful suggestions for them.
Well, thank you.
I think they're all going to need you, now more than ever.
I'll do what I can.
These people, it's like they're walking on a tightrope that could snap at any second. They're going to reach their breaking point sooner or later.
Yeah.
In this cutscene, we see we're at a party back at base, celebrating success and singing the Ream Faxi. War Dog and the rest of... I wrote it War Dong. War Dog. Fuck. I don't know.
I got that in the sausages. Alright. I don't know.
Sausage.
Sausage.
Okay, back to the cutscene, sorry. War Dog and the rest of the personnel are celebrating the success in the mission while Jeanette starts to record Pops, who's just sitting with his mug happily, probably drinking water or some booze. Pops can drink whatever he wants, he's a legend. He's surprised Jeanette even bothers to interview him and tells him that the aces that sunk the souls are over there. But Jeanette tells him he's heard Pops used to be a fighter pilot. Pops just says he flies freight planes for maintenance crews now. He jokes about Bartlett telling him he was too old to compete with the younger pilots and calls that a lack of respect. He's just joking, don't worry. Jeanette asks him where they met and Pops tells him they both were shot down behind enemy lines during the Balkan War 15 years ago. They walked through the battlefield back to the Allied front line together, but it was hard to make the army believe they were on the same side. Jeanette is surprised they were both shot down and tells Pops that even if he's not flying with War Dog, his age and experience provide a lot of support from them, that he always listens to them and has helpful suggestions. Pops thanks him. Jeanette adds that he thinks we will need him now more than ever, that it's like we're walking on a tightrope that could snap at any second and are going to reach our breaking point sooner or later. Pops agrees, looking over to us. So we get several mentions to Razgriz during this mission, you know, the demon of the North Sea, from the North Sea, sorry. I think both are okay, but they usually say from the North Sea. How the Ukes thought themselves as it, but after only 4 planes dealt with them, while they even thought it was Ocean black magic because they couldn't understand how they were doing it. They realized they weren't the Razgriz. It was us, War Dog. Razgriz is a legend from Strange World, a demon that causes destruction and death and lives in, you know, this area, the North Sea. Again, we will know more about it in the future, but now we got a few mentions.
Our ground offensive is continuing its fast-paced push into Yuktobanian soil. A POW internment camp was discovered during the offensive, and a team of Marines has attacked and captured the camp. The Marines have secured the camp's radio room, and a flight of helicopters is en route to retrieve the prisoners. Your mission is to provide close air support for this rescue and retrieval operation. The radio room could be retaken by the enemy at any moment. If it is, the enemy will report the attack and the rescue will end in failure. Find and shoot down all enemy aircraft in the local airspace and secure air superiority across the entire area.
Mission 14, Ice Cage, Operation Black Hole. 1708 hours, 17 November 2010, Glubina. Glubina? I'll go with Glubina. As the offensive continues, a POW camp, POW stands for Prisoner of War or Prisoners of War, is discovered and a team of Marines captures it, securing the radar room to call for retrieval. If the radar room is recaptured, however, the enemy will alert of the attack. So we must destroy nearby aircraft so the helicopter team can pick up the Marines and prisoners. The Marine team split in two, one bit has captured the thing, the other bit of the team is going to pick them up. Visibility in this mission is terrible due to the area being covered in snow and being in the middle of a snowstorm as well. Radar is malfunctioning due to the hail and just the storm overall. Due to this, the enemy planes can only be detected if we're at very close ranges. You need to be like within 4,000, 3,000 meters in order to detect them on a HUD.
This is Archer. Captain, can you see the POW camp?
Well, we should be able to see it soon.
You think the captain, Captain Bartlett, you think he's in there?
I bet he is. He's probably busy cussing out all the other POWs and taking charge right now. Right, Nagase? You're not still blaming yourself, are you?
No.
Fighters, I can hear the roar of your engines approaching. This is Sea Gobbler. Man, I thought if I joined the Marines, I'd get to work on tropical beaches all the time. We've safely recovered the POWs. Guess our copter's not here yet.
You're gonna have to babysit him a little bit longer. I'm picking up enemy planes on my radar.
Roger. You're that squadron from Sand Island, right? I've heard of you guys. Can't wait to see you do your stuff.
Grim asks if we think Captain Bartlett is in the camp. Chopper is sure about it and says he's probably cussing out all the other prisoners and taking charge. He asks Nagase about it, but she remains silent. So he asks if she's still blaming herself for it. She answers with a sad no. The Marines at the camp are called Sea Goblin. The guy on the radio jokes about wanting to join the Marines to be in the beaches, but he's in a snowstorm now. Ironic. He informs us the POWs are safe and asks if we are that squadron from Sand Island. You get to see us in action. We shoot down enemy planes while Sea Goblin gets ready in case of them getting discovered. We also learn of their call signs. Some of them. Nixie, Dwarf, and Dobby. Cool call signs. By the way, Dobby is the one talking to us. They even share some whiskey with the prisoner pilots, but the Ukes are suspicious about the lack of communication from some of the men and discover Sea Goblin eventually and escape prisoners. A firefight breaks out and we must hurry to destroy the planes to speed up the operation.
Quinn, how about treating the pilots to the stuff you brought with you? Okay. They can have a taste of some good whiskey from our motherland.
Chopper engaging.
Edge engaging.
Archer, engaging!
No contact on the control room. They must be slacking off again.
It's too far from here. Get someone nearby to check it out.
Sun's about to set. Let's knock off before it does.
Wait, hold on, I got some hits on my radar.
It's probably just false echo from the hail or something, isn't it? These enemy air patrols are really cramping our style.
You can't detect them unless you get close.
Yeah, we gotta find and shoot them all down, or else the helicopter won't be able to get close.
We gotta move fast, too, because the camp isn't gonna be secure for long.
This is Dobie. We're monitoring the camp from the radio room. Everything's quiet so far.
We've destroyed all the radios except for this one.
The enemy haven't spotted us yet, have they? If the enemy contacts you, just give them small talk.
Yes! Missile hit!
This is Sea Goblin. Does it seem like the enemy craft have noticed our infiltration?
You heard our captain. Relax. Just wait there at the camp.
Roger. We've cut off the enemy's lines of communication here, but it's just unsettling not being able to tell what the situation is.
All this snow and reduced visibility is disorienting. This is dangerous. I'd never be able to fly through this alone.
Is the rescue helicopter to trail with us? Is it?
You know, I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched.
Hey, did you see a figure behind that window over there? This is Kubla and I. Do the pilots need anything?
As many blankets as you can get, and bring some food too.
Nixie, Dwarf, you guard the area.
I want your eyes so sharp you can tell the difference between two snowflakes.
The helicopter rescue team will be here shortly. We still have some enemy planes to deal with.
You don't think they found us out and surrounded us already, do you? I heard some you bastards talking to each other, I swear!
We can figure out the number of remaining enemy planes from our pre-flight data. Let's see. There are 5 planes left.
Hurry up with the retrieval. The Ukes aren't that stupid.
Shut up. Where's your report? Hey, are you napping again?
The sun's about to set. All planes, cross-check your altimeter.
No contact on the control room. They must be slacking off again.
It's too far from here. Get someone nearby to check it out. Oh no, the enemy spotted us. They're heading for the radio room. They found us. A little earlier than we thought, too. Tell the guys on watch to come back. Everyone in firing position. Maintain your fields of fire and divide up your targets. This is Sea Goblin. Combat has broken out in the camp. You've got control of the airspace now, right? I knew we could count on you. Okay, we're going to get everyone out of here.
As the Sea Goblin helicopters arrive, 2 transport CH-47 Chinooks, I never learned how to say the name of that helicopter. CH-47 and 1 HH-9B gunship. A unique, strange little helicopter, by the way, similar to the Pavehawk, but just different designation and maybe other capabilities. We don't know. It looks like a Pavehawk, so I just think it's a Pavehawk. We must destroy anti-air defenses to let them through. Nagase says, "I see the POW camp. The man I must, people we must help, are in there. Big time sus among us."
Sound the alarms across the entire facility. Enemy infiltration. Made it all the way here.
Chopper, box 2. All right, I've mopped up the enemies in the
got it! Don't you go anywhere!
I see the POW camp. The people we must help are in there. We have to suppress the anti-aircraft fire first.
Let's get this over with before nightfall. We're screwed if they blow up our helicopter.
Do we have any flash grenades left? Use them all up!
If we can just get through this.
This is the gunship. We're gonna sweep the south end of Building B with Gatling fire. Target destroyed. Give me the next firing point. Don't get us confused with the enemy. We're gonna fire back.
Freeze! Protect those pilots with your lives! Break the window! We'll get out that way!
The enemy's a well-trained squad of soldiers. Don't let your guard down. Damn, this isn't a typical breakout.
Contain the enemy force over there! Hide the pilots behind that wall!
I'll support the rescue effort. Get those POWs out of there, fast!
The helicopter's coming closer. We gotta do something about that thing.
Okay, thanks for taking out the trash. We're taking the POWs outside. Can you see their smiling faces? Puck here. We're coming to pick you up, so be ready.
We'll be landing at the designated site. Hurry up and get over here.
The POWs are heading for the helicopter. We're almost done with the rescue operations. Those people... I wish I could see their faces from up here.
Nagase's actually going down to look. Alright, everyone's in the helicopter. Checking to make sure we got all of them.
Sea Goblin, is Captain Bartlett there? Check for Captain Bartlett.
No, nobody named Bartlett here. Hey, what about you? Nope, not here. None of the other POWs ever heard of him either.
But that can't... Look, just check for me one more time.
Damn it, Nagase!
After all the captain said to me,
You all right?
I'm fine. My plane's trashed, but those are always replaceable.
Sea Goblin to gunship. We're taking our guests home now. Can you guys rescue her? Roger. Weather conditions are getting worse. We'd better step on it. Landing point confirmed. Roger. Heading in to pick her up.
The gunship crashed!
Damn it! The storm's too strong. We can't just leave her behind.
Look, I hate it too, but we have to wait for conditions to get better before we can do anything.
Damn it! Is there nothing we can do?
Please, be patient. All we can do now is wait.
Damn it! You said it.
Sea Goblin fights hard to get the prisoners safely to extraction, and finally the helicopters arrive. Nagase asks if Bartlett is there, but no one knows him, and gets distracted while flying down trying to look for Bartlett down there. Even asks them to check again. Unexpectedly, a missile is shot at her, and Chopper yells in frustration. The gunship fires back and silences the bunker that fired, but the damage is done. She sadly reflects on what Bartlett said to her. Just then, she gets hit. Good news, she does eject. Chopper asks her if she's okay, and she says yes, also saying that her plane is trashed, but those are always replaceable. Just like Bartlett said when he got shot down during Mission 2. Sea Goblin asks the gunship to rescue her, but the weather is getting worse and they crash on their way. So now we got one pilot who crashed but is alive, and one helicopter that crashed and we got no communications on them. Chopper is against leaving Nagase, saying we can't leave her behind, but Grim tells him he hates it too, but we have to wait for better conditions. Chopper is desperate and asks if there's nothing else we can do, and I sadly had to say no. Grim tells him to please be patient, and all we can do now is wait. He says damn it once more, and Sea Goblin agrees.
She'd left her book in the crew room. A Blue Dove for the Princess. That was the title of the book she left behind. A favorite book from her childhood. The pages have torn off over the years, and she had been writing down the words that were on those pages, trying to remember every sentence and every verse.
I loved this book so much, but I only have faint memories of what was inside. I feel like I've grown so far away from everything since then.
I remember how she looked when she told me that. I couldn't help wondering, did she choose to crash on purpose, rather than having to take part in the invasion of another country?
Prologue tells us we will look for Nagase once we get good weather. Calls her Captain Nagase and informs us we've all been promoted again and to thank High Command. During a rainy night in Sand Island, Jeanette discovers that Nagase left her red book on the crew room's couch she usually sits at. You know, you've seen it in a cutscene, she's just chilling there with her book. Then when she was writing, yeah, she left it there. Why not leave it in your own room? I don't know. The name of this book is A Blue Dove for the Princess, her favorite book from her childhood. It had lost pages over the years and she was trying to write back the words to the best of her memory. We hear her saying how much she loves this book, but has faint memories of the story. Jeanette wonders if she let herself get shot on purpose to avoid taking part in the invasion.
Bring back Captain Nagase. Don't make us have to give her a posthumous 2-rank promotion.
We've succeeded in tracking down Captain K. Nagase's distress beacon. We will now launch a combat search and rescue operation for the captain. Captain Nagase is currently on the run from an enemy patrol. Although she's being pursued, her distress beacon is still broadcasting. This transmission is extremely weak, so we cannot confirm her location unless we get closer to the source of the signal. Follow the signal to find Captain Nagase's concealed location as quickly as possible. Once you find her, report her location to the Sea Goblin Helicopter Squadron. The helicopter search and rescue team is expected to face stiff opposition from enemy air and ground forces. After the helicopter team picks up Captain Nagase, provide air support for them as they airlift her out.
Mission 15, White Noise. Stray sheep. 08:58 hours. My jacket just fell. Yugo Pota. Before we get to mission 15, I wanted to mention that I'm sorry if you think I'm going way too quick over these missions. When I was writing them, because I replayed the entire game and after like playing every 1 to 2 missions, I would write them down. I think I'm going way too fast. You may think otherwise, and maybe in the editing, I'm combining gameplay and my own narration in a good way, so it doesn't feel like I'm just rushing through them. If you do feel like that, you know, there's a comment section for that. Sorry. Or maybe I'm going too slow. Sorry. Mission 15, White Noise. Stray sheep. 08:58 hours, 18 November 2010. Glubina. I think that's how that was supposed to be pronounced. The morning after, we're informed we found Nagase's distress beacon and are gonna go rescue her together with Sea Goblin. She's being chased by the enemy and her transmission is weak, so we must get very close to her to find her.
This emergency locator beacon is our connection to Nagase. Let's hurry up and find her. Hang in there, Nagase!
We fend off enemy fighters in the area while using the sensor in our HUD to try to get close to her. It's a bit funky, but it works once you learn how to do it. Chopper explains us how to read it, and we can hear Nagase's radio. So, you know, it's a bit of a calming thought. I'm able to hear her. She says that she's okay, but Chopper's worried because she only has a pistol with her. He also freaks out a little, thinking he saw someone right down below us, but realizes it's probably his imagination.
Sound and display tells the distance. Got it?
I'm okay. I can keep going.
Hey, Blaze! Did you see someone below us just now? I thought I saw someone moving. Maybe it was just my imagination.
She's somewhere down there in that snowy field.
Man, Nagase's got nothing but a handgun on her.
Enemy at your 6 o'clock! Break!
You can feel Chopper's very desperate to rescue her, and I don't think he fancies her. That comment he made in Mission 10 about her being the prettiest in the Air Force, I think was just him trying to be honest about her being pretty, but not like in a bad way and not wanting her to hear it because he doesn't want her to know. It's like, hey, I think you're pretty. No. He's like, oh, you think he's pretty? Yeah, she's probably the prettiest. Yeah. But she's my friend, you know, that kind of vibe. I don't think he's into her. I doubt Chopper has any romantic feelings towards her. I actually think he would act like this even if it was Grim or us, Blaze, who wants being down. He would still be very desperate to get us back. I think he loves us as his family, you know? We are his siblings. We fight together, we go home back together, but that's all. It's more of a family dynamic. And I think that's the main reason he's so desperate. We hear Nagase saying she'll be alright and that she knows Blaze will come for her. She places a lot of trust on us, and I mean, makes sense. As Chopper sees us as family, it is fair to say that all of us see each other as such. You know, Blaze, Nagase, Chopper, Grim, even Pops, Jeanette, and Kirk. We're all becoming a family at this point. And of course, Bond is also part of that family, you know? He and Pops are like our dads.
Can you hear me? I can't relax until I hear your voice.
I hear a combat helicopter. I saw an enemy fighter just now, too.
Graham, hurry up! Nagase's in trouble!
We've got to find her before the enemy does!
Chopper and Grim keep trying to make contact on the radio, but we can't hear her voice as she makes her way to safer places away from combat patrols. We get close to the signal just to discover it was a jammer aircraft, so we take it down to resume our search.
Sea Goblin to War Dog Leader. I'm honing in on your signal.
The signal's changing. Looks like you're gradually getting closer to Captain Nagase.
That's a jammer craft! It's being jammed!
Several dozen enemy soldiers. They're about 300 yards east of here.
11 o'clock! Something just moved in the forest!
Blaze, I know you'll be coming for me. I know it. The enemy's inside the forest, too. They're coming this way.
Nagase says again that she knows Blaze is coming for her. She knows. Gotta say, I love Nagase's faith and trust. Like, she knows. It's like, she knows the sun is gonna come out tomorrow. She knows we're gonna pick her up. She's so certain. People need that faith in their lives. I've only felt as secure as her once, and it's amazing. Never changed, Nagase.
Enemy soldiers are in the area. I've heard that engine sound before. Blaze, is that you?
Fox 2! Response up and increasing. She's right around here.
They better hurry, or else the enemy will get to him first.
Blaze!
This is Sea Goblin. War Dog, have you found her? Roger. Good job. You have good eyes. We'll move in for the rescue. While we're on our way, eliminate those enemy fighters for us. We need to make sure this place is safe.
Over here! I'm the one you want!
Don't worry. We'll take your princess back to base safely.
You do that, and I'll worship you guys. Bastards, I'm not letting you near that copter. Can you see Nagase from the helicopter? Is she alright?
I'll shoot down every single plane that comes near the helicopter. This is Sea Goblin.
She starts to see and hear enemy soldiers, but she also hears our engine, saying she recognizes that engine, and asks as if it's us. Just then, we find her, and Sea Goblin rushes in to get her back. We must destroy enemy planes still around and all interior defenses to allow them through her and back. They tell us not to worry, that they will take our princess back to home safely. I know they're joking, calling her princess and all, but it suits her that her favorite book is called A Blue Dove for the Princess, and then Sea Goblin guys are just saying, we'll rescue your princess. Like, they don't know that, but it's like, nice. Good writing. Chopper tells them that if they do that, he'll worship them. We'll ask him if they can see her to see if she's okay, and asking them to hurry. Both him and Grim try their hardest to get the enemy's attentions away from Sea Goblin. One of the Marines asks if this Captain Nagase is a looker, and Chopper tells him to rescue her and find out. The Marine, or maybe another, I just couldn't tell whose voice was exactly, says that if she's hot, he's gonna ask her out. I mean, fair? Chopper tells him that he can then find out how tough her guard is, while urging them to please hurry. This is what I mean. I don't think Chopper is jealous they're saying those things. This is not like, I'm jealous of talking like that about the girl I like. I think it's more like, can you shut the f*** up and hurry up? Okay, make all your jokes and all, but after she's picked up, okay? Right now, just hurry. Shut up. Yeah, again, his family, he's desperate. He knows they're hurting, but the jokes don't help him calm down, you know? Grim says we're gonna have to rely on them on the ground and to pull it for us. And Sea Goblin tells him they owe us from yesterday. Remembering, you know, we helped them out with the rescue and all that.
Helicopter spotted the pilot. He's at your 6 o'clock. Break right. Shake him off. Hurry.
Don't take them on by yourself. Climb and fight from above.
That's definitely her. I can see her flight suit from here.
2 miles. Kobold, you deal with the pursuing units. I'll go save the princess. Sea Goblin arriving at designated point momentarily.
Breaking! Ah! My stomach's turning upside down!
Chopper, Box 1.
Archer, Box 2!
All right, prepare to drop. Don't make her wait any longer.
Everyone ready? Go! 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 Rescue team dropping from helicopter. I was really worried there for a while.
You got a towel? I need to wipe all this sweat off my brow. Say, Blaze, I think that song would be perfect for a time like this, you know? Yeah, Face of the Coin. I love that song.
They get to the princess and rescue her. Just then, Chopper breathes a sigh of relief and talks to us. Say, Blaze, I think that song would be perfect for a time like this, you know? And here we get another yes or no question in which the answer does matter. If we answer yes, we will get mission 16A. If we answer no, we'll get mission 16B. I said yes, and he says that he loves Face of the Coin. Remember, depending on which answer you get, the name of the song also changes.
When the rescue team found her, she was holding captive a group of soldiers who were sent in to capture her. Behind her was the helicopter crew that crashed while trying to rescue her. She had saved them, treated their wounds, and hid them in a safe place. I needed to rethink my image of her after this, after seeing her amazing toughness and tenacity. She even managed to obtain a little information from the soldiers she captured. It seems the people of Yuktobania were also beginning to have doubts about their leaders in the current war. And word of Nagase's squadron was getting around, as the force that sunk 2 of their most powerful submarines. The Yuk Army's soldiers had nicknamed them the Demons of Razgriz. She was obviously very proud of that when she told me about it later. Perhaps her pride was for Captain Bartlett, the man who had trained them, or maybe it was for her current captain. However, nobody in the upper echelons of her own army was proud of them. Bartlett was still missing, and that made his old trainees the subject of suspicion and criticism.
In the cutscene, we can see Nagase was holding a group of Yuks captive with her pistol. She had saved the 2 Sea Goblin Marines that crashed on their way to help her and treated their wounds. Jeanette admires her toughness and tenacity and seems Nagase managed to get some intel too. The Yuktobanians were starting to have doubts about their leaders in the war. Also, word of Wardog was spreading since they sunk both the Scene Faxi and the Ring Faxi. Their soldiers began calling them the Demons of Razgriz, foreshadowing, which made Nagase proud. Though Jeanette wasn't sure if it was pride for Bartlett who trained them or for Blaze, who was their current captain. Guess for everybody involved. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the Ocean Armed Forces were not proud of them, since Bartlett was still missing, which made them subject of suspicion and criticism.
Well, this is it. Our ground forces will engage in a decisive battle with the enemy's main force in the Jalachi Desert. If our army wins this showdown of military might, we'll be just a hair away from total victory. We've still got some work for you, too. So don't slack off now.
This mission will be referred to as Operation Desert Arrow. The operation will be spread across the entire northern part of the Jalachi Desert. Its final target is at 2 separate strategic positions: the Field HQ in the northern region of the mission area, and the airfield in the western region. A bomber squadron will attack the field headquarters, while the Army 1st Tank Battalion will advance toward the airstrip. Your mission this time is to protect both units from defending enemy forces. This operation is spread out across the entirety of a wide command area. you'll be up against a large number of enemy forces, so choose your opponents carefully. Don't try to take on all of them. Destroying a certain number of enemy forces within your allotted time on station will be considered successful completion of the mission. Operation Desert Arrow commences today at 10:50 hours.
Mission 16A, Desert Arrow. Operation Arrow. 10:50 hours, 25 November 2010, Jilachi Desert. Ocean ground forces will launch a decisive push with the Yuke's main force in the Jilachi Desert in the middle of Yuktobania. More or less around here, where the name is. We're gonna push through this whole desert, because Cinegra is on the other side. Prologue says that if we win, we'll be just a hair away from total victory. We must provide support for the bombers attacking the HQ in the north, and the fast tank battalion attacking the airfield in the west. We are told that as long as we destroy a certain amount of enemy units, our mission will be considered successful. As we enter the AO, Chopper is annoyed, calling it ridiculous that they chose our mission again with a flip of a coin.
Man, this is ridiculous. I can't believe they chose our next mission with a damn coin again!
This is Thunderhead. Captain Davenport, how many times do I have to tell you to cut the chatter?
Thunderhead, this is Razgriz 3. Roger that.
What did you just say? Our target is the enemy's field.
Thunderhead calls him Captain Davenport and asks him how many times he needs to tell him to cut the chatter, which throughout the game is being like 6 or 7 times at this point. Chopper answers to him jokingly, Thunderhead, this is Razgriz 3, roger that. Thunderhead is confused about Razgriz 3, because he's supposed to be War Dog 3, but the Bomber Squadron and Tank Battalion interrupt us, saying that they are beginning the push. Both request support from us and talk amongst themselves about how they're gonna be fine since they have the Sand Island Squadron covering them. One guy asked us if we are the heroes of the Razgriz Straits, and I said yes, so he replies, the Sand Island Squadron is here, this operation is going to succeed. You can feel the confidence in the troops amongst us when we're involved like that.
Clear to engage. Blaze, engage.
We gotta open up a path for the ground forces.
Moscon 2 through 7, descend to low altitude to attack and destroy the enemy.
This is Viking 1. Enemy fighters closing in. We can't take them on by ourselves. Somebody get rid of them for us.
Our bombers are taking fire. Where are the escorts?
Enemy approaching at high speed.
The enemy's coming. A whole pack of them.
Destroy as many vehicles.
The battle begins and both groups calls for help as the radio gets packed with comms from both sides. A bomber crew asks another which squadron is escorting them, and the other tells him it's the one that sunk the 2 giant subs. During the battle, Grim asked us if he's told us about his brother. Since he was very close to the start of the mission, I said yes and restarted the mission to say no. You know, because I can do that when the mission just begun. Otherwise it's when I die, which happens because of skill issue. If you say yes, he says he looks up to him, you know, his brother, a lot, and he's part of the reason he joined the military. If you say no, he tells us that he has an older brother, and if he's okay, he should be participating in this operation.
Captain, did I ever tell you about my brother? I look up to him a lot. He was part of the reason why I chose this job. Captain, did I ever tell you about my brother? I have an older brother. If he's okay, he should be participating in this operation.
Moscon 2 through 7, descend to low altitude to attack and destroy the enemy.
Radar lock.
The enemy's coming in with another attack run. This is Bishop. All aircraft flying support in our area. Clear out the enemy jets above us. They've got us pinned down here.
Roger, Bishop. War Dog, engage the enemy aircraft if you see an opportunity.
I can see the ground pretty well. And the bandits, too. I can hear bullets hitting.
What do you expect from urgent combat comms and reports? Someone from the tank battalion asks another if the Razgriz are really the pilots from Sand Island. A Yuke soldier informs about enemy planes attacking their area and asks, is it them? While another crewman from the bomber squadron is glad that the demons of Razgriz are on their side. Some more chatters, some people complaining or informing of damage, you know, the usual mid-battle. Chopper asks Grim if he's glad he taught him everything he knows, and Grim answers with, well, maybe half of everything. Chopper asks him what about the other half, and he doesn't get a reply. These guys are funny, I love them. Hats. The Yuktobanian pilots ask themselves about who we could be, and one of them confirms that there's no doubt about it. It's the Razgriz. Comms are still packed with requests for aid, and
Fox 1, report all battle damage immediately. Look at all that ground fire. I've never seen anything like this before. They're coming from all sides. We're gonna get shot down before we reach our target. Bombers! Bombers incoming! We've got no place for the tanks to hide! Damn it! They told me the enemy wasn't gonna deploy any planes!
Sounds like you guys were misinformed too. Just sit tight and pray for some air support.
We must eliminate the threat or this operation will fail!
Let the 4 wings of Sand Island handle this one.
You think the Razgriz are really those Sand Island pilots? Enemy planes targeting this area. Is it them?
I'm sure glad the demons of Razgriz are on our side.
Aha! Here come your angels now!
We hear Grimm's older brother telling his friends that his little brother is flying up there, and one of the other soldiers asks if he's in the Sand Island squadron. He says he is, and he's real proud of him before telling Grimm to take care of himself, even if he can't hear him. And again, I don't know the name of Grimm's older brother, but you know, Big Grimm is a cool dude. Big Grimm. We love Grimm's older brother in this household. Again, I may have been wrong about his brother talking in mission 9. Perhaps I combined him talking both times. So I think it's the 4th time I've mentioned this. I don't know if his brother talks in that mission. He is in that mission. Grimm says it, but I don't remember if he talks or not. Well, that's why there's a comment section. Feel free to correct me, please. Just be nice. Operation is running smoothly and the Ukes are panicking. Chopper asked us if we recognize the voices below. I said yes, and Nagase says it is the same army unit that were in the Operation Footprint. The one I just mentioned about Grimm's brother being there. And she says she is glad they've made it this far. During the briefing for Mission 9, they are called the 1st Ocean Army Battalion. Sorry, there's also units from the 2nd Ocean Army Battalion. There's 1st and 2nd Ocean Army Battalions. Here they're called the 1st Tank Battalion, which is basically the same. They're still the 1st Battalion. Just they're part of the Ocean Army, so it makes sense. They just call them a different thing.
We won't be able to cover them! This is fucking sick! Fire in the cabin!
Not bad. Aren't you glad I taught you everything you know?
Well, maybe half of everything.
Great. So what about the other half? Hey! My little brother's flying up there.
Is that right, Grimm? He's in the Sand Island Squadron?
Yep, I'm real proud of him. Take care of yourself, Hans.
Chopper tells us he hates to think like this, but that he feels we're being used again, which is feeling shared by many in War Dog, even if they don't say it. If you've been paying attention to the dialogue and missions, you may start thinking the same. A Uke soldier tells another that the pilots keep saying that the Razgriz are up there, and another one asks him if it's true. An Ocean soldier comments on the name the Demons of Razgriz, telling his fellow soldiers they could come up with a nickname like that too, but one says he'd hate to end up with a nickname they can't live up to. A Uke soldier informs HQ that the bombers and the demons have breached the interception line, showing how entrenched the name of the Demons of Razgriz is on both sides. Chopper asks Grimm if he can find his brother's position, but he tells him, "Sir, we can't pick favorites. Everyone down there needs our help." So Chopper says, "Fine then, everyone down there is your brother." Again, I love these guys.
This is the only route to enemy command HQ.
I hate to be thinking like this, but I can't help feeling like we're being used again.
The guys on the ground have us right in their sights.
The guys in the air keep saying that the Razgriz are up there. You're kidding. Really?
The fact Grimm addresses Chopper as Sir tells me that he's one rank below him, possibly. I'm not sure if Grimm is a captain yet. At least Chopper, Nagase, and us, you know, Blaze, are captains. Not sure if Grimm. It makes sense that he's not. He's probably a first lieutenant. He joined, remember, after our first 2 engagements. Possibly 3 if you count the intro. Nagase was in the intro. We're not sure if Chopper and Blaze were there. But Grimm joins us after that, so he was not even out of training yet. Possibly he's still one rank below Chopper. Also remember that during the defense of Sand Island in Mission 4, Grimm always treated us with respect usually given to a superior. Especially Chopper, seems he looks up to him, and during all these missions, they usually are closer of the 4 of us. Like, they're like brothers at this point. I mean, we're all a family, but they too, you know, they both do their own thing. But he doesn't go, "Hey, Chopper." He's like, "Hey, Captain Chopper," or First Lieutenant Chopper. He doesn't call him Davenport. He's not that bad, but still.
HQ, the bombers and the demons have breached the interception line. Repeat. You idiot. Is the heat melting your brain? The bombers are gonna fly over our heads. What happened to our SAMs? I haven't heard a peep from them. They were destroyed already! Those bastards!
Launched. Activating guidance.
Marks 2.
Don't let any enemy planes slip past this line.
Can you find your brother's position on the battlefield, Grimm?
Sir, we can't pick favorites. Everyone down there needs our help.
Fine. Then everyone down there's your brother.
Okay, on final for bomb attack. Everybody ready?
Drop everything you brought with you.
Taking 4. Bombs away.
Here's the last one. Make it pretty.
Well, did we hit it?
We won't get another chance at this. Stay cool and make it count. You guys are amazing. You got us through all that flak.
I see the airfield. Prepare to fire. Let's give them a taste of their own medicine. It's hopeless. There's nothing we can do. Get as many planes in the air as you can while they can still take off. If the enemy's on the runway, our planes won't be able to return to base.
I'll hit the anti-aircraft vehicles. Captain, you hit the tanks.
Want to switch? That's fine with me, too. You're the same as always, huh, Nagase? Nothing ever gets you down.
Yeah, thanks. Look at all this anti-aircraft fire.
Mechanical parts discovered in destroyed enemy facility. We'll have the ground forces retrieve them later.
If they can set foot on the enemy's home base, then it's as good as ours.
The bombers complete their bombing run on the enemy HQ. As we clean the ground enemy remnants, Chopper says that Kid, Blaze, us, could single-handedly turn the tide of this war, and that is almost scary. After some moments, Nagase asks if Chopper is alright. Maybe he was flying strangely or something. He says he's more delicate than he thought, and that he was fading out for a while, but he's good. I don't know if his plane moves different, or it's just, you know, one of those comments they were gonna put in the mission regardless. I thought it worth mentioning.
This is Viking 1. Bombing run on Field HQ complete.
Alright, no point in sticking around. Let's go home. Roger. Mission complete. Returning to base. Escort fighters, thanks for all your support.
I'm telling you, Kid could single-handedly turn the tide of this war. It's almost scary.
Missile hit!
I feel like I'm in a sauna. I've probably lost a good gallon of sweat by now.
Chopper, are you alright?
I guess I'm more delicate than I thought. I was fading out for a while there, but I'm still good.
The Yugs send an AWACS and refueling plane to the area along with fighters to establish air superiority, and we must shoot them down. Chopper says it's not a tough plane, but it can be a real pain if it's not on your side. Grim agrees, and I think they're taking a shot at Thunderhead. I mean, he's on our side, but sometimes he's a real pain. Or maybe he's just referring to an AWACS being a real pain.
Eliminate the enemy air power and secure air superiority over the area. We need all your cooperation to refuel everyone safely. This airspace is dominated by enemy forces. Be careful.
Here it comes. That's the boss, right?
Attack the enemy AWACS and refueling aircraft first.
Okay, let's go.
Locked on.
It's not a very tough plane, but it can be a real pain if it's not on your side.
Yes, I know what you mean.
A Yug pilot asks for help against us, saying he can't go up against these demons, but another one tells him not to chicken out, since the battle is not yet decided.
We have to shoot that down if we want air superiority.
Help! I can't go up against these demons! Don't chicken out. This battle hasn't been decided yet.
Nagase mentions how the Yugs have a large aerial air force, and our intelligence was wrong again. It seems as if they're trying to set up traps for us, like during the other missions where all odds were against us, out of the blue, and enemies were coming out of nowhere where there weren't supposed to be any.
We're done for! There's no way we can win!
Man, Kid's skills are well beyond my reach already.
They need 11! They're right on my tail and closing! Help me! I'm not in a position to support you. You're on your own.
This is Chopper! I did it! Enemy shot down!
I can't dodge it!
The enemy has a large aerial force. Our intelligence was wrong again. The enemy escorts are confused. Now's our chance.
HQ, it's getting difficult to keep this airspace sanitized. There's only a few enemy planes. Why are the guys on the ground so upset?
Chopper, check 6.
Whoa! How'd that guy get there?
Climb! Climb! He's right behind you! Provide cover for our retreating ground forces. That is all. Enemy AWACS shot down. The enemy's air forces are falling apart. All right, mission complete. Return to base.
We destroy the AWACS and tanker aircraft and head back, landing on an airfield in the Jelachi Desert. The Ocean Army is advancing on all fronts, and their next target will be Kruik Fortress, and then the, quote, liberation of Sinigrad.
Quickly on all fronts, and enemy forces in the northern part of the Jelachi Desert are on the verge of being annihilated. The ground forces, fresh from securing the Jelachi area of operations, have set off for Kruik Fortress in their quest to liberate Sinigrad.
Our ground forces have scored a major victory. If we can destroy the fortress standing in our path, we'll open a road to the capital of Yuktobania. Then we'll storm the heart of the enemy.
He googled Wardong and this showed. I'm just gonna put it on screen.
We're holding a peace ceremony at a stadium in November City. Our vice president will be giving a speech to rally the citizens. Now, you've been asked to do a flyby above the ceremony. Don't screw this up! You should consider this an honor and do your part to boost citizen morale. This is the vice president we're dealing with here, so consider this a guard detail as well. And be prepared for anything out there.
Your mission this time takes place above November International Stadium, a gigantic 70,000-seat arena located in the center of the city of November on the southern coastline of Ocean. Vice President Appleruth is giving a speech there, and you will be conducting a flyby above the stadium as part of the production. You can return to base at 17:30 hours, the time the speech is scheduled to end. After the flyby, remain in formation and conduct a combat air patrol in and around the stadium until that time. This is a ceremonial flight, but you will be fully armed in case of an emergency. Don't forget to patrol the airspace surrounding the stadium, too.
Mission 17. Journey Home. Operation Super Circus. Welcome to the Tearjerker. I just watched the entire gameplay of that mission before this, and I made my friends watch it with me. Who the hell's cutting damn onions? I'm not cutting the onion. I'm not tearing up, but I did a few minutes ago. 1700 hours, 29th November, 2010, November City. The Ocean Vice President is holding a peace ceremony at the stadium in November City. Parole tells us Wardog has been asked to do a flyby during the ceremony and to consider it an honor. He's sort of hesitant about it at first. Either he's annoyed we got the honor or the strangeness of the mission. November City is located around 700 kilometers, 435 miles, east of Bassett Space Center and around 650 kilometers or 400 miles southeast of St. Hewlett, around here in the map. After the flyby, we will do a combat air patrol over the city until the speech ends. We're armed just in case of emergency.
Captain, which... So, we're going up in this formation? War Dog, launch.
I'm proud to be able to fly like this.
This is a ceremonial flight. Watch your manners, kid.
Everyone, form up and don't stray apart from each other. Okay, Blaze? Great. Let's begin.
As we reach the city, Grimm says he's proud to be able to fly like this, and Chopper tells us to watch our manners. We are at the back of the formation to follow the others along the path. We do a couple passes above the packed stadium, and we're done.
Nice, kid. We look great. expect any less from this group. We were really smooth up there.
People of Ocean, please lend an ear to this broadcast. As your Vice President, I stand here on behalf of the President of Ocean. Listen to your fellow countrymen, cheering before me. They are filled with anger against Yuktobania, and they swear that they will not drop their weapons until Yuktobania has surrendered. Now, I ask you to listen.
Ah, great. Here comes the thunderous applause.
Wait! That's all! Citizens, please stop this!
Vice President Appleroth begins his speech, claiming the citizens are filled with anger against Yuktobania and won't stop until they surrender. He then asks to listen to the cheers. Chopper is expecting thunderous applause, but that's not what we hear. We hear a soft chant that grows in strength until it's clear to us up above. People are not cheering, they are singing. The Vice President asks them to stop, but is drowned in the voices of the 70,000 people singing a song called The Journey Home, which I will tell you more about it later. Chopper begins to sing with them, and Grimm tells him this isn't exactly rock and roll, but Chopper doesn't care. They want to get along with the enemy too, and that this song has a soul.
Thoughts endless in flight. Day turns to night.
That isn't exactly rock and roll, you know.
Who cares? Hey, they want to get along with the enemy too, right? Man, this song's got soul.
This is Thunderhead. Approaching enemy formation confirmed. War Dog, engage them.
Stadium in sight. Secure the airspace until the Goverzon squadron arrives.
Tally ho, enemy fighters.
Are we the only allies here?
McNeely Air Force Base tried to scramble fighters, but the runway was blocked after someone crashed on takeoff. I'm calling for reinforcements now. It'll be 6 minutes before the nearest squadron...
As we're listening to the people in the stadium, Thunderhead informs us there are enemy fighters inbound. So he sends us to engage. When we ask if we are the only friendlies around, he tells us that the McNeely Air Force Base, the one we took off from when we went to the Space Center Mission 6, which is around here, the Bassett Space Center and McNeely's around here, was blocked after someone crashed on takeoff on the runway. This feels like sabotage to me. He says he's calling for reinforcements, but it will be 6 minutes before the nearest squadron arrives. Chopper is confused why the people in the stadium are still singing and not evacuating. He then realizes there's no air raid siren. We hear the stadium personnel hesitating about whether or not there's enemy planes, but eventually they realize the danger, begin the evacuation, and sound the alarm. We shoot down the enemy planes targeting the stadium. The Chopper asks why the Vice President had to assemble so many people here and calls him a moron. Thunderhead tells him, Captain Davenport, shut your mouth and take out those enemies. Chopper answers, aye aye sir, now you're talking. Grimm says that our air defense system is a wet paperback and asks how the enemy could penetrate so far inland. That's the second time now the Ukes are deep in Ostia with an invasion going on in their own territory, and we don't find out. First one was here, the second one is here. The front line is around here. Gilachir Desert, Bastok Peninsula, no, Bastok Peninsula is this. Well, this place. Like, how are they attacking here and here?
Once they're out, get them as far away as possible. All right, let's think about our priorities here.
Whew, I'm safe now!
No threat of ground attack. All we have to deal with are the fighters.
Evacuation has begun.
Well, yeah, but they can't get out that fast.
Why'd the Vice President have to assemble so many people here? Jeez, what a moron.
Captain Davenport, shut your mouth and take out those enemies.
Aye, aye, sir. Now you're talking.
The Yuk pilots mentioned there's only 4 planes, just like the briefing said, and another one says that could be enough, since we are the Razgriz after all. Nagase says she feels like we're being sent to die as some sort of sacrifice. The stadium personnel are worried about a possible bomb falling on the people in the stadium, even saying that if they're going to attack, just attack the vice president, since the rest of them just one piece. Chopper feels he's being singled out by the Yuks, and those Yuk pilots have doubts about their mission. Chopper asks us if reinforcements are close. I said no, and he says we'll have to hold out a bit longer, but is annoyed at how much we will need to wait. Grim says we can't make it because there's too many of them, and Thunderhead tells us that reinforcements are only 2 minutes away now.
We're being pushed back.
They sure picked a bad time to attack. The stands are packed. Any bombs dropped and this place will be a living hell.
The enemy's all over my back today. Are they singling me out or what?
We can't let them take control of the airspace.
One ain't shot down. Damn Razgriz. 3 more minutes. What's the point of this mission? 1-6, watch yourself. Don't let your captain hear that. You can thank those damn warmongers for all this. If you're gonna attack the vice president. The rest of us just one piece. I guess we just took a step back on the road to peace.
Damn, I forgot to keep track of how many planes I shot down. Jen, this is Chopper. Are the reinforcements close? Sounds like we'll have to hold out a little bit longer. Damn it, they could stand to be a little more punctual.
We can't make it. There's too many of them.
Hang in there. 2 minutes until Allied reinforcements arrive.
Okay, I'll get ready to pass the baton.
Attention all units approaching November City. I guess they had us going too.
What? Who is this?
That was a pretty good drill they got going. Anyway, drill is over. Return to base.
Wait! What are you talking about? ACCM! Restore communication link!
The Allied planes aren't coming. What's going on?
Reinforcements are on the way. Just hang in there. Damn it! None of the bases are responding to me! What don't you understand? There's an air battle above the stadium! Chopper, box 2!
Captain Davenport, how much longer do you think we can hold them off?
Till the very end, you idiot! We've got to protect these people!
The vice president has already left the stadium. There's still people in the general admission seats. Who's evacuating them?
Box 2! Box 2!
Get out of there, everyone! I'll buy you as much time as I can.
However, just then, we hear a message from the 8492nd Squadron. Attention, all units approaching November City. I guess they had us going too. Thunderhead asks who is that on the radio, but he doesn't answer, and he just says, that was a pretty good drill they got going. Anyway, drill's over. Return to base. Thunderhead asks confused what is he talking about, but to no response. He tries to restore communications while Graham asks what is going on and why Allied planes are not coming. Thunderhead reassures us reinforcements are on their way, but he's as confused as us and no base is responding to him. We hear him yell at someone asking what they don't understand, that there's an air battle above the stadium. Graham asks Chopper how much longer does he think we can hold them off for, and Chopper says, till the very end, you idiots. We've got to protect these people. There's still people in the stadium, so then he yells at them to get out of there and that he will buy them as much time as he can. All of Warlock stressed about the amount of enemies and the bad position they're in, wherein there won't be enough time for the evacuation. There's chaos down there as the personnel trying to get everyone out safely, with enemy planes flying over them. F-117 stealth fighters approach the stadium. Their objective? The stadium.
The main gate's swarming with an angry mob. I can see spectators running for their lives. Emergency exits, escape slides, we're using everything.
Chopper gets hit and Grims asks if he's alright. He says it's nothing big, and he's not wounded, so he can keep flying the plane a little longer. He says planes are expendable and asks us if he's right. I say yes, and he says that's the kind of line he expected from a captain. Nagase asks him if he can bail out, but Chopper says it's kinda difficult because there's many houses below and no safe place to throw the plane into.
Commencing attack on the stadium.
Are you alright? You've been hit.
Nah, it's nothing big. Not wounded. I ought to be able to keep this plane in the air a little longer. Besides, planes are expendable, right, kid? That's it, kid. That's the kind of line I expect from a captain.
Chopper, can you bail out?
Well, that's kind of difficult right now.
All airborne aircraft, do not return to base. November City is still under attack. This is not a drill. Repeat.
There's nothing but houses down below. I can't leave this plane yet. Kid, you see any place where I can drop this plane? Way to go, Captain. So where?
The stadium, Chopper. Can you hear me? Drop it into the center of the stadium and bail out. Do you understand?
Roger. Good idea. Gives me some hope that I just might make it. I'd better wait for the crowd to evacuate some more.
All the while, we hear Thunderhead yelling at all planes to not return to base because November City is still under attack. Chopper asks for a place to drop the plane, and Nagase tells him to do it at the center of the stadium. He agrees, saying it's a good idea, but he will wait for the crowd to evacuate some more. The Ukes see smoke coming off from Chopper's plane and try to take him down while he struggles. Grim begs Chopper to bail out, and we can hear both him and Nagase getting more worried with each passing second. He tells them to wait just a little bit more until the evacuation is over. He starts to lose thrust, and tells Grim to take the enemy he was going for, and Grim complies, telling him to just keep flying.
Captain Davenport, please bail out!
Just a little more. Just let me keep flying until the evacuation's over.
Break it up!
Damn it, I'm losing thrust. Grim, you take that enemy.
All right, just keep flying!
Thunderhead asks about the status of his plane, but Chopper says it's a little too late. His radar and circuits are gone. Nagase tells him to forget about it and just to please bail out. He gets ready to do it, but nothing happens. Thunderhead is as worried as us and asks him if he's alright. Chopper says he's dropping the plane on the stadium, and Nagase agrees and tells him to get out.
We've called back the Allied fighters.
A little too late, man. There goes the radar. My circuits are closed.
Look, forget about it, Chopper. Just bail out. Please, bail out!
Okay, guess now's the time.
This is Thunderhead. Captain Davenport, are you all right?
There's the stadium. I'm dropping the plane over there.
Roger. Now get out.
I can't. The electrical system's all messed up. The canopy won't blow. The ejection seat's probably not working either.
Sadly, Chopper says he can't, because the electrical system is messed up and the canopy won't blow. He thinks the ejection seat isn't working either. Thunderhead gets desperate, begging him not to give up, saying, "Don't give up, Chopper. Keep trying, Chopper," which is the first time he's ever called him Chopper in the entire game. He's always been War Dog 3 or rank plus Davenport, like First Lieutenant, Second Lieutenant, Captain Davenport. He's never been Chopper to him, but now he calls him Chopper for the first time. It does break my heart when I hear all of War Dog's voices getting more and more desperate, trying to make Chopper jump out of his plane. But you know, Thunderhead calling him Chopper and also getting desperate is just too much. You know, Thunderhead is like that guy. We don't maybe consider him a friend, but he's part of the group still because he helps us in our missions, even though he can be annoying at times. But yeah, no, this is worse. We get one last thing from Chopper. Chopper finally laughs softly and says, "I'm gonna miss that voice."
Don't give up! Chopper, keep trying! Chopper!
I'm gonna miss that voice.
We see Chopper's plane head towards the center of the stadium and explode on impact. Nagase cries out his name, possibly with Grim, Thunderhead, and maybe even us, Blaze, but her voice is the only one I can identify clearly.
Damn it. I hate to say this now, but there's a second enemy wave approaching. All units, engage.
These guys are no demons. We can take them. All right, engage the remaining enemy fighters. What's going on? They're maneuvering even better than before. So this is what those demons are really like.
This is the true power of the Razgriz? Don't lose your confidence. We can still beat them. It's like they're different pilots. Did the demons take them over? We were no match for them after all.
Now the mission background music has stopped. We fly in silence. Thunderhead says damn it, and after a few seconds, that he hates to say this, but now there's a second wave of enemies incoming and orders us to engage. A Uke pilot says we are no demons and that it can take us. Grim, Nagase, and even myself when I played this mission for the first time, groan in anger, trying to hold back tears. The confident Uke pilots are now scared because we are maneuvering better than before. They try to give battle but are no match for us three. One says it's like we're different pilots now and asks if the demons have taken us over. Another one adds that they were no match for us after all. Meanwhile, a slow, emotional, and very sad version of the main theme, called Into the Dusk, starts playing in the background as we shoot down plane after plane. We put all of our heart into fighting off the Ukes as much as our tears from blinding our vision. Eventually, as the song reaches this climax, the enemy planes retreat when Ocean planes finally reach the city.
War Dog, thanks for holding out for us. The reinforcements are here. Enemy planes retreating.
Just got word from the ground. Except for a few injuries and the confusion following the evacuation, there were no civilian casualties in the stadium. He was a model fighter pilot to the end. Join me in saluting Captain Davenport!
We are presented with an empty stadium, with black smoke coming from the center of the field. Thunderhead informs us that except for a few injuries in the evacuation, there were no civilian casualties in the stadium. He then says Chopper was a model fighter pilot until the end. Behind us, a formation of 4 Ocean F-16s pass over us and perform a missing man formation, which is an aerial salute when one of the planes breaks out from the formation in another direction, signifying the sacrifice and absence of one individual previously present. There are many types of missing man formation, but in this case they mimic our formation, you know, one at the front, a diamond basically, with the right guy, who would have been Chopper if it was us, breaking away, just passing over the stadium. As they pass ahead and do their salute, Thunderhead tells us to join him in saluting Captain Davenport. And so, I will. I'll miss you, Chopper. You can't tell, but I just watched the mission a few minutes ago and I was starting to tear up. And when I played this last week, I did. Again, this is the only game that made me cry, and it's amazing. If you do see me cry in this video, which I don't know, but maybe you've seen a difference, no, the onion hasn't been cut yet. I do mean it when I say this game makes me cry. And if you want, you know, confirmation, the onion's still intact. We are told Chopper received a posthumous 2-rank promotion, which makes him Lieutenant Colonel Alvin H. Davenport, the same rank as Ford, that guy he was mocking during Mission 4 and was shot down trying to land.
Were kept to a bare minimum. The Yuktobanian fighter's ingress route is currently under investigation. Captain Alvin H. Davenport, who lost his life in the battle, is no longer with the team. He has been granted a posthumous 2-rank promotion.
Look at that wreckage. I'm amazed they're still making them like this.
They?
This looks like a standard fighter jet, but it's actually different. They've done a lot of things to reduce the number of parts and cut down manufacturing costs, without sacrificing the plane's strength and performance. Very cost effective. You could make 3 planes for the price of 2 this way.
Who's this they you're referring to?
North Ossia Grunder Industries, formerly the South Belker Munitions Factory, run by the Belkan government.
But Ossia has taken over that land now. South Belkan technology is being used for Ossia. Why does Yuktobania have this?
Good question. Actually, speaking of Belka, Ossia recruited some Belkan flying aces after the war 15 years ago to strengthen our Air Force. You know about this?
No. Really?
An aggressor squadron comprised entirely of Belkan aces. Our old enemy. Well, that's the rumor anyway. Even an old fox like me isn't sure they exist. I bet the current administration isn't even aware of the story.
Meanwhile, in the cutscene, Pops, Jeanette, and Kirk are at the hangar in Sand Island, the one that had Bartlett's spare plane. Remember after the first mission we saw a cutscene? That same hangar. They're talking about the wreck of an aircraft inside. Pop tells Jeanette about the wreck and how impressive it is, and explains it was made by North Ossia Grunder Industries, formerly the South Balkan munitions factory run by the Balkan government. In case you think this logo looks familiar, is because we see it at the start of every briefing. Is the people who make the software for our briefing, and I guess also weapons and other types of military software and hardware. Jeanette says that territory, South Belka, is now controlled by Ossia and the technology is being used by them, so why would Yuktobania have it? Pop says it's a good question and tells Grim that there was a rumor Ossia recruited Balkan flying aces after the war 15 years ago as an aggressor squadron. An aggressor squadron, by the way, is a squadron trained to act as an opposing force during training and war games. They use tactics, procedures, techniques, and equipment, if possible, from the supposed enemy. They're meant to simulate what a realistic environment would be against the other enemy. If you had a war against a country and then you hired their own pilots, you would have a very good simulation of what a future war could be. The idea is to learn how the enemy fights and how to face them effectively. Pop says he's not sure they even exist and that the current administration isn't even aware of the story. Now, let's talk about the mission. It is one of the most memorable, not just of this game, but I think of all Ace Combat games. We've grown, if you've been paying attention and probably don't have a bad heart, I'm guessing, but we've grown to like our squadron mates. We've grown to like also Jeanette, Pops, and Kirk, even though they don't fly with us. Chopper is always the one talking a lot, making jokes, and goofing around, but he does have a heart of gold. We can see that he does care about us. He does care about the people. He's not here to fight. He would like it if things were at peace. He wants to avoid more bloodshed. And even though he doesn't like war, he's doing war, he's acting in war, not because he wants it to happen, but he wants to stop it. Maybe if they win fast, they can all just go home. And it's his job. So his job is to protect people. And when we see clear in this mission, he wanted to protect people, and well, it cost him his life. Chopper even has a dog, Kirk. And usually in the missions, we can tell the mood of everybody by what Chopper is saying or how he's saying it. He usually speaks for everyone. The first time I played this mission, I was truly in shock. I was hoping that he'd managed to jump out just before and everything was gonna be fine. Maybe it was a fake out. Like we would get a radio com saying, hey, I'm fine or something. Like we already lost Bartlett. He survived, but we don't know where he is. He was taken probably. And I was hoping that maybe Chopper was still alive? I understood then though, the comments I was seeing videos about Ace Combat. I would look up the soundtrack and stuff about them and see lots and lots of comments about how good Ace Combat was. People saying how much they remember playing it. People giving so much respect to the story and the characters in a way I couldn't understand because, well, I never played those games. I did as a kid, but 2 missions and I didn't understand half of it. After this mission is when it hit. The game finally, hit home. It hit the soul. It made me cry. And no game has ever done that before. So yeah, I understood what they meant. I think I did feel my vision getting blurry as I felt like crying the first time. I don't remember if I actually dropped a tear, but I did felt a bit overwhelmed in emotions. The second time was way worse. I was streaming on Twitch and everybody saw me cry. Yeah. Lovely. If you do want to see me cry, no, actually, that's not a good call to action. If you do want to see me on Twitch, maybe sometime, link in the description. I'll get to those things at the end of the video. But I ask you, is there such a thing as getting too emotional over a video game? This game, after all, has a story and is the main thing. I've been telling my friends who are here recording with me a lot about this game throughout the years, but now they watched Mission 17, they watched The Journey Home, and they were both feeling it. He's still feeling it. If this game affects you, if the story affects you, if it hits you, if it makes you sad, it has achieved its goal. The game is not about, oh, look, funny playing, shoot. That's how you interact with it. The game is about the story. The game is about the music. The game is about the characters. The game is about giving a message, conveying a feeling. So yeah, there's not such thing as getting too emotional over AC5. I think if you do get emotional about AC5, you've played it the right way. Chopper was like that person everybody likes, you know? Maybe you are that person. Well, at least most people like. They're a good friend, always energetic, always smiling, even when you're not. He tries to cheer you up, and if he can, he's like, hey, what's wrong, you know? He wants to listen. He's a good friend, and even though this game doesn't have many cutscenes or interactions besides, you know, the missions, you can still feel it. The voice acting does a lot of the hard carry with this, but also does the music. I have been known to get too immersed in video games at times. When I was little, I used to play games for so long, I would just draw the characters, draw the tanks, the vehicles, the buildings, art, and all of that in notebooks. Just, what game are you playing right now? This thing. So I was just obsessed with that game. I would run scenarios in my mind about the story or a particular moment in a single player match or in the campaign. Just make up my own stories about it. Sometimes I would even try to act out the characters. Like I was playing a game and I would be like talking to myself, but like as 5 different characters, like what they were doing. You know, moving your archers in Age of Empires, just like from here to here, and then you're role-playing as them, basically. I used to get very immersed in these types of games. When I played Rome Total War, the first one, I played the second one too, by the way. But the first one, I was younger, I was 10, and I would just like bark orders at my cohorts, try to inspire them with speeches and what they would be thinking and saying. I played Winning 11, the football game, with both controllers, one on each leg, and just imagine there was a real game going between the two teams and I was controlling everything. I was making a movie, basically. Once around the time I was 10, I was playing a lot of Battalion Wars 2. Amazing game, by the way. Shout out to Battalion Wars 2. And I got to a point that I already played that game a lot, but only after a while did I get to finally finish it. And I was playing that game so much. I would finish the campaign, play it all over again. I don't usually do that. I usually finish the campaign of a game and then I'll play it again, or play in a few years maybe. There's a few exceptions like Ace Combat, and in this case Battalion Wars. I just think once you finish the campaign of a story, you got it all. Unless you would really want to just replay it all because the only thing you have. I don't feel the necessity to replay it all again. But I get people who do it. I'm not judging, just saying I don't usually do it. But yeah, I was playing a lot of Battalion Wars back then, and I got to a point that after like playing for 8 or 10 hours in one day, I turned off the Wii and I just felt like out of this world. I really thought the characters in the game, Colonel Windsor, Commander Pierce, Empress Leiko, if I'm not mistaken, or was that the old Empress? One of the Empress of the Solar Empire, Admiral Akira, Herman, I don't remember what, General Herman, Tsar Nova, Kaiser Vlad, Brigadier Betty, Uber. That was another guy. I don't remember them all. But I remember thinking these characters were real people. And I was like just zoned out. When I came back to my senses, I was like, wait, where are my friends? Where are the people I've been talking to for the past weeks? It just felt so weird. I thought they were truly real. Basically, I like games with a story. One of my favorite games ever is Destiny, and I'm the kind of person to mainly play it for the story, and I really get immersed in it. And it's the main reason I like it. Yeah, gameplay is fun and all, but if it didn't have a story, I would probably not play it as much. I'm the kind of person in Destiny to read all the lore tabs and all the lore books and read on every single weapon, and even I had the app back in Destiny 1 so I could read it on my phone because that was the only way to read lore about the game back then. I read live on Twitch, I hypothesize what these things mean or connect the dots with another thing, you know. I always do that. Things in video games and stories do affect me a bit more, and I think I can like empathize more with people now. But yeah, usually a couple of games have gotten me emotional, but not cried. This one I did. Just my eyes watering, but it was enough. The game had hit me. The thing I just watched and experienced, it got to me. Some of you may say that we never get to really interact with the characters. Like, we never see ourselves, Blaze, actually interacting with someone. We just hear them, they talk to us, and we say yes or no. But to me, he was already family at that point. I'm just talking about the game, by the way. If I meet you for a couple of hours, like, it doesn't mean you're a family. But we've known these people in game maybe a few hours, but in universe, at least a few months. And yeah, just it hits. You can say a lot on how we didn't again get to really interact with them. We didn't get to meet them. We didn't get to do anything besides yes or no. You may say that there was no real connection, no real bond. I'm just gonna say I cried, and this is the only game to make me do it. So again, rest in peace, Chopper. You will be missed, my friend. And not just by me, but by anyone who's played Ace Combat 5, because I read the comments and I do know that most of the people who play this game miss him. One of my friends, actually, they watched me play that game live because I told them they should. They were crying their eyes out over Red Dead 2 at that time, and I made them watch me play this, and they cried as well to it. eyes. Even they were just watching me, so I know it hits. Now everything has dried out. My eyes are okay. The onion, I almost called it the lemon. No, the onion is still intact. I'll put it right there.
Before the Osean ground forces can proceed into the Yuktubanian capital of Sinigrad, they'll have to deal with Kruik Fortress directly in their path. The robust defense of this fortress has stalled the advance of our armies for the past 5 days. If this situation continues for much longer, it will give Yuktubania time to complete preparations for a counterattack. We need to take the fortress and enable our ground forces to reach the enemy capital as quickly as possible. To do this, we will launch an air attack on Kruik Fortress. Our last attack sortie fell prey to their anti-aircraft guns and air defense fighters. Deal a decisive blow to the fortress and its surrounding air power, and support the ground forces as they penetrate the complex. Open the door to Kruik. The day of Sinigrad's liberation is near.
Mission 18, Fortress. Operation Doodlebug. 12:54 hours, 6 December 2010. Kruik Fortress. Before Osean forces can get to the capital, Sinigrad, they must go through Kruik Fortress, but they have been stuck there for 5 days without success. Osea is trying to rush to Sinigrad before the Yuks can prepare a counterattack. Osea's last air sortie failed due to the fortress AA defenses and fighters, so it's up to Warlock to make sure the attack succeeds this time. The briefing guy, not Prologue by the way, just the voice we always hear during briefings, aside from whoever is giving it, usually Prologue, mentions that the day of Sinigrad's liberation is near. Calling it liberation is a bit too much. The day of Sinigrad's conquest? Fall? I don't know. I get it, propaganda, but still. We do air refueling on the way to the mission and arrive at the fortress around 12:54 hours. I mentioned that again just because the hour in the briefing was stated as 0600. So yeah, we were flying for almost 7 hours straight, dude. Jeez. We're from November City. We probably stopped back at Sand Island because our house, and we went to Kruik Fortress, which is around here. 7-hour flight, I guess. Maybe closer to Mach 1. Actually, flying above Mach 1. No, that would be too much. I was carrying fuel tanks. You know, external fuel tanks. I don't know. Don't worry about my comments.
500 yards to go. King Cobra to Able. Today we're gonna do it. This is Able. Don't be stupid. Can't you see that wall in front of us? We're getting air support from Sand Island today. Roger that. I'll tell everyone now.
Kruik Fortress consists of a huge circle, thick outer wall surrounded with bunkers and towers. There are bunkers positioned on the hills surrounding it to fire enemies right outside or even inside the fortress, and they count with a runway spanning the diameter of the wall for their own local air force, as well as their own large protected control tower. There are bunkers inside and concrete hangars to keep aircraft and land vehicles well guarded against bombardment. The guys in the ground get excited once they learn that it is the Sand Island Squadron that's helping today. Lieutenant Colonel Nelson commands the attack. He sounds like a normal guy, not a warmonger, which is rather nice. He states he wants to finish this quickly so everyone can go back to their families. Again, nice guy. We must protect him and his forces by destroying bunkers, tanks, and shooting down planes so they can burst into the fortress. Osean soldiers talk amongst themselves about the rumor that the Sand Island Squadron are the Razgriz. Others reassure them that they won't fail since the air support is from Sand Island. Another one says this is their third attempt at taking the fortress and there won't be a fourth.
Get out while we can still provide cover. You know the Sand Island Squadron above us? Supposedly they're the Razgriz we keep hearing about. Radio intercept team! Does the enemy have something hidden up their sleeve? Our air support's from Sand Island, so don't worry about a thing. I see it. The Coliseum is still in operation. This is the third attempt. Remember, there will be no fourth time. Enemy ground forces advancing. Another large-scale offensive. This is the third time. Watch out for enemy planes. We're dealing with the Razgriz here. This not ready for takeoff. Remaining aircraft will follow shortly.
I can't believe we have to capture a fortress this huge.
We'll eliminate the threat near the gate with the help of Sand Island.
I'll launch a close air support effort.
Captain, it's up to you to prioritize the targets for this attack. They're blocking the way, and they're hungry for blood.
If we break through here, the capital's just ahead.
Sorry, no visitors allowed. Run along home now.
Damage report. Hub, Adder, and Mamba teams heavily annihilated. Remaining force at 70%. Allied
As the ground forces make their way into the fortress, we start destroying the vehicles inside. Tanks, SAMs, trucks, AA guns, because I already mentioned SAMs. But sometimes they hide under the concrete hangars, making your mission a lot more difficult. Either you shoot them at a very, very low angle, or just wait them out, in which time they can shoot at you and/or your ground forces. Not only is this mission closer support, but you have enemies firing from below and also fighters above. You got all odds stacked against you. Comms as always are packed with reports, orders, and requests for aid, gunfire, explosions, and overall chaos.
Targeting the Razgriz and the enemy strike craft.
Damn it! Where's our air cover? Minefield up ahead! Where are the engineers?
Enemy fire intensifying.
We're being attacked from the air and on the ground. How are we supposed to advance like this? This is Tarantula. We're halfway through the fortress.
If things keep going like this, we just might pull it off this time.
Enemy tanks advancing out of fortress gate.
It's them! They're back again! Their attacks are so deadly it's frightening. I can see how they'd be like demons to the enemy. Defense network destroyed! Damn it! These guys are unstoppable! Pump battery, Huntsman, and Taipan teams all destroyed! We got just a handful of men left!
Allied forces are sustaining heavy damage. We've got to hurry!
Ground forces are inferior. They might just overrun us this time.
Looks like we'll be able to enjoy the new year with our families, thanks to Sand Island.
Hurry up and send the wounded back to the rear.
HQ, we're at the northern fortress wall. We're breaking through.
At this rate, we'll be able to make up for all that lost time.
This is Herbalance. We're at the fortress exit. Should we go outside? Please advise. Roger. We'll break down the gate. Thanks for your instructions from above. Good luck to you. Bust through here like you're gonna run all the way to Centigrad.
We're pushing them back all the way to Halrin.
Concentrate your attack on the areas of least resistance.
Damn it! Another one went down!
They've still got their guns aimed at us. They aren't dead yet.
Damn it, it's over. Our army's completely falling apart. Don't give me that. We'll see it to the ground.
The ground forces break through the other side of the fortress and out into more bunkers and enemy tanks. One soldier says he's heard of the 4 wings of Sand Island, but he only sees 3. He gets one of the best replies in the game. Don't you know? Only good little boys can see the 4th one.
Don't you know? Only good little boys can see the 4th one.
Come on, that's funny. It's funny since it makes it sound as if there was always 3, but the 4th was like a legend or an invention or something to make kids behave, you know? Oh, you want to see Santa? You need to behave. You know, that kind of vibe. Or in a slightly darker way, Chopper passed away, so he's an angel. So you can only see it if you can only see him if you're a good person. I hope it's the former, of course.
They've got some sharp moves.
We made it! Northern Fortress Wall taken down! We skewered them!
Finally get a vacation!
Excellent! Hey, send a message back to the enemy. This fortress has been successfully captured. We're going back to our country real soon.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
The so-called impregnable fortress fell in half a day, and the momentum of the Osean army had reached a peak. Its final stronghold lost, the Yuktobanian army was setting up a barricade in the urban area up ahead. The next battle could see a lot of bloodshed, with innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. However, the men and officers of the Osean army were optimistic. They thought, as long as the 3 fighters from Sand Island were taking part in the action, things would turn out all right. They have become the center of the army's strength now.
Nagase praises the Yuk pilots' sharp moves, but we shoot them down either way. Even with the high casualties, the fortress is falling, and the way to Cinegrad is now open. Nelson says they're going back to the country real soon. As we finish this mission, we can hear Jeanette, because we always hear Jeanette. He tells us that the Yuksas started to set up a barricade in the urban area north of Crook Fortress. You know, right north of Crook Fortress is Cinegrad, so they're already starting to barricade the city. Possible bloodshed and loss of civilian lives were to come in the next battle, but Ocean soldiers and officers were optimistic that as long as they had the 3 fighters from Sand Island, everything would turn out just fine, because they become the center of the army's strength. As he sees this, we see the Yuktobanian flag in the fortress getting lowered and being replaced with an Ocean flag, while Wardog flies back to Sand Island to the sounds of cheers from the soldiers below. And if you thought things were interesting when we rescued Nagase, or when we took down the Sin Faxi, or the Rim Faxi, or we invaded Yuktobania, or when we lost Chopper, well, now things get very interesting. Mission 18 plus. Mission 18 plus, 8492, ambush at Vladimir. 1609 hours, 6 December 2010. Vladimir Mountains, east of Crook Fortress, around this place. Crook Fortress here, the Vladimir Mountains run around here. Thunderhead greets us on our way back from Crook, telling us to fly to the tanker for refueling. An allied squadron is further east and will guide us to the tanker. He congratulates us and says we're 1 step away from the enemy's capital. We can win this as long as you're with us. I can feel it. Nagase regrets what happened today, saying, those enemy pilots we fought today, I can't imagine how wonderful it would be to fly with them in peacetime. Grim agrees, and just then we get someone on the radio. Wardog, this is the 8492nd Squadron. Can you see us? It'll be an honor for us to escort you heroes. Let's go home.
Those enemy pilots we fought today, I can't imagine how wonderful it would be to fly with them in peacetime.
Yeah.
Wardog, this is the 8492nd Squadron. Can you see us? It'll be an honor for us to escort you heroes. Let's go home.
Yeah, but I'm still wondering what Captain Chopper was doing when... Enemy ECM! Wait a second. That escort plane. Oh no!
The 8492nd Squadron doesn't exist!
Someone in the Army's trying to lead us into a trap. Just like back at the stadium.
Thunderhead! Thunderhead, respond!
Multiple unmarked fighters inbound. Hey, is that their voice on the radio?
You must destroy them. We can't let them end this war.
Roger. We'll surround them and attack from all directions.
The 8492nd Squadron aren't Yuktobanian spies?
8492, 8492, 8492! I know I've heard that somewhere before. That's right. When we were helping the President's emergency landing, it was the 8492nd who took our place.
Yeah, you're right.
They got the President, too. So that's what escalated the war?
Yeah.
We've got to tell people about this. But how? We're completely surrounded.
So we'll break through.
Without notice, we receive a missile alert and perform evasive maneuvers. Grim realizes something is wrong. Nagase reminds us that the 8492nd Squadron doesn't exist. Grim says someone in the army is trying to lead us into a trap, just like back at the stadium. Nagase tries to make contact with Thunderhead, but the ECM deployed by the enemy is stopping us. ECM stands for Electronic Countermeasures. We shoot down one of their AWACS trying to regain contact with Thunderhead, but to no avail. We hear a voice on the radio from the attacking planes labeled Belkan Squadron on top. Quick reminder, in the war 15 years ago, the Balkan War, Ossia and other nearby countries allied against Belka's aggression. Yuktobania joined the side of the Allies, and ever since, these two became friends. Now, both Ossia and Yuktobania are at war with each other, while a non-existent, well, at least supposedly non-existent Ossian squadron is actually a Balkan squadron attacking us. One of the Balkan is heard saying, "You must destroy them. We can't let them end this war." So that's the plan. Killing off Wardog to let the war rage on. Grim tries to remember where he has heard 8492nd before for some seconds, until he realizes it is the same squadron that took their place at Ackerson Hill while helping the President in Mission 8. He deduces they got the President too, and asks if that's what escalated the war. We suspect it is the reason. Wardog tries to break through the blockade to tell the people about this discovery. You must avoid enemy fire and head east as fast as possible. Thunderhead is still not responding thanks to enemy jamming, which also affects our radar. Grim asks us, "Captain, we've got to make it back. even if we turn our backs to the enemy, right? I said yes, and he replies, yes, we still have things we have to do, and people we have to protect.
Even if we have to turn our backs to the enemy, right? Yes, we still have things we have to do, and people we have to protect.
Blaze, don't push it!
I'll only concentrate on the enemies directly in our path.
The Belkans are dead set on killing us, giving orders to aim for the cockpit, so we don't get out alive. We managed to run away from the Belkans, well, the 8492nd, even shooting some of them down, but mainly avoiding them because they shoot missiles non-stop, and we must get out before they can reach us.
The only thing we can do now is escape as quickly as possible. Let's hurry back home.
Would it surprise you if I said that President Harling is nowhere to be found within the capital?
Not really. The hardline war Osea is waging right now hardly resembles the peace policy the President was promoting. Let me guess. He disappeared just before we invaded Yuktobania, right?
Exactly. My journalist friends told me that nobody's seen him enter or leave the office since. All of his decisions are communicated through the Vice President. And it gets better. A lot of the military officers that resigned over disagreement with the President's arms reduction plan have started to return to the capital.
I found out something myself. That Belkan aggressor force I was telling you about. Apparently they're called the 8492nd Squadron. Also, and here's the kicker, Captain Hamilton, the adjutant base commander here, used to be assigned to the 8492nd.
What?
Oh, they're back.
There's no point in talking to that blockhead commander. He treated our president like an idiot just because he wanted peace.
What about his adjutant, Captain Hamilton?
Roger that. The captain and I will go see him. Grim, you go let Jeanette and Pops know.
Right. Be careful.
What? Nagase and the captain went to see Hamilton?
What is it? Did I do something wrong?
Let's hurry.
You got it.
We don't have time to warn the captain and Nagase. We'll have to talk to the base commander ourselves.
Thank you for coming, Second Lieutenant. I was just thinking about calling you over.
Me?
Special Forces Second Lieutenant Peter N. Beagle. Or I guess you prefer Pops. 15 years ago, you and Bartlett were shot down over enemy terrain. Bartlett's Squadron HQ was destroyed, and all of its data was fried by Belka's magnetic pulse weaponry. When you made it back to the Allied front lines, it was Bartlett's word that convinced them that you were his squadron leader. Is that really true? Bartlett turned out to be a spy. So, who are you really? Can't prove anything about your military record. Can you? Arrest them on sight! They're spies! Shoot them if you have to!
Hamilton's got the base commander deceived, too.
I punched that guy's lights out. That bastard was wearing a major's insignia on his shoulder.
I don't know who it is, but someone's trying to widen the rift between the two countries and keep this war going. If Osea continues to win, then the war will be over.
And they're after us to prevent that? You're kidding!
You people are the pillar of morale for the entire Osean army now.
And now you know something you were better off not knowing. The President's disappearance.
Listen, Pops, who exactly are you?
It's no good. They seized our planes in the hangars.
Hangar C in the rear probably isn't so heavily guarded.
Yeah, but over there's nothing but...
We'll escape with my training jets. Good thing I maintain all my planes well, eh? Let's try it. Jeanette, you take the seat behind me.
They're getting away! Fire! Take them down!
Now keep climbing to a higher altitude.
So where do we go now?
We no longer have a home to return to.
Attention all Air Force planes. Enemy spy elements have made off with 4 training jets and are heading north. Find them and shoot them down. Repeat, all Air Force planes.
That's Hamilton's voice. Oh, bastard!
Guess I'll try my hand at combat maneuvering then. Excuse me while I take the lead. Follow me, people.
0113 hours, December 7, 2010, Sand Island. Jeanette and Pops are in Chopper's room, which he shared with Jeanette, while Kirk lays next to his water plate and Pops. Jeanette hangs the phone after talking to some journalist friends and tells Pops that no one has seen President Harling. He's not surprised since the hardline war Osea is waging right now doesn't make sense with Harling's peaceful policies. He guesses no one has seen the president since just before Osea invaded Yuktobania. All decisions now are being communicated by Vice President Appleruth, the guy from the stadium in November City, remember? The guy with the speech of, oh, the citizens won't stop until we beat the Yuktobanians and stuff like that, and then everybody was like, no, shut the f. Also, lots of military officers that resigned due to disagreement with Harling's arms reduction plan are now returning to the capital. Pops has also found out something about the Belkan aggressor squadron he mentioned some days ago. Remember that little cutscene in the hangar? Right after Chopper's death. Apparently, this Belkan aggressor squadron are called the 8492nd Squadron. But wait, there's more. Captain Hamilton, the adjutant base commander we saw helping Grim out in a couple of other cutscenes, if I'm not mistaken, at least in one, who seemed to be a nice guy helping Jeanette get into the press corps and giving him his camera back, used to be assigned to the 8492nd. Just then, Wardo comes back from the mission to Sand Island. How they make it back here? Perhaps they flew at very low fuel? I don't know, because they were supposed to refuel the Vladimir Mountains and they got back to Sand Island. We did have to refuel in order to get to Quick Fortress. We can guess like halfway. So I don't know if we got to refuel. I don't know how we made it to Sand Island. Because if they had made contact with Thunderhead to send them, air refueling, or if they landed somewhere, they would have said already what they just found out about the 8492nd. And they clearly haven't yet. So they still had some fuel left to make it back to Sand Island, I guess. 0132 hours. Warlock agrees there's no point trying to talk with Perrault, since he treated the president like an idiot for wanting peace. So then, Blaze and Nagase will go directly to Hamilton, while Grimm tells Jeanette and Pops. Makes sense since Hamilton, Blaze, and Nagase are all captains, so equal rank. What doesn't make sense, however, is how the conversation of Jeanette and Pops was at 1:13 a.m. and just then, Warlock land. But then this conversation is at 1:32 a.m. as we see the planes going back to the hangar. So unless they spend 20 minutes between landing and getting out of the planes, Jeanette and Pops are shocked when Grimm tells them Blaze and Nagase went to see Hamilton. He's afraid he did something wrong. All three of them go to talk to Perrault since there's no time to talk to Blaze and Nagase. Perrault is already waiting for them. He mentions how Pops and Bartlett were shot down during the Balkan War 15 years ago. Bartlett's HQ was destroyed and his data fried by Balkan magnetic pulse weapons. He says Bartlett convinced the Ocean Army that Pops was his squadron leader, but he doubts that and points a gun at them. Perrault claims Bartlett was a spy and asks who Pops really is, since he can't prove anything in his military record. He gets ready to call for security while Jeanette, Pops, and Grimm get ready to start running. When the lights flicker, they run away as Perrault barely misses Jeanette. He keeps shooting until his gun jams. He gives orders to arrest them on sight and even shoot if needed, because he claims we are all spies. We are hiding between buildings while searchlights move around us and the alarm plays non-stop. Jeanette says that Hamilton deceived Perrault, and Nagase says she punched the lights out of Hamilton. Jeanette explains someone is trying to widen the rift between Osia and Yuktobania and keep the war going. Nagase asks if that's why they're after them, and Jeanette explains they're the pillar of morale for the entire Ocean army. Pops is sitting by petting Kirk, saying we were better off not knowing about the president's disappearance. Jeanette asks him who he really is, but we hear someone running to us. Nagase gets her pistol ready, but Kirk is wagging his tail at the sound as Grimm shows up winded from running. He says they've seized our planes in the hangars. Pops tells us that Hangar C is probably not heavily guarded. Grimm doesn't think it's a good idea because there's nothing good there, but Pops says we will escape in the training jets. He tells Jeanette to get in the seat behind him because they're two-seaters. Good. There's 4 two-seater planes. We are assuming Jeanette holds Kirk on this because we will hear Kirk. So, and the only place, unless he was in, it wouldn't make sense to put Kirk on his own seat alone. So yeah, Pops is at the front, Jeanette is at the back, and Jeanette is holding Kirk. Okay, got it? Good. 03:24 hours. Nagase, Blaze, and Grimm take off in their own jets, while Pops takes off with Jeanette and Kirk on the back seat. As we wonder where to go now, we hear Hamilton sending a message to all Air Force planes saying we are spies heading north and to shoot us down. Pops takes the lead of that formation as we fly into the Sarus Ocean. Mission 19. Final option. 0704 hours, 7 December 2010, Sarus Ocean. Now I'm sorry, but I got to stop it right here. We get a set of coordinates I just couldn't ignore because, of course, another set of coordinates that's wrong. I checked with the map I decided to use to measure coordinates, and yes, they are super wrong. The only way these coordinates are not wrong is if they messed up the latitude with the longitude. It is stated we're 144 degrees north and 35 degrees east. It doesn't make sense because north only goes up to 90 degrees. So if we flip it to 154 east and 35 north, well, not in that order, it's 35 north, 154 east, would put this mission around here, just north of Side Island, more or less. I have another map where I'm more likely pointed out, but if not, just pay attention to my finger. We can say this time they just made a tiny mistake. They flipped them around. Not like last time in which I had to discover where was the middle of the world here, and they put a 0 before the degrees. This time they had it right, just north and east are mixed up. By the way, there's another mission in the future in which they will be mixed up again. Let's continue.
This is the 8492nd Squadron. We have a visual on the enemy. Engaging.
It's them! This is Thunderhead. Roger, 8492nd. Are those guys really traitors?
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
You can believe what you want, but it's the truth. 8492nd Squadron, you have permission to shoot down those planes.
8492nd, Roger.
I'll get you guys out of here. You all stay with me now. Good answer.
The 8492nd Squadron arrives on their F-15S MTD, an experimental variant which in the Strange World was so good they pressed it into service. This happens a lot in Strange World, don't worry, prototypes are everywhere.
That flying style. That isn't the Colonel, is it? Colonel? You mean the Colonel? The legendary pilot they used to call Huckabine the Raven during the last war? Yeah, the most infamous traitor our country's ever produced.
Is that you, Ashley? I kept hearing this name 8492. I was wondering what the heck it was. Since you started calling yourselves the Gravok Fighter Squadron in the last war, I got sick of flying in the same sky with you. Sounds like you've strayed even further from your ideal since then.
What's that island down there? Damn it, my radar's out.
That's a volcanic island. There's a strong magnetic field all around it. Our radar's out too, so you guys better follow me closely.
They tell Thunderhead they found us, and he asks if we're really traitors. He says he can't believe it, but Hamilton interrupts, saying, "You can believe what you want, but it's the truth. 84 and 82nd Squadron, you have permission to shoot down those planes." We're flying above some islands, and Pops leads us down into them to avoid getting shot. The Balkan pilots recognize his flying style as the Colonel, Huckabine or Huckabine, I don't remember how to pronounce it, Huckabine the Raven, who was a legendary pilot 50 years ago during the war. The leader of the 84 92nd calls him the most infamous traitor their country ever produced. Pops recognizes the voice and calls him by his name and says, "Since you started calling yourself the Gravok Fighter Squadron in the last war, I got sick of flying in the same sky with you." The Balkans lose their radar, and Pops explains it's due to the island being volcanic and having a strong magnetic field around it. I looked this up, and it seems that while a magnetic field can have an effect on radar, it shouldn't be this bad, so just strange real radar. You know, gameplay and storytelling goes first, so I don't mind too much. We follow Pops almost at ground level, passing through a scrapyard of old military planes, going in between mountains and next to the ocean, trying to avoid the 84 92nd. Nagase is having a hard time following Pops, and Grim is even worse, but they manage it. Nagase asks about Jeanette, and Pops says he hasn't passed out yet, and he's pretty tough. Not to be a buzzkill here, but in the intro, he was behind Bartlett in the same plane, and he did pass out. So, I'm not sure if he's tough. Like, he could be tough in other ways, but maybe not flying tough, or maybe he's learned since then. Pop says, "Relax, you can do this," and Nagase replies, "Yes sir." We go through a cave and out the other side. This whole time Pops is encouraging us like a teacher. At one point Kirk barks 3 times, but if you answer no, he whimpers, so answer yes or you'll get shot down by me. When you say yes, he barks happily back.
Hey, you still keeping up with me? Good, that's it. Those folks sure don't seem to like us very much. Good, good, keep it up. You're doing great.
Is the 84 92nd following us? I'm too busy to check my 6 right now.
Grim, you doing okay?
Yes, but not nearly as okay as you sound.
Where did you learn how to fly like this, Pops?
In many air battles long ago, my young aviator. You need to concentrate. Stay cool. Relax. You can do this.
Yes, sir.
We're diving into that cave now. Are you all ready for this? Sorry, of course you are. I guess that question was a little silly.
His flying is incredible! Pops was pulling some amazing maneuvers.
I can barely keep up with him. Popsy's the only guy we can rely on right now. I can't believe we're both flying the same type of plane. There's no way I can fly like that. Now we're going into that cave? Whoa! It's pitch black!
Don't lose your sense of range in the darkness.
This is unreal! It's insane!
It's just barely wide enough for us to pass through.
How can you fly like that? That's not human!
Easy. You're giving me way too much credit.
Stay low, or you'll graze the ceiling.
Keep a wide field of vision. Right, that's it. I knew you could do it. You've all become excellent pilots.
I can see the exit. There's the open sky on the other side.
The exit! The light's blinding me!
This is Edge. Are we still being pursued? Roger. Looks like we can relax a little.
Pops guide us. Pops guides us through a long tunnel big enough for our planes. Because it's ace combat, so we must fly through tunnels. It's the law. Seems it has been used as storage while the island was in use and is quite dark. Our squad mates struggle, but we all make it out and lose the chasing 8492nd. Pops congratulates us on our flying skills and we head up, but we hear Thunderhead asking where the 8492nd are since the traitors are on their radar again.
This is Swordsman. I just found them. So now I just shoot him down? Exactly. He's not really our enemy.
It's a signal light. Trust me. Bail out. He wants us to bail out?
What say we trust him then? Jeanette, you first. Swordsman to Thunderhead. Splash 1. Tracked on radar. Kill confirmed. Just one left. This is Pix. I do not see any floating debris in the water. Image faded from radar. All planes destroyed. You'd better give me a medal for this later.
In front of us, we find Captain Snow in his F-14. If you remember, he was the one pilot from the Kestrel during St. Hewlett in Mission 3 and the one survivor from the Eaglin Straits in Mission 5. He gets told to shoot us down by Hamilton, but Pop says he's not our enemy. He gets behind our formation and uses signal light and tells us in Morse code, "Trust me, bail out." We all bail out one by one and he shoots each plane as the people leave it, us last. He tells Thunderhead we're all down and he confirms it on radar. Snow goes as far as to ask to get a medal for it. We hear Pix say that they don't see any floating debris on the water. I don't know who they are, but the game shows Pix up top. I really don't know who they are. I maybe should have looked it up before doing the script.
This is Sea Goblin. We have found the floating remains of the destroyed aircraft in the water. I don't see any of the crew. It looks like they couldn't eject and sank with their planes. Roger, Sea Goblin. Return to base. Alright, let's go. We've got a new home waiting for you.
At 0825 hours, near Solo Island, I'm guessing the island or one of the islands we flew by, Sea Goblin, the marine team we worked with in missions 14 and 15, first in the rescue of the prisoners and then in the rescue of Nagase, show up in their helicopters and inform that they found the floating remains of the aircraft, but they don't see the crew and guess we didn't eject and sank. Thunderhead acknowledges the message and sends them back to base, but Sea Goblin were lying all along. They drop ropes to us and bring all of us 6 with them. The briefing guy says all Sand Island pilots were confirmed dead.
Captain Anderson, the man who commanded the aircraft carrier Kestrel and kept her afloat through countless battles.
Nah, I'm just a guy who's fought one losing battle after another.
However, Since this war began, this ship hadn't taken a single hit from enemy forces.
This ship may be unharmed, but it pains me to see fewer and fewer pilots coming back every time we launch them out on combat sorties. Now the only pilot left is Captain Snow, the squad leader. Nobody wants an aircraft carrier without aircraft. So we're just sitting idle here.
At the end of the last war, I was assigned the mission of dropping a nuclear weapon on a city in my own country. When I refused and went AWOL, it was Captain Bartlett who took me in. His nickname was also Kid back then. He was a strange man. 15 years since the war and he never got promoted once. In my country there was a group called the Gray Men. Unlikely to still be around today. To them, I'm a traitor. And for the past 15 years, Bartlett's protected me from them. Speaking of which, you don't think the Gray Men are involved with the disappearance of President Harling, do you?
I've got an intelligence-gathering vessel in my fleet, the Andromeda, that's capable of intercepting all forms of communications. Recently, it picked up a secret message transmitted in Belkin. That, Colonel, is why I called all of you here.
All this intense flying's tough on an old body. From here on out, it's their time to shine. But what'll we do about planes?
We've captured a ship trying to smuggle aircraft from a South Belkan company into Yuktobania. Plenty of planes to choose from.
Then at 16:03 hours, December 8, 2010, next to Kirwan Island, a bit further north, like right up here, in the Kestrel, we meet Captain Anderson, the captain of the Kestrel who we met during St. Hewlett and again in the Eglin Straits. Jeanette says he's the guy who kept the Kestrel afloat during countless battles, but Anderson says, nah, I'm just the guy who's fought one losing battle after another. Jeanette points out that the Kestrel hadn't taken a single hit during the war. We see sailors just spending time on the deck. One even plays the harmonica. Anderson is talking to Pops, that even though the ship's unharmed, it pains him to see fewer and fewer pilots coming back every time they launch them to combat. He says that the squad leader, Captain Snow, is the only pilot left. Since no one wants a carrier without aircraft, they've been just sitting there away from combat. Pops tells him that at the end of the last war, he was assigned a mission to drop a nuclear weapon on his own city. When he refused and went AWOL, absent without official leave, that is, Bartlett took him in. His nickname was also Kid like us, and calls him a strange man. Seems mainly for not being promoted for 15 years, but maybe some other things as well. Then, he tells Anderson about a group in Belka called the Gray Men, that to them, he's still a traitor, and for the past 15 years, Bartlett has been protecting him from them. He asks Anderson if he believes they're involved in the disappearance of President Harling. Anderson tells him about the Andromeda, an intelligence-gathering vessel capable of intercepting all forms of communication. Recently, it had picked up a secret message in Belkin, and that's the reason he called Pops, and he refers to him as Colonel, his nickname from the war. Pops says he's too old to fly, and that now is our time, referring to Blaze, Nagase, and Grimm, who are on the deck of the carrier playing with Kirk running around. Anderson agrees, and Pops asks him about what to do for planes. He tells him about a ship they captured trying to smuggle planes from a South Balkan company into Yuktobania, so we got plenty of planes to choose from. Here comes a spoiler for Ace Combat Zero, although I did tell you there's gonna be spoilers for both games. Pops and Ashley Burnett, the leader of Grabak, the leader of the 8492nd, appear in the mission Mayhem in Ace Combat Zero if you're playing as the mercenary Ace style and if you do it on Ace difficulty. You must not engage Pops, labeled as Hookebine, something like that, and shoot down Nactigal. Then Burnett appears trying to shoot him down. Also, both Gray Men with an A and Gray Men with an E are correct. It just depends on the pronunciation and which version you're using. I was playing on the US version, so I got the one spelled with an A. You can call them whatever you want, as long as it means the color gray. It is during this mission, Mayhem, in Ace Combat Zero, where Pops is shot down, either by Burnett or Cypher, the player character. It is also in this mission where Bartlett is shot down, apparently also by Burnett, and they both walk back to allied lines, not enemy lines. In this mission, Cypher, the player, earns the nickname the Demon Lord of the Round Table. And yes, if you feel that two demons in the two linked games that share song lyrics is kind of sus or a coincidence, you'd be right, but that is for later. This marks the end of Part 2. In Part 2, Wardog spearheaded Osia's invasion of Yuktobania. Even their pilots were against the war, yet they had to comply. They were falsely blamed for an attack on civilians, defended the ocean mainland against proper terrorist attack, they were sent back to push the offensive north, and then, without Arcbet assistance, they sneaked into the Razgriz Straits and sunk the Rimfaxi, the sister ship of the Sinfaxi, in case you were not paying attention, taking the advantage away from the Yuks, allowing Osia to push even further. The legend grew from the Sand Island Squadron to the demons of Razgriz. Some people even thought they were real demons, or at least being possessed by them. We also realized some things seemed rather off, especially with the 8492nd Squadron. High Command always doubted us, even more since Captain Bartlett was nowhere to be found. During the flyby in November City, we were set up for a trap, and thanks to Chopper's heroic sacrifice, avoided civilian casualties while fighting off the Yuks. During that mission, we also learned that the general population is against the war, even they were attacked first, and now we're winning. The Vice President and other higher-ups in the military are the true warmongers. We heard the people sing The Journey Home, a Yuktobanian song, promoting peace between their nations. After helping the army conquer Crook Fortress and paving the way for the attack on Cinegrad, the 8492nd Squadron ambushed us but failed to kill us. Captain Hamilton, the somewhat nice guy in Sand Island, lied to Prologue and labeled us as spies. We were hunted down, but thanks to Pops, we escaped and faked our deaths with the help of Captain Snow and Captain Anderson of the Kestrel, as well as Sea Goblin, the Marines we've worked with before. Now, traitors to our own country, but with a new home on the Kestrel, we get ready to face the true enemy, the ones who've been pulling the strings from the beginning to make this war happen, the Grey Men, a secret Belkan organization, possibly the ones who ordered the nuking of their own territory and now haters of both Osia and Yuktobania. Amongst his ranks are the pilots of the 8492nd, in reality Grabak's squadron, and Hamilton, since he was assigned to them. We have reached part 3, and as such, I must read the last stanza of the poem. As the demon sleeps, man turns on man. His own blood and madness soon cover the earth. From the depths of despair awakened the Razgriz, its raving wings ablaze in majestic light.
All right. If there aren't any objections, then I'll take command of this air operation.
We're launching a rescue operation for the President of Osia within the Principality of Belka. The communications intelligence ship Andromeda received information that President Harling is being held in Belka. The location is an old castle positioned on the southern edge of the border zone between Belka and North Osia. Sea Goblin, our helicopter squadron, will handle the direct rescue effort. After securing the area, a helicopter will descend on the castle and drop our infiltrating rescue squad. It will station keep in the air while the rescue is taking place on the ground and in the castle. Your mission is to provide air support for the Sea Goblin's rescue operation and destroy any opposing enemy forces. Choose an aircraft for the mission from the Kestrel's carrier jets and prepare to launch.
Mission 20, Ancient Walls. Operation Keynote. 1611 hours, 9 December 2010. Steer Castle. Pop takes charge of the briefing and the operation while a banger song plays in the background instead of the usual briefing song. This one's called Briefing 2 and is the song that's gonna carry us through every briefing until the end of the game now. It's way more heroic, and you will notice why. The briefing narrator, by the way, is still the same, but that's just the gameplay. We never know who he is or anything, so yeah, don't worry about it. Thanks to the Andromeda intercepted transmissions, we now know President Harling is in Steer Castle in Belka, where he has been kept prisoner since the incident at Acres on Hill in Mission 8 on 22 of October. We're in 9 December, been a month and a half. We, Blaze, Nagase, Grim, and now Snow as well, escort Sea Goblin, the same guys who saved us, to the castle so they can handle the rescue. We take off from the Kestrel and head east to Belka. We are around here, and we are heading about here, around the middle point of the border between Osia and Belka.
Raising pressure, 70, 80, 90, point 15, 48, 32. Confirm, roger. We're good to go, sir. Ready to launch anytime. Fighters launch! Flight deck to all flight crews! Hurry up, we've got more coming! Razgriz, you are cleared for takeoff. Blaze, altitude restrictions canceled. Return to your mission. Good luck.
Captain Snow, I'll be at you 6 o'clock. It's good to be flying with you, sir.
It's been a long time since I've flown in formation.
Back in the first battle after the war began, Chopper, that is, Captain Davenport, told me you yelled at him for getting in your way. I was still sitting reserve back then.
Do you read me? You guys should have sight of the castle by now. Sea Goblin's gonna descend for an insertion. So can you take out the air defense batteries for them? Take your time and be thorough. You don't want to leave any standing.
This is Sea Goblin. Is Captain Nagase there?
Yeah. Your team rescued me from that mountain in the snowstorm.
That helicopter ride was pretty comfy, huh? Hey, you ever want to transfer here, let me know. Hey, what happened to that motor mouth? He's real quiet today.
He's not here.
Grim gets to talk personal with Snow about Chopper telling him that Snow yelled at him. Snow, for his part, says it's been a while since he's been flown in formation. The guys from Sea Goblin ask if Nagase is here, and she remembers they rescued her from the mountain back in Mission 15. One of them tries to flirt with her, while another asks what happened to that motor mouth, because he's quiet today. Nagase sadly tells them he's not here. If you don't remember, Mission 1, Bartlett even calls Chopper Motormouth Chopper, jokingly, of course. And yeah, it's sad they think he's still with us, because of course they don't know. Nagase's answer clearly conveys the feeling. Clearly Nagase is trying to hold on and not break, but you can tell in her voice it still hurts. It does take her a while to say it though. Nagase comments that this place is what the end of the world must look like. Here, let me create what we're gonna call the Roast of Belka counter. Either there or there, depending where I'm standing. I have hair in my mouth. Roast of Belka number 1. If I forget anything, I will add it during editing, don't worry. She says even the air feels heavy from the memories of Belka, and Snow adds that is a dismal castle on a lifeless land. We add 2 more points to that. One from Sea Goblin calls the place dreary, while another one jokes about wanting to be deployed to a tropical island. Again, I have a feeling it's the same guy that complained about that in Mission 14. Grim mentions the scars left by the 7 towns destroyed by the nukes during the previous war, since Steer Castle sits very few kilometers away from one of the craters, and says nothing moves down there, as if the earth itself were dead. That's like 7 total Roast of Belka points? Maybe it's 4, I don't know, that's many.
Those are the scars left behind when 7 Belkan towns evaporated. Nothing's moving down there. It's like the earth itself is dead.
The wind's pretty strong. Don't let our rotors hit the castle.
All right, guys, move out.
Hey, we got a line back here. Hurry up and jump. Hurry up and get going before I start shooting somebody.
An enemy ground force unit is mobilizing reinforcements.
Roger. Intercept the reinforcements and keep them from getting to the fight. I'm counting on you.
Enemy tanks also emerging from the castle. Should we split up? Roger. Proceeding with the mission at hand.
This is Kublai. Proceed with infiltration of the castle.
I'll support the invasion effort at the castle.
The stone structures inside this castle are quite impressive. It feels like there's more than just our enemies lurking in this place.
The enemy will probably detect us soon enough.
They'll be wiped out before they reach the castle. Where's the support?
It's pitch black. Someone turn on the light.
We're getting an unfriendly welcome from outside the castle, too. Razgriz, can you show them some of the same? Thanks. Teach them that it's only polite to respond in kind.
Sea Goblin breaks into the castle and the Belkans mobilize ground units, mainly tanks and anti-air vehicles. We must destroy the AA to defend Sea Goblin's helicopter and the tanks for the ground team. As the Marines make their way inside the castle, enemy fighters join the action and we must defend the helicopter from a new threat. Pops guesses they've been using Osius and Yuktobania's money to bolster their forces.
We've secured the area. The president isn't here.
I've got multiple hits on my radar. Enemy aircraft inbound.
Fighter jets? I'm telling you, they got their own fighter jets, too.
That's affirmative. They're definitely fighters.
Guess they use the money from Osia and Yuktobania to supply their own forces.
against them. Hey, time for you guys to step in.
Drossel 3, enemy plane at your 6 o'clock. Break!
I can't tell who's got the upper hand from here.
Box 2! Box 2!
These guys aren't like the Ukes. They fly and fight differently.
Well, well, so this is the legendary Belkin Fighter Squadron.
From what I'm hearing on the radio, it seems like they're in trouble. That's because all you're hearing is radio transmissions from our side.
This is Cluricon. We took 2 or 3 hits, but I think we're still airworthy. Shoot down the enemy fighters. Lure them up to higher altitude.
By the way, our helicopter's okay, right? Keep that thing safe until we get back with the President. That's his limousine.
Drossel 10 missile, turn!
Do something about the tanks in the castle. The infiltration force is taking casualties. We got glass falling from the ceiling! Damn it! Is the President still safe? Quiet, enemy's just around the corner.
I got my hands full just trying to get them off my tail. Call for reinforcements, they're gonna get away! Who are those pilots?
Are you sure they're all right? We just gotta trust them and wait. That's part of the job.
We have to lure them over here. We can't let them go after the helicopter.
Jeez, a gunfight with just a banquet table between us. What, they didn't prepare any dinner for us? At this close range, we do better using spears instead of guns. Enemy fighters acquired. Moving to intercept.
Missile hit.
Look out! We're being attacked through the skyline. Damn it, this is it. Fighter on our tail. It's over.
Calm down, man. This one's on your side.
Very nice, Captain Snow.
Well, I can't let you folks have all the glory.
Oh no, they're targeting the helicopter.
It's coming this way. Come on, help us.
Hey, over here. We're your targets, not that helicopter.
All right, I got behind him.
Blaze his missile hit.
The Marines are fighting their way out of the castle now that they secure the President. They're suffering casualties, and the constant influx of vehicles into the castle puts pressure on us. Comms are filled mainly with the Marines' firefight, but also with Belkin pilots wondering about our identity. At one point, the guys in the helicopter think they're gonna be shot down, but Snow tells them to relax because he's the fighter behind them. The Marines can't blow the outside wall of the castle, so we swoop in and create a breach for them to get out, while the Belkins panic, saying that if the President escapes, it's all over.
We can't blow this wall with the explosives we brought with us.
We run into enemy fire from multiple positions in the castle. We're pinned down over here. Break down part of the wall for us.
Where's the President?
He's right here beside me.
Roger.
We're going to destroy the wall and get the infiltration team out of there. Got it? The area to be destroyed is displayed on your HUD. Aim carefully.
Enemy tank confirmed destroyed. AA gun destroyed.
That almost fell on top of me. We can get out through that hole. Run!
The President has escaped. He's been taken by the enemy.
The enemy's escaping out of the castle. Get all our remaining teams over there now.
If we let the President escape, it's all over.
Come on! Get us out of here in one piece!
Hurry! We'll cover you!
Position yourselves 20 feet apart from each other. We've got to keep this line. Mr. President, please get behind this pillar. Keane, stay with them!
Box 2! Box 2! Sam destroyed!
Get the wounded on board first! Don't worry about us. Just take care of the President.
The President's strapped in. We didn't leave anything behind, right?
Hurry up and leave the area. The enemy's gonna be here any moment.
I got it.
Once the President gets in the helicopter, he hears Nagase and asks if she's the lady with the pretty voice. If you remember, that's what he called her during Acres on Hill in mission 9? 8? 8, I'm pretty sure it's 8. He's told or guesses that Anderson realized what's going on and tells the Marines to take care of the wounded because he's just fine.
Defenseless in the air. We're counting on you.
Is that you? The lady with the pretty voice. Are you there too?
What the? This guy's swarming with enemy planes. Leave the bandits to our fighters. Just keep flying.
So Anderson's realized what's going on behind the scenes too, right?
Just a little bit more. We're almost through.
Oh, I'm fine. Let me take a look at that wounded soldier. I'm all right. Take care of him first.
Come on, get there!
Nice kill, Blaze!
As we make it out, he thanks everyone for our efforts and recognizes our voice, saying it sounds familiar, and asks if we are. He leaves question open. Well, we already know what he means. He means if we are that pilot as well from Acres on Hill. He says he was thinking we were, and now he owes us another one. We like President Harling.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your efforts. By the way, your voice sounds familiar. Are you... I thought so. Looks like I owe you another one. 1 mile to touchdown. You're on the money. Perfect, Blaze. Stand by and prepare for your next sortie.
Mission accomplished. President Harling was safely retrieved. The President is showing some signs of fatigue, but in general his condition is good.
When we got word of the President's return and ran up to the bridge, he was smiling and chatting with Pops and Captain Anderson. Apparently, he spent his days confined in the old castle, looking at the 7 Ground Zero craters right out his window, which served as the border between the 2 countries of North and South Belka. In the end, the Osean army couldn't take the Yuktobanian capital, and the war began to bog down. For Belka, who challenged the world to battle, but were crushed by the twin powers of Osea and Yuktobania, there could be no sweeter revenge. They had created the hatred between the 2 countries, hoping that the war would eventually exhaust them both. The military officials on both sides were playing right into their hands. The intelligence vessel continued to intercept the Yuktobanian army's communications. One message from Air Force Traffic Control contained a string of mysterious numbers. Latitude, longitude, a date and time, and one more set of numbers. The President had the answer.
Well, how about that? These are the numbers of votes I won in my presidential elections. Huh, this is from the first time I won, and here's the number from the election 2 years ago. This message was meant for me.
The coordinates marked a location within North Belkan territory. The date was tomorrow. The squadron from Sand Island became the President's personal air fleet, even as the official reports continued to state that they were shot down and killed. This was their new emblem.
We make it back to the Kestrel at night. Harling is tired, but safe. We all run up to the bridge and find him having a coffee with Anderson and Pops, just chatting and smiling, like 3 old friends spending an evening together. We see Snow, Nagase, Grim, and other personnel saluting to Harling, who smiles and salutes back at us. Jeanette says the Ocean offensive has halted and couldn't take Sinigrad. He then explains how Belka was enjoying the revenge. Having created the hatred between the 2 countries, the military officials were now playing right into their hands. The next day, the Andromeda intercepts a message from Air Force Traffic Control, containing coordinates, a date, a time, and some extra numbers. Now on screen: 27, 42, 259, 15, 11, 12, 0800, 44, 31, 22, 43, 48, 56, 21, 34. I don't know why I had to read them, but I did. Harling reads it and recognizes the last numbers are the exact number of votes he got in both elections and says the message is for him. Coordinates marked a location in Belka and the date was tomorrow, 10 December. If you see this number and try to figure out where a date could be, It could be where it says like 11/12, which would be, 11 of December. Whatever, doesn't matter. Maybe it was supposed to be a 10. Maybe somebody can decipher this and tell me if it really says is, 10th of December and it's somewhere around Belkin, the coordinates. I wasn't gonna try. I guess I could try. I'm not gonna try. I don't care. Remember, the last two sets of numbers are vote counts. We see Harling with Blaze, Nagasis, Noah, and Grim in the hangar next to an F-14. They became the president's personal squadron now, even if the official reports stated they were dead. Their planes were repainted in black with red accents. They have a new emblem and name. The Ghosts of Razgriz, Razgriz Air Command Squadron, together with an image of Razgriz itself, which, if you saw the jacket I've been wearing for half the video, and it's been sitting here, is the same symbol I have here, even though mine is not that, close to the actual one. I had this custom made, and because of some issues, I couldn't have it redone more accurately, but this is the one I carry in my jacket with me. I think you can tell I really like this game.
We're carrying out a reconnaissance mission in order to obtain photographs of the enemy complex. After deciphering the code we received earlier, we've learned that the mining facility in the forest area northwest of Belka is active. An early warning radar network has been spread across the entire forest. To reduce the probability of enemy detection, this mission will be carried out by a single aircraft. Try to approach the target under complete electronic silence, evading radar and passive search techniques. Flying at low altitude is an effective method of delaying or denying enemy detection. You will receive instructions on your recon target from the Command Information Center upon arriving in the mission area. The CIC will monitor you from a support camera. Concentrate on slipping through the enemy radar net first. Your plane in this mission will be completely stripped of weaponry. Instead, it will be equipped with the necessary visual reconnaissance equipment. There is a chance you may encounter the enemy, but your recon mission always takes top priority. Once you take the photos, egress from the target area and return through the enemy defenses as directed.
Mission 21, Solitaire, Operation Silver Eye. 07:49 hours, 11 December 2010, Mount Sham, or Scam, or I'm gonna say Sham. The code we received was deciphered, and it was about a mining facility northwest of Belka, around this area where the BE is. The entire forest has radar coverage, and we, Blaze, will have to go in alone and take pictures of the complex. We'll be unarmed, so we must be very careful and avoid combat. For the first time, we fly our black and red plane, and suddenly we won't have anybody to fly with. It's okay. It's still emblematic, and I think it's a good way of introducing your brand new livery. You're not gonna fight, so you can concentrate on looking nice. I don't know, or just looking at your plane.
Blaze, how you feeling? Solo flights can be real lonely, but that's what flying's all about, really. Take a look at your search radar. The enemy's radar range is marked out by those circles. Make sure you don't enter any of those circles, and fly to the east. The enemy radar's coverage area is smaller at low altitude. You want to see it for yourself? Keep your altitude low and slip past the radar to go in. This is strictly a recon mission, so you will be unarmed. So unfortunately, you won't be able to destroy the enemy radar. Sorry. Maintain radio silence until you reach the destination. I'll then explain the target and how to photograph it. Got it? Make sure you don't get caught within coverage area of the enemy radar. Good luck. We'll go into radio silence in a moment. Hang in there till the next transmission. Alright, you've arrived over the target area. Cancel radio silence. I'm monitoring your status with a low-resolution camera. Something's being moved from the mine entrance to that transport plane. Okay, let's get a photo with the mine entrance and the transport plane in the frame. The camera's triggered by the missile launch button. Press it to take a picture. Photo received. I see some 8492nd Squadron members. And some planes with the Yuktabanian Air Force mark on them. The Belkans are sending aggressors posing as allies over to Yuktabani as well. Alright, let's get a shot of both countries' emblems next to each other for evidence. Now before the two planes take off, capture both of them in one shot. Got it? Okay, you won't to take this photo, so concentrate. Photo received. This is just the evidence we need. Nice work. They're coming up after you. Shake them off and return home. Make sure you come back through the return line, alright?
Pops asks us how we feel because solo flights can be really lonely, but he says that's what flying is all about. Nice guy, Pops, isn't he? We fly low and fast, almost following the river, and get to the target. Next to Mount Sherm. What did I say? Sherm, right? Mount Sherm. Next to Mount Sherm, there is an airbase and a tunnel entrance into the mountain. We take 2 pictures. The first one is of the entrance of the mine, together with some transport planes and whatever cargo is being sent into them. The second one is of 2 planes with both one with Ocean and the other one with Yuktobanian markings on them. We have gathered now enough evidence to make our way back to the Kestrel. The 2 Balkan aggressor squadrons, Grabak, the 8492nd, and Ofnir, scramble off the base and try to intercept us. Ofnir, by the way, if you couldn't tell because of context, is the Yuktobanian aggressor squadron. They are the ones pulling the strings on the Yuktobanian side. The Balkans inspect our plane, being black and red with an emblem they've never seen before. We evade their attacks until squad mates meet us and escort us back home.
Sure it's not an allied transport or something? There's an emblem on the body. I've never seen that one before. Damn it! Our radar is useless! Hurry up and shut it down! The robot's gonna laugh at us! I swear, I'm gonna report you for your negligence. Visual confirmation. I only see 1 plane. Good work. Need to lift home, sir?
I knew you'd get back in one piece.
Withdrawing. Our mission is a success.
Blaze, begin landing checks. You're cleared to land.
This time we land not on the Kestrel, but on a small airfield next to that location. I'm guessing Kilburn Island has a little airfield we've never seen before in the cutscenes, but it's there? The Kestrel, the Andromeda, and other ships are docked next to the airfield. Mind you, again, there was no airfield or port or anything the other times we've landed there or cutscenes, but maybe there was, we just weren't pointing at it, and because of gameplay purposes they didn't decide to make a new map. They should have just made one big map, but yeah.
You're pretty good, Blaze. Stand by and prepare for your next sortie.
The recon mission in the mining facility was a success. The images taken clearly show aircraft from the Yuktobanian aggressor squadron parked next to planes from the mysterious 8492nd Squadron. We will continue to analyze the photographs you took. Analysis of the surveillance photos taken on the previous mission revealed tactical nuclear weapons of the same type used by Belka in the war 15 years ago. These weapons, hidden in the mine, are about to be retrieved and deployed to the 2 aggressor squadrons in Osea and Yuktobania. The President has made his decision. Destroy the entrance to the mine before the next nuclear weapon is removed from the shaft, and bury those weapons of evil inside for good. This mission will be carried out with the usual 4-ship formation. You'll need powerful and numerous weapons on target to destroy the rock face above the entrance.
Mission 22, Closure, Operation Deep 6. 13-12 hours, 12 December 2010. Mount Sherm. Funny how we still use Grunder software, but I guess it's all what's available, and hopefully the Belkans don't have access to our own systems. If we're using their software, couldn't they just... Maybe not. I don't know, maybe we're cut off, maybe we have no internet. The pictures we took revealed evidence of tactical nuclear weapons of the same type as the ones used by Belka 15 years ago. These nukes will be taken by the 2 aggressor squadrons, Ofnir and Grabak. Harling has taken the decision to stop them, destroying the entrance to the mine to bury those weapons before they're taken out into the world.
Blaze, you are cleared for takeoff. Blaze, altitude restrictions canceled. Return to your mission. Good luck.
We take off from the airfield next to the Kestrel. Once we arrive, Grim says it should be easier now since we don't have to worry about radar, and Nagaset tells us both to not get too cocky. I do have to say, it is a sight to see all 4 black planes, one next to another, with the Razgriz emblem. It's just so beautiful. Love it, love it, love it.
Archer, don't get too cocky.
believe the captain flew around this place all by himself. Just thinking about those nukes that are buried up ahead gives me the goosebumps.
Those nukes are exactly why the Balkans have lowered themselves to sneaking around, pitting two countries against each other. You give a man enough weapons, he'll start to think he's more powerful than he really is. Of course, it's beyond me how these people could delude themselves into thinking they can control the very weapon which wiped out their own cities.
I'm sick of seeing all this hatred everywhere we go. We can't let those nukes reach the battlefield and fuel more hate. I won't let it happen.
How you doing, Blaze? I tell you, nothing beats flying in perfect formation with your comrades. In the past, I flew alone to do battle against my own country. But look at you. You've got all your friends here. Don't you think so? Yep, it's a great feeling to know that you can count on each other.
Nagase says she's sick of seeing hatred everywhere we go, and that she won't let the nukes reach the battlefield to fuel more hate. Pops asks us how we feel, saying nothing beats flying in perfect formation with our comrades. He also mentions how in the past he flew alone against his own country, but lightens up when he says we've got all of our friends with us. I said yes, but you know which friend is missing. Oh, dear Chopper. He's probably flying with us, even if we can't see him. A Balkan pilot is heard saying we're carrying an emblem they've never seen before, and a guy on the ground asks if they're the same guy from yesterday. Grim says he's terrified of nukes and asks if we think they already carried them away. I said no, and he hopes we make it in time.
To tell you the truth, the thought of nuclear weapons just terrifies me. Do you think they've already carried out nuclear weapons? Yes. I hope we make it in time.
Send out a warning to vessels docked at the port. Drop the moorings or they'll all be sunk together.
I've never liked being in Belkan land like this. The air just feels heavier around here.
Nagase mentions again the air in Belka feeling heavy. At this point I don't know how many points there's on the Belkan Rose, just I think in the other mission there's a couple. You'll see that update. Maybe at the end of the video we're gonna have a counter. You know, drinking game. How many times do we say Belka sucks? Every time you see one, drink. 5 dead people tomorrow.
Blaze flew through here all alone. Now I'm thinking too much. I gotta get a grip on myself. The enemy's right in front of us. We're almost there.
We're over the target area.
The Grabach are already gone.
They must have already taken away some of the nukes.
Maybe we were too late. Let's destroy the mine entrance anyway.
You see that rock bed above the entrance? Shoot at that.
I probably won't be able to bring it down in one shot. Keep on attacking until it crumbles. Understand? Good. I'm counting on you, Blaze. The bedrock looks to be very thick. Focus your attacks and keep at it.
When we arrive at the base, Grabak have already left with some of the nukes, but Pop tells us to destroy the mine entrance anyway. We have to shoot at the rock bed above the entrance to bury the mine, but it will take us a long time to do that.
Here they come. Should we split up and take care of them? Roger. Swordsman splitting off.
They're aiming at the bedrock. Are they trying to make it collapse? Don't worry. The Grabach flight is already airlifted the cargo.
So the nuclear weapons have been lying here dormant for 15 years.
There's black planes up there. Be careful. Did the Grabach guys manage to leave the area?
Captain, on fire on the rock bed up above.
The nukes won't blow up if we shoot them, right?
If we destroy this mine, we'll keep them from smuggling out any more nukes. Even I remember the horror. Those nuclear explosions 15 years ago. How do they still do this?
Can't imagine why the Falcons are protecting this place.
I guess Belka isn't a thing of the past, huh? No time to be brooding over that right now. We've got a mission to carry out.
That mountain looks a lot more ominous than in the photograph.
The enemy planes are attacking the storage facility.
That thing's solid. Let's turn back and hit it one more time.
Are the nukes still inside that mine?
They gotta be.
seeing as the enemy's still trying to protect it. Don't get strung out chasing them needlessly. Just repel their attacks.
Where did they take the nukes they brought out of there?
We'll take care of that later. Right now, we have to seal off that nest of nukes. Evacuate all personnel. This place is history. Retreat. Roger. Retreat.
Just a little bit more and we'll destroy it. Rock bed destroyed. That cave will never be opened again.
We finally sealed in those nukes.
But there are more Belkin nukes out there.
Grim is worried shooting so close to the nukes could set them off, and the Belkin comms let us know that indeed Grabak has nukes already with them. Snow is shocked that the Belkins are still using nukes after the horror of the last war, but steadies himself to complete the mission. As more and more hits land on the rock bed, the Belkins begin to retreat from the mine before it collapses. We bury those weapons forever, but the ones that managed to get out with Grabak early are nowhere to be found.
Intel has lost track of the nukes they already removed, but it is certain that the weapons sealed in the mine shaft will never be deployed.
We've intercepted another mysterious radio transmission. This time it specifies a location within Yuktobania. It's probably... well, this is just a hunch on my part, but I bet that's where the nuclear weapon sent into Yuktobania is located. And there's another set of numbers. This time it's a radio frequency.
Your next mission is a reconnaissance flight above a canyon in the northern highlands of Yuktobania, the place described in the unidentified radio transmission. The highlands are completely covered by the Yuktobania air defense system, so the only safe place to fly is within the canyon itself. Fly down the canyon and reach the target area. Once you're there, set your radio channel to the directed frequency and begin gathering information. You may be engaged by local Yuktobanian forces, and depending on the contents of the transmission, you may also find yourself engaging in other combat as well. You are permitted to fight the enemy as necessary, but you must try to keep your altitude below the rim of the canyon.
Mission 23, Ghost of Razgriz. Operation Riverbed. 1503 hours, 16 December 2010. Payavleni Ravine, or Payavlini, or Payavleni. 1503 hours, 16 December 2010, Payavlini Ravine. We're gonna go with that. Mission 13 was called Demons of Razgriz, but now the demon has been killed, and we are the ghost of Razgriz. We get another mysterious transmission. This time the location is in Yuktobania. Pops thinks it's probably where the nuke sent to Yuktobania is. The next set of numbers is a radio frequency. We will go to a canyon in the north of the country, around here. Again, I always put the briefing here, but in case you want to see the full map and me pointing at something, it's around there. We will go to the place where the transmission coordinates indicate. The place is covered by the Yuke's AA defense system, so we must fly very low inside of the canyon. Once we get to the target area, we gotta set our radius to the frequency given to us and find out what is going on. The briefing guy reminds us to keep our altitude below the rim of the canyon, or we will get fired upon by missiles.
Oh, wow, it's true, they've come! Fighter jets! I can tell because I'm intercepting enemy alert signals as well. Can you hear this?
Who are you? Identify yourself.
A great number of students and intellectuals are staging a resistance against the military government of Yuktobania. You can call me Alyosha. That's not my real name, of course. I'm so glad you actually came. It's just like he said.
He?
We have no time. Let me explain the situation.
We received contact from an apparent resistance group that seized and captured one of Yuktobania's nuclear weapons. Intelligence believes that it's one of the nukes taken from the mine before we sealed it off on the 12th. Furthermore, our radar has detected numerous enemy fighters entering the canyon and flying towards the local airspace. The force includes Yuktobanian fighters and armed helicopters. Their mission is most likely to destroy the Resistance's hideout. The enemy fighters are spread out throughout the canyon, so we believe that the Yuktobanians still don't have the exact location of the hideout. Destroy the enemy forces before they can find and wipe out the Resistance. As mentioned previously, the local space is blanketed by Yuktobania's air defense system. Watch your altitude, and whatever you do, don't fly above the rim of the canyon.
A physics graduate student from Yuktobania Central University is currently dismantling the nuclear bomb so that it can never be detonated again. We need you to hold off the Yuktobanian forces from entering the ravine until he finishes the task. We're now dismantling the nuclear bomb. This is a pretty tiny bomb. Maybe it's a tactical nuke. Hard to believe something like this could wipe out an entire city.
Upon arriving, a voice by the fake name Alyosha greets us saying that they knew we were coming. Nagase asks him who he is, and he explains he belongs to a group staging a resistance against the military government of Yuktobania, composed mainly of students and intellectuals. He says he's very glad we've come, and it's just like he said. Nagase asks who is he, but Alyosha says we have no time and explains that they have captured one of the nuclear weapons. There's Yuk fighters, attack helicopters, and transport helicopters with troops heading their way to destroy their hideout. Sorry for this interruption. We realized that our mic was cutting out after we finished this mission and mission 24. So we're gonna have to re-record this. If you see the mic, if you hear the mic cutting out, any of the audio being bad during the final video, we are sorry, but also we're not gonna go around and re-record everything again, so yeah, I must do almost all of mission 23 and all of mission 24 again, no problem. We're gonna finish this before the night ends, because this is day 2. I have to. The Yuks don't know where exactly the height of the resistance is, so we must destroy all the units before they can find them out. Meanwhile, a physics graduate from Yuktobania Central University is trying to dismantle the nuclear bomb. I said nuclear, don't think I said nuclear. Alyosha also says the bomb is pretty tiny, so it must be the tactical nuke, giving us further confirmation that it's one of the Belkin nukes. Nagase is still wondering who he is and doesn't state it, but seems to believe it could be Captain Bartlett. Hopefully he is. The Yuks are using their helicopters and gunboats to search for the resistant hideout, but through the comms we hear them going into many different places and finding them empty, so we still have time.
I'm just praying they don't blow up that thing by accident.
I just heard another jet engine. Are you managing to keep the enemy outside at bay? That's great. We better do our best too.
I missed.
This thing won't be set off by an enemy attack, will it? If they raid this room, it's all over for us.
HQ to all Variag squads, report. Nothing yet. Every place we searched was empty.
It's powering up the trigger circuit! What? You mean it's gone? Oh, no, never mind. It's fine. We shut it off. Oh, okay. Phew.
Meanwhile, the bomb dismantling is not going as smooth as we'd hope. Somehow they powered up the trigger circuit and are scaring the living shit out of Grim. They shut it off and he gets to breathe in relief. They then begin cutting the wires to the spark plugs, but there's 32 of them, so it takes them a while. Nagase asks them if they have experience with explosives, but they say the best they've managed was making Molotov cocktails. Yes, this doesn't give me any confidence at all. There is a physics graduate, okay, he knows physics, says he dismantled the bomb. We've made Molotov cocktails. I put some booze or gasoline or something flammable with a rag in a bottle. They're not giving me any guarantees they can disarm a damn nuke. Nagase worries a bit, asking them if they're sure they're okay, and Alyosha says he has all figured out. At least in theory, anyway.
These are all the tools I have. They're all we've got.
This is Variag 2. Our squads are being cut off from each other.
Do you have any experience handling explosives?
The best we've ever managed was making Molotov cocktails.
Are you sure you're okay?
Sure, I'll have it all figured out. In theory, anyway.
The ceiling just collapsed! The passageway is blocked!
We've got to do it. We can't afford not to.
Stay calm. You can do it.
HQ to Special Forces. Report your status. We found some garbage inside the cave. Believed to be left behind by the Resistance. They were here recently. What is this place? There's cans and bottles strewn all over. Don't touch anything. This stuff might be booby-trapped. Stay in contact. Be sure to move as a unit.
The Ukes are finding previous hideouts of the Resistance, and the guys with the bomb keep giving us reasons to worry. At one point, someone even losing his grip and warning the bomb was gonna drop. Snow freaks out, of course he would, asking for answers as to what is happening, but they say it's all fine, they caught the bomb just in time. Snow tells them to stop scaring us like that, and now I have to agree with Captain Snow.
Watch out! My hand's slipping! It's gonna drop!
Hey, what's going on? Answer me!
We're okay. We caught it just in time. Phew.
Look, stop scaring us like that, okay?
We're dealing with amateurs here, but don't let down your guard. They can be dangerously unpredictable if they're cornered.
How close are the enemy forces?
We're holding them off. You just stay focused on your task.
So this is an implosion lens. I've never seen the real thing before.
HQ to Special Forces. Report your status. Good. We're pushing them towards the tunnel's end. We'll catch them.
This is Avnir 2. You sure it's them? This is Avnir 1. I said that's what I heard. The ghosts of the demons of Razgriz. You're kidding. They all sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Didn't the guys from Grabok tell you that? We'll find out if they're ghosts or not when we take them on in combat.
Enemy aircraft. The guys from the surveillance photo.
Be careful. Remember what Pop said. These guys are Belkin aces.
Avnir fighters. So they're the Uke aggressors? Damn it, of all the places, I feel like they're hunting us like animals.
Avnir Squadron, flying through this ravine is extremely dangerous.
Avnir 1 to all planes. No obstacles to our flight observed.
Hey! Didn't you hear me? Turn back!
I'm going after the enemy lead plane. You're the demons of Razgriz? Then we're going to turn this place into a demon's graveyard.
Sorry, guys. Our captain's really good.
Missile! Break! Break!
As we finish off all the Uke forces threatening the Resistance, we see 4 Su-35 jets inbound. Avnir Squadron, the Belkan Aggressor Squadron in Yuktobania. We saw them in Mount Sherm during our recon in Mission 21 on 11 December. They talk between each other saying that they've heard we are the ghost of the demons of Razgriz, but they're not sure since Grabak, the 8492nd, said we were all dead. Grim asks us if they're the Uke aggressors, and he's frustrated when we have to fight them and feels like they're hunting us like animals. Uke forces tell Avnir that flying through the ravine is extremely dangerous, but they seem not to care or to think it's dangerous, giving way to the fact they're Belkan aces from the previous war. They ask us if we are the demons of Razgriz. I said yes, and they answered that they will turn this place into a demon's graveyard. Someone from a Uke helicopter crew says it's creepy that we are black fighter jets. Some of the Ukes are surprised it's taking Avnir that long to deal with us, and one is heard jokingly saying that there really is someone who can give Avnir a hard time. They also mention we are not Ocean planes, while another answers that whoever we are untypical pilots. You know, being able to fight Avnir inside a canyon and all. As we shoot down a couple of Avnir planes, the Ukes are impressed by our skill, and one guy even says there's only one squadron that could shoot down Avnir. Another Uke tells him he was thinking the same exact thing. Razgriz.
He's running down Avnir. There's only one squadron I know that can shoot down Avnir. I was just thinking the same thing. Razgriz. These guys are just plain crazy. The terrain doesn't matter to those guys.
This is the Falcon Force that's mixed in with the Ukes.
These guys are seasoned veterans.
The enemy's flying so tightly, it's almost beautiful.
They've lost so many planes and they still keep coming. Brake hard and evade. Captain, if you climb too high, you'll be an easy target for missiles.
Don't push yourself too far, Blaze.
Cover us from the rear. I'm sure glad these guys are on our side. Rumor has it those pilots aren't even human.
Is this how Belkan pilots fly?
I've never seen air combat maneuvers like these before.
Don't go above the canyon. You'll be an easy target.
They're right behind you. Don't let your guard down.
The counter's in the danger zone.
We'll just have to deal with a little radiation exposure. More light. I need more light.
We're this close to crashing into the valley.
They keep flying like that and they'll break apart in midair.
I'll shake them off.
Hey, Feature, can you believe these guys? I wouldn't want to follow them through those maneuvers. It's like I'm watching an air show. Quit gawking at them and focus on your mission. They've got you on radar!
The Yubes keep talking about Offner's inhuman abilities while the Resistance guys are getting close to dismantling the bomb. After a long battle trying to evade their attacks while keeping inside a canyon, we finally manage to destroy all 4 Offner planes. The Yub forces retreat, and Alyosha tells us they finally dismantled the bomb and asks us for cover while they take the bomb to open ocean to dispose of it piece by piece. He tells us their ship is a submarine and says they have a lot of allies. Nagase asks him who told them about us coming to help, but Alyosha doesn't know his name. Although, he did leave a message for us. The message says, "Hey kid, I hear you're a hell of a squad captain now." He then asks if we get it, and Nagase happily yells, "Yes, perfectly."
We've dismantled the bomb. Did you fend off the enemy forces for us?
For now.
We're going into the ocean to discard the bomb piece by piece. Nobody will ever be able to use it as a weapon again. If you can, please protect us until we make it into the ocean.
We will. But what about...
Don't be surprised, but our ship? It's a submarine. There's nothing we can't get our hands on. I told you, we have a lot of allies.
All right. But who told you that we'd definitely be coming for you?
I don't know his name, but he left a message for your captain. I'll read it. It says, "Hey kid, I hear you're a hell of a squad captain now. Do you get it?"
Yes, perfectly.
It's nice to see Nagase happy again. After losing Bartlett and then Chopper's heroic sacrifice, she was really gloomy, you know? Rescuing Harding and finding out he was a good guy after all helped, and now we have confirmation that Captain Bartlett is alive. So even though we have lost Chopper and we still have been betrayed, she's getting, you know, she's going on the up now. Not only is Captain Bartlett alive, he is helping us. He has sent us these coordinates. We've also learned of a highly organized resistance movement in Yuktobania with good access to big assets, like in this case, a submarine.
There appears to be a highly organized resistance force acting against the Yuktobanian military regime. It is likely the nuclear weapon which Yuktobania acquired was safely dismantled by the resistance. The intelligence vessel Andromeda has picked up another encrypted transmission in Belkin. They have changed the code, so it took a little longer to decipher the message. The content is as follows. N attack by ASAT on Oktyabrsk to commence at 1400 hours. Apparently, efforts to secretly repair the sabotaged Arcbird are now complete. We confirmed this by observing its orbit from the ground. We believe that a Belkin nuke has already been loaded onto the Arcbird. In order for the Arcbird to attack the city of Oktyabrsk in Yuktobania at 1400 hours, it must make one major correction to its orbital trajectory. To do this, it must first drop into the upper atmosphere and use air friction to lower its speed. We have already calculated the time and location in which this maneuver will occur. Your mission is to destroy the Arcbird. You will only have one chance to stop it. Destroy it before it withdraws from the battle zone.
Mission 24, Whitebird, Part 2, Operation Gamebird. 1309 hours, 19 December 2010. Cirrus Ocean. The Andromeda intercepted an unencrypted transmission in Belkin. They had changed the code so it took longer to decipher, but the message says, an attack by ASAT on Oktyabrsk to commence at 1400 hours. In case you can't decipher, let me help. Nuclear attack by Arcbird to commence on Oktyabrsk at 2 p.m. ASAT, remember, is the code for Arcbird. We learned about it when we sunk the Sinfaxi. They have repaired the sabotaged Arcbird and delivered a nuke to it. Remember, the Arcbird got damaged after we sunk the Sinfaxi by explosive smuggle in a supplies launch. The smuggle explosive destroyed the power generator, thus we couldn't use the Arcbird for any other military purposes. We have visually confirmed the Arcbird's repairs, and in order to attack Oktyabrsk, a city in the eastern coast of Yuktobania, right around here, it will need to drop down into the upper atmosphere and use air friction to slow down and change course. We have calculated the time and place, so Razgriz is sent to intercept and destroy the Arcbird before it leaves the area. We will only have one chance to do this.
We were so close. I feel like the Belkins are always one step ahead. Don't you, Captain?
Still, Blaze, we can't give up now. We haven't run out of luck just yet.
Let's go!
We arrive at a chain of 4 islands, which at first I thought it could have been the same islands we flew by and through when we flew with Pops trying to escape the 8492nd, but they don't look like those from the air. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, the islands we flew by when we were escaping were around this area, and the islands we're flying around are around here. So I'm pretty sure they're not those same ones. Although, it could have been. Green feels the Belkans are always one step ahead, but Snow tells us we can't give up and our luck hasn't run out yet. Grim asks if Nagase is okay because of the tone of her voice. Remember, Nagase looked at the Arcbird in awe and didn't like seeing it being used as a weapon. Now, even less that it was in control of the enemy about to nuke a damn city.
The Arcbird! It just jettisoned something.
It was an escape capsule.
Adler to Shanseng. He got away.
The Ocean astronaut?
Yeah, it's alright. We don't need him anymore. Oh, damn it. He must have done something to the control system before he got away.
As we get close to it, we see something jettison away from the Arcbird. An escape capsule carrying the Ocean astronaut who was piloting the craft. Now, I'm not sure if there's supposed to be just one astronaut. I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be at least 3. But there's also Belkans in the Arcbird now. We can figure the other astronauts left. The Belkans arrived as supposed astronauts and just took control of the place. Adler, one of the Belkans in the Arcbird, tells Shanse, another Belkan somewhere probably in Belka, that the astronaut got away, but it's okay since they don't need him anymore. Before leaving, however, the Ocean astronaut worked out the control system to make the Arcbird go further down into the atmosphere in an attempt to slow them down. Grim notices its approach is too steep, so the astronaut's work has paid off. He then points out that the Arcbird was a symbol of hope for Nagase, and Snow says she now has to shoot it down. Thank you, Snow. You could have said that a bit more, kindly. We approach the Arcbird and open fire. Adler tells that to Shanse, and he's surprised and says that the Ocean Army is supposed to be wrapped around their finger, giving us confirmation that this was wholly orchestrated by the warmongers, but also in secret by the Grey Men.
Wrapped around our finger. Who the hell?
Black bodies, that emblem. It's them. The ghosts of Razgriz. The survivors from the Omnier Squadron told me about them.
Launch the Bogles. Get rid of them.
Multiple unmanned fighters! They're coming this way!
That launch port wasn't in the original design.
The Belkans modified it?
Adler sees our black planes with a particular emblem and realizes we are the ghosts of Razgriz. The survivors from Ofner told him about us. He launches the drones called Vogels, or birds. I don't know if that's in Dutch or in German, doesn't matter. He launches the drones to fight us, and Nagase points out that it wasn't part of the original Arcbird designs.
Down to ignition of boosters.
I know all about the Arcbird. I was in love with it. I used to stare at the blueprints all the time. That big engine in the middle is a booster designed to give it enough speed to escape the atmosphere. If we destroy that, it'll never make it into space again.
Copy that.
We're gonna destroy the Arcbird. Are you sure about this?
When we're at peace again, the President will build another one for us.
Our squad mates help us deal with the drones while we focus on avoiding their missiles and the Arcbird's laser cannon, the same laser cannon that destroyed the Bird's missiles and the Sinfaxi. Well, at least helped damage the Sinfaxi. As we try to destroy the launch ports of the drones and the laser cannon trying to fire me like a nugget, get it? Because we're nuggets, Barlet nuggets. Nagase says she used to stare at the Arcbird's blueprints and knows everything about it. She points out that the booster in the middle is the one we must destroy to stop it from ascending into space. Grim asks her if she's sure about destroying the Arcbird, and she says that when we're at peace again, the President will build another one for us.
It's not going to happen, so there's no need to think about it. It's climbing. It's trying to escape.
Rocket boosters destroyed!
Damn it, we're falling again.
Adler, you are aware of the backup plan, right?
I know. We'll head for nearby Ocean territory and set off the nuke.
Your sacrifice will never be forgotten.
Shanse tells Adler to gain altitude, so he ignites the side boosters. He tells Shanse that we're the ones who shot down Ofner, but Shanse tells him not to worry, because the Arcbird is invincible. Adler wonders what would happen if we shoot it down, and Shanse tells him again not to worry about it, because it's not gonna happen. Now we destroy the rocket boosters on the side, and Shanse tells Adler to start the backup plan. He will turn around the Arcbird to Osea. We are around here. Their target is around here. They will turn around to make the short route to mainland Osea and detonate the nuke there. He tells him that his sacrifice won't be forgotten. So now he's a new kamikaze in a spaceship. Ace combat.
I think they've made the worst decision possible. It's hard to fathom their desire to spread war this far. Can you believe it, Blaze?
The Arcbird makes a sharp turn to head towards Osea. We keep trying to avoid drone fire, the Arcbird's AA defenses, and the small laser cannon on top which shoots small projectiles at us, like a Star Wars laser cannon. Adler gets ready to die, giving a speech to whoever is with him in the ship that their cause will live on and they will go out in a blaze of glory. Now we must not only shoot down his defenses, but also the 2 combined cycle engines on top of the now destroyed rocket boosters. Like I said, talks to the Arcbird, the ship, not the people, saying, your mission was distorted by human treachery. Your days in the air are over. Remember, she loves the ship, its mission, and what it represents. The idea of peace, of humanity building a space station. She hates to see it being used as a war weapon. I think this is her trying to make peace of the idea of shooting it down. Your mission was distorted by human treachery, so I must shoot you down. You are not the monster. People are. Either that or she needs some therapy, which I think we all need. After losing Bartlett, Chopper's death, the horrors of war like we saw in St. Hewlett, or in the mission where we tried to destroy the munitions depot around here in the jungle, we've seen a lot of awful things already. The game doesn't show it directly, but we've heard some of it, and we can assume the rest. Adler keeps his victory speech of how the Arcbird will be an offering to celebrate a new beginning, and their victory is complete. But it's not. We destroy both engines and the ship starts to fall down. Snow says, what a pitiful sight. Grim agrees and says that humans are responsible for it. The Arcbird, close to touching the ocean now, fires its last and main engine in the middle of the fuselage. The exhaust of it is so powerful that it pushes the water beneath more than 500 meters away. Doesn't push the water 500 meters, the water is 500 meters away from it, because it's around 500 meters above sea level. Mind you, the Arcbird itself is like 500 meters long, so it's a big ship, it's got a big thruster. We finally get to destroy this last engine, and it falls and crashes into the ocean, while Adler curses us on the radio. After a hard fall, it sinks a little before exploding underwater. Luckily, the nuke wasn't set off. I'll look this up, and most nuclear weapons have some sort of security mechanism to avoid accidental detonation. Imagine you have a bunch of nukes in the storage, and a bomb drops there, and they all blow up. So Adler probably didn't arm the nuke before going to Osea, which makes sense, because imagine if a missile hit him and accidentally activated the nuke. Mission over. In the following debrief, we are told there is no evidence of radiation fallout in the area.
City of Shorebirds in Yuktobania. The Arcbird crashed into the middle of the Saris Ocean after attempting to detonate the nuke above Osea. Miraculously, there were no ships near the area of the crash site. According to our investigation team, there is currently no evidence of radiation fallout in the area.
The President broadcast his voice repeatedly in an effort to reveal the truth to his citizens and soldiers. However, the central government, now run by the Vice President and his generals, censored all of it, calling it enemy propaganda. And Yuktobania, their enemy, wasn't about to stop fighting either. The President needed to enter the capital himself with his Marine force. But that meant risking his life. As he boarded the helicopter, the President smiled and said, "Here goes." The third encrypted message from Bartlett came shortly after. This time, there were no coordinates. All it showed was a time and a radio frequency. At the appointed time, everyone gathered in front of the radio speaker.
Hey,
found Nicanor, the leader of Yuktobania, and we broke him out of prison. This war wasn't his doing at all.
Harling has been busy broadcasting his voice repeatedly to reveal the truth to citizens and soldiers. Unfortunately, the Vice President and General Sinosia have censored these broadcasts as enemy propaganda. Harling makes the decision to enter Auret, Osia's capital, in person with his marine force, Sea Goblin, even if that means risking his life. As he boards the helicopter, he smiles back at us, saying, "Here goes. President Vincent Harling is my president, and I would vote for him if I could." Shortly after that, we get another encrypted message. This time, it's just a time and a frequency. 1800, 7130. We all gather in front of the radio speaker in the Kestrel. We see Snow, Jeanette, Nagase, and Grim together with a couple of other people from the Kestrel crew. Of course, we, Blaze, are there, just not in frame. Even the scene doesn't show it either. Probably Pops and Kirk are there as well. Maybe Anderson. Right when the clock hits 6, we hear Bartlett's voice and we smile. He says, "Hey, it's me. Get the wax out of your ears and listen up. We found Nicanor, the leader of Yuktobania, and we broke him out of prison. This war wasn't his doing at all." The song, by the way, is called President Harling, and that particularly heroic version of the main theme is just mind-blowing. Sadly, it's a bit too short, but still. You can look up the soundtrack online. I may put the names of the songs in the description or the comments. I'm not sure about that. It would be very long, but we'll see. If not, again, maybe I put the songs on some part of the screen when they play. But yeah, this song makes my heart glow. It's lovely, super heroic, super happy, and it's for a happy moment. But yeah, anything that uses the main theme of this game mainly makes my heart glow, makes me inspired, makes me happy, and sometimes makes me cry, but in a good way. After months of not knowing if he was even alive and searching for him, we started to get clues. We got confirmation Captain Bartlett was alive and even helped us during Mission 23, and now we finally hear him again. He has rescued Prime Minister Nicanor of Yuktobania from prison and has given hope to all of us to finally end this war. One other thing to add about the song, President Harling is the 84 song out of 92 in the soundtrack. You know, 84 and 92. Like the squadron. Funny. Okay, next. Also, another thing to add, the first time I played this mission back in September 2022, I died 14 times. Why? Because I suck. It was so bad I had to use the Eurofighter, the Typhoon. That thing has a missile, the XLAA, Advanced Long Range Air-to-Air Missile. It's a type of missile that locks up to 4 targets at once, and once it fires, it splits into 4 so you can shoot them all separately. It's broken. If I didn't use that, I would have kept trying for like 2 more hours. Luckily, this time I did it my first try with the F-14, of course, because it's the only plane I've been using. But the first time, it was like a Dark Souls boss. Actually, no, that's a lie. I've also used the F5, but when I got the F14, I started using that because canonically, I think they only use the F14 and the F5 only when it was the only plane available for them.
Captain Bartlett has rescued Prime Minister Nicanor of Yuktobania. He plans to attack an airfield in northeast Yuktobania, steal an airplane, and then escape with the Prime Minister. First, go to the directed area and wait for contact from Captain Bartlett. He'll likely have you supported as he forces his way into the airfield. More mission details will be supplied to you upon arriving at the local airspace. Threat status in the area of operation is unclear, so prepare your flight for the possibility of threats from both the ground and the air.
Mission 25, Heartbreak One. Operation Crossroad. At last, Captain Bartlett. 0705 hours, 23 December 2010. Pobeda Peninsula. Pobeda? I don't know. This bit. Wait, what? No, I think it's this bit. Yeah, I think it's this bit. If I'm mistaken, just put it on the screen. I don't care. Bartlett plans to attack an airfield in the Pobeda Peninsula, in the northeast of Yuktobania, not far from Oktobersk, the city that was gonna get nuked by the Greyman with the Arcbird. Him and the resistance fighters will steal a plane and escape with the Prime Minister. We arrive at the AO just before dawn. We find Bartlett in a car with Prime Minister Nicanor. They are set to attack the airfield exactly at 7:05 AM. Resistance members have already infiltrated it and are ready. Other members will join Bartlett in the attack from outside. We must escort Bartlett and the other vehicles through the many checkpoints, destroying the gates, bunkers, and defensive forces like ground vehicles and helicopters to allow them to reach the airfield on time.
It's me. I'm okay so far, and the car's hidden under a bush. Other resistance members are hidden all over the place. I still got a bad feeling about this. We're storming the gate at 0705 hours. Keep us covered. I'm counting on you. I think there's gonna be an ambush waiting for us.
According to Captain Bartlett's information, the Resistance has already infiltrated the airfield and is currently awaiting his arrival. The road to the airfield is covered with checkpoints and defensive positions. We anticipate stiff resistance. Provide close air support for Captain Bartlett's charge. Give him aerial reconnaissance as necessary, and guide him to the airfield. The Resistance has already agreed on a time to begin operations with Captain Bartlett, so the timing of the mission cannot be changed. If you do not arrive in time, the Resistance will be suppressed by the airfield defense forces and the mission will end in failure. After arriving, the Resistance will load Prime Minister Nicanor onto a captured transport plane and Captain Bartlett will attempt to escape. You must help Captain Bartlett arrive at the airfield on time, no matter what.
This is Heartbreak One. The jailbreak tour starts here. We're counting on your escort from the air.
I'll be witnessing your bravery from down here, everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there someone else in the car?
Me? I'm Mystery Woman #1.
Swordsman engaging.
Edge engaging.
Archer, engaging.
There's a fork up ahead. We have two choices. Take the shorter way and face heavy attacks, or take the safer route, which takes more time.
Hey kid, which route looks better to you? Should I take the shorter one? Okay, I'll bust through the shortcut.
They're going through there?
He told me all about you guys. Kid, Chopper, and,
Nagase. K. Nagase.
Caselli, is the Prime Minister all right?
He's regaining consciousness. They injected him with some kind of drug.
As Bartlett starts the operation and talks to us, we hear another voice, Nastasia, saying she will be witnessing our bravery from down there. Grim sounds a bit confused. He says like, yes ma'am, which is super funny. Naga says, she's sus about it and asks if there's somebody else in the car with him. Nastasia laughs and says she's Mystery Woman #1. She has all the vibe from an anime character, by the way. I mean, it's fitting since Ace Combat is made by the Japanese, but she's the most anime character of Ace Combat 5, and of 7, and of 0. She's, I don't know, if you hear her and or play the game, you will notice what I mean. She explains we get two choices. Either to use the shortcut, which will be more dangerous and heavily defended, or the longer, safer road. Thing is, we have to make it to the airport on time, airfield. So risking it through the short route makes sense. Bartlett leaves the choice to us since we can see things from the air and we are tasked with destroying whatever is on their way. We tell him to use the shortcut first.
Mr. B! Mr. B, please, wait!
Stay close to me if you want to survive. Nagase, you fly like that and you're still not dead. You're really something.
Thank you, sir.
That you, Grim? I was planning to promote you to the squadron on the next evaluation.
Thank you very much, sir.
Nastasia says Bartlett has told her all about us. Kid, Chopper, but she can't remember Nagase's name. Nagase herself tells her her full name, of course sounding like she would like to bark at this woman.
Captain Snow from the Naval Air Force? Sorry I haven't introduced myself. I'm kinda shy, you know.
So I hear, Captain. Greetings.
And I gather that's your brightest student.
You mean kid? Well, that goes without saying. Hey, don't be showing those legs too much. It's distracting.
The Prime Minister is regaining consciousness. He was injected with some kind of drug to keep him sedated. Bartlett and Nastasia seem to be flirting a little. He's super excited about busting through the checkpoints and we help him by destroying the gates. Snow is impressed and calls him a real man. What a... It just made me laugh the first time I heard it. Bartlett is surprised Nagase isn't dead yet based on how she flies and says she's really something. It's also a callback to the intro when he told her that if she kept flying like that, she would be dead really soon, and then made her fly as his #2 in order to protect her, which he did, because that ended in him taking a missile for her and bailing out.
Espionage.
I hear that voice again. All that useless chatter. I missed that voice.
These guys are incredible. It's as if the Razgriz are flying up there.
Also, and he probably doesn't know this, but in Mission 14, Ice Cage, when we rescued the prisoner pilots, she wasn't paying attention and was too close to the ground trying to find Bartlett. She got shot and had to bail out. So this is like a compliment combined with the truth that she flies dangerously, but he's still impressed and proud of her. Nagase thanks him eagerly. He then talks to Grim, telling him he was planning to promote him to Warlock Squadron on his next evaluation. Grim is happy to hear that and thanks him as well. Then on to Snow, he says sorry for not introducing himself, since he's kind of shy. That's another callback to the first mission when he ordered Chopper to talk to the spy plane, and when Chopper said, "Why don't you do it?" he said, "I'm really shy around new people," or something like that. Snow jokingly says he's scared of his shyness and greets him. Nastasia asks him about us, asking if we are his brightest student, us Blaze. Barlet says that goes without saying. Eventually, we hear him tell her not to show her legs too much because it's distracting. Again, I think they're kind of flirting. He shouldn't even say that, but whatever. As stated before, during the mission, Barlet and Anastasia flirt a little, and it seems Nagase is not fond of it. I don't know if Nagase has a thing for Captain Barlet, or if she sees him as a father figure, and that's why this is annoying for her, but it's clear as daylight. At one moment, Nastasia says that creating diversion is his first step in espionage. Nagase then says she hears that voice again. All that useless chatter. She's missed that voice. Now, this part is a bit hard to decipher. Either she's saying she just heard Chopper, you know, because of the useless chatter that she misses that voice. Same thing as Chopper when he's about to die. He says he's gonna miss that voice, referring to Thunderhead. It could be that, or she's saying Nastasia's comments remind her of Chopper. Chopper would just talk to cheer people up, kind of like distract them from a tense situation. So it could be either or. Or she's just being mean, telling her, oh, that useless chatter, you remind me of my dead friend. Yeah, I don't think it's the latter, but still, might as well mention it. Either way, Chopper is somewhere in her head still, as is in all of us. Our resistance member is amazed by us and says it is as if the Razgriz are flying up there. Little does he know, of course. Nastasia takes the wheel for a moment while Barlet starts shooting, before we tell them to go through the shortcut on the next fork in the road. Barlet comments that this is an exciting ride and reminds him of the good old days. He tells her he'll take her to a better place than this for breakfast. In case you couldn't tell, there is a history here. There clearly is. Nastasia tells him that every time they go on a date, he brings along these great adversaries, and Barlet tells her to stop because she's making everyone jealous. Again, flirting. A lot. Grim compliments Barlet's driving and says he's gonna get an ulcer just from watching him. Grim needs to eat better. I guess there's not great food on the Kestrel, or on Sand Island, or in the Ocean Army. On the next checkpoint, Nastasia says we should take the longer route. We've saved enough time through the shortcuts, we don't need to risk it now. The sun is coming up on the horizon as we keep smashing Uke bunkers, gates, mortars, and helicopters, and AC-130s.
We're all gonna get out of here alive together! You hear me?
Airfield operations will begin in 4 minutes.
Have the Ocean planes penetrated this far in?
We still have enough time. Let's take the long way to be safe. We either take our chances with the shortcut, or take the long way with less risk.
Kid, you watching this? Will we be okay with the shortcut? Okay, let's take the long way around.
We lost a car! Ivan was in there! Don't blow our plan for my sake!
Okay, it's time. Begin operation. Seize the hangar.
Hurry! Get to the hangar while they're still holding up!
This will work. We got ourselves a plane.
The resistance seizes the hangar and takes out a plane. They make sure it's fueled up and ready to take off. Nagase says the captain hasn't changed, and Snow tells us to show our teacher what we're capable of. Barlet jokes asking if Ivanov's still behind him, hoping he doesn't make a mistake like last month. Ivanov jokingly acknowledges him and says he'll be alright.
It's almost dawn, but those guys are keeping the sky dark.
Fuel and everything else is okay. You're good to go anytime you're ready.
That car's like a fighter jet blowing down the road.
He hasn't changed.
It's gonna get bumpy. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch your heads.
Enemy vehicles approaching checkpoint. Let's show your teacher what we're capable of.
Is Bardock behind us? I hope he doesn't make a mistake like last month.
I heard that. I'll be alright.
Kid, you take care of providing top cover.
Hurry up, the Major's coming. Hurry up while the explosions are still masking our noise.
I'll play spectator here on the ground and watch you all fight. Thanks for the navigation, kid. That was a real thrill ride.
This one, Mr. B. Use this plane.
Hey, I'll take any plane you got. Anything's better than a car.
Hasn't it been a while since Captain Bartlett flew a plane?
This platoon doesn't know when to shut up. Go on, return their fire.
They stole a plane from the hangar, right up from under our nose.
What is this? Haven't seen a plane like this in ages.
It's a little dusty in here.
Get the safety belt tight on the Prime Minister.
We hear one of the resistance members in the hangar tell the others to hurry because the Major is coming. Grim asks if it hasn't been a while since Bartlett has flown a plane, but he'll be just fine. The resistance gives him an old dusty plane and he boards it with Nastasia and the Prime Minister. They say they'll miss him as he starts the engines and we destroy tanks on the runway. Nagase tells him, as Edge to Heartbreak One, that they'll fly past the front line and onto the ocean, where the Kestrel will meet them. He says that he hopes we don't run into any bad guys. He just jinxed that. As he takes off, Grim alerts us of incoming enemy planes, the 8492nd.
front line and head for the ocean. The Kestrel will meet us on the way.
Roger that. Just hope we don't run into any bad guys.
Incoming aircraft. Looks like bad guys to me. The 8492nd.
The long-lost Belkin Grabok Fighter Squadron, huh?
Is that really them? I saw those planes plunge into the ocean along with the Colonel on my radar. It's them, the ghosts of Razgriz. They were the ones that attacked the mine, too. All right, let's find out for ourselves at that.
Kid, get the Grabok! Don't let a single one escape!
The 8492nd is here. This will be the final showdown.
Don't worry about me. You just concentrate on dealing with the Grabok.
You were just lucky. We'll decide who's better another time. Impressive. These fighters are definitely the Razgriz.
Don't make the same mistake as Avnir.
I won't be shot down. No one's gonna take my place as Blaze's wingman.
I can slip past these guys all day. I can't fire back, but I got you for that now, kid. They're all yours. Great, I can hear you just fine. I'm counting on you.
Bartlett knows about them, calling them the long-lost Belkan Grabak Fire Squadron. Clearly Pops told him about them, or maybe he knew something during the war. Considering he was shot by the Grabak leader, Ashley Burnett, makes sense he knows about them already. The Belkans ask if it's really us, because they saw us crash into the ocean on the radars back when we were betrayed. Another Belkan confirms it is us, the ghosts of Razgriz, and says we were the ones that attacked the mine and Mons Sherm too. The leader of Grabak tells them they'll find out in the battle. Bartlett orders us to get them and not to let a single one escape. Nagase says this will be the final showdown. We shoot one down, and he calls us lucky. That we'll decide who's better another time. Massive copium. Grabak leader is impressed by us and says we're definitely the Razgriz, while another pilot tells them not to make the same mistakes as Ofner. Nagase states she won't be shot down, and that no one will take her place as our wingman. She made that promise when she rejected leading the formation during the attack on St. Hewlett, and she's gonna keep it. Bartlett is counting on us, and is sure we'll beat them. Grim tells Nagase Snow to look at how we move. That's how an ace pilot flies, referring to us Blaze. Snow says we keep surprising him, getting better every second.
Look at the way the captain moves. So that's how an ace pilot flies.
Blaze just keeps surprising me. He's getting better every second.
I don't want to brag about this, but I did this mission with 0% damage fighting the Grabak, so, you know, he's right. I'll take the compliment, thank you guys. Nagase calls Grabak Bartlett and Pop's nemesis, and Grim calls them the Belkan Aces from the last war. I think these lines were meant to come a few minutes ago, but it's fine, I don't mind. It's a reminder for the players or viewers who haven't been paying attention. So it's like, by the way, these are the guys if you didn't notice.
Captain, close on the enemy planes!
Fox 1! Fox 1! These are the Belkan Aces from the last war. Missile hit.
But they're still coming strong! How can they attack from that position?
Don't let your guard down! These guys are tough! Don't fall into the enemy's trap!
Fox 2. We outnumber them, but it doesn't feel like it.
We'll be within lock-on range soon. Take him out, Blaze!
It's like there's twice as many of them.
Looks like you got them all, but the bastards all bailed out. I gotta admit, those guys are true fighter pilots.
We'll be back. You can count on it.
We shoot them all down, but Bartlett says they all bailed out. It seems this won't be our last dance with Grabak. There were also survivors from Ofnir from when we fought them. Not sure if all 4, but at least 2 of them survived, considering it was mentioned they were survivors, plural. Bartlett admits they're true fighter pilots, and Grabak leader says they'll be back.
He had returned once more. He brought Nicanor, the Prime Minister of Yuktobania, with him, and surprisingly, he had brought one more person. A female recon major in the Yuk army, the one who broke his heart 15 years ago. It became clear why nobody could find him in the POW camps. The very first POW of the war, he had escaped before they could even get him into the camps. Yuktobania's situation was just like ours. Their leader, who espoused reconciliation, was imprisoned after a silent coup d'etat, and the country proceeded to march right into large-scale war. What should I call you?
Just Major.
What's your real name? All she did was return a smile. She remained faithful to the Prime Minister and to his vision of peace, and that faith had brought her here. She was carrying a single disc. She told us that the disc contained the secret plans of the Belkan Grey Men. So far, we have been unable to decipher the encryption code.
The Solg, a military attack satellite that your country began building during the war 15 years ago, then abandoned in the peace that followed. The Arcbird was reborn partly to resurrect that dreadful star. Now, even after the Arcbird was destroyed, the Space Center's mass driver is still launching supplies into orbit. What is that star receiving from them?
Ceres Ocean, 167 degrees, 5 minutes and 12 seconds north, 54 degrees, 40 minutes, 17 seconds east, 13-19 hours, 23 December 2010. These coordinates. Mate, I can't do this. Third time, the coordinates are they're probably in all places as well. I just happen to notice these three. If you find other moments where the coordinates are not right, or at least very close to being right, mention it in the comments, feel free. If we go by what they say, 167 north and 54 east, it don't make sense. North goes up to 90. It can't go past that. If we do what we did last time of swapping latitude and longitude, we get 167 degrees east, which would be around here, mostly in the Ceres Ocean. If it says that it's the Ceres Ocean, it does such the Ceres Ocean. Although 54th north, it puts us around here inland. And we're clearly in the ocean. It doesn't look there's any land nearby. I mean, it's close not enough to the coast, but you wouldn't be in open ocean. If anything, you would be like right next to the coast, but it still would be inland. I can figure it out later, but for now, we could say the typo was made with the north coordinates, not with the east, right? I decided to change the 54 north to 44. And when I did that, our map would place us more or less around here, still in the Ceres Ocean, far away from the coast. We're in open ocean and there's no land around. So we'll go with 44 north, 167 east. If everybody's okay with that. Makes sense since we were at Kirwin Island right here with the Kestrel. We went to the Pobeda Peninsula to rescue the Prime Minister with Bartlett and Nastasia around here. So the halfway mark would be here and we're around here. It makes sense not to get too close to Yuktobania for this, but it's still closer than Kirwin Island. So it makes sense if we just change to 44 north, 167 east. Now on the carrier, we see the old twin engine plane. Good thing it was carrier capable. Next to it is Andersen, Bartlett, Nastasia, and Prime Minister Nicanor. We find out she's a recon major, the one who broke Bartlett's heart 15 years ago. The reason his call sign is Heartbreak One, as we learned long ago after the first mission. Bartlett had escaped from the Yuks before even being returned to POW camps, that's why no one could find him. Yuktobania and Osea were in the same place. The leaders had been imprisoned after a silent coup because they wanted peace. Nastasia tells Jeanette just to call her major, and shows the disc she was carrying. It contains the plans of the Grey Men, but we haven't managed to decipher the code yet. Then at night, Nastasia and Jeanette are talking outside, looking at the stars. We see Orion, Canis Majoris, and Taurus. I know this because I really like stargazing. I see them often at night, even when I'm not actually looking to find stars. You see Orion, you see Canis Majoris, you know, the big dog. Canis Majoris? The dog next to Orion. The one that has series. Okay, everybody that knows about constellations is gonna know that. But yeah, I see them often at night, and I love astronomy. I'm not big into astrology, but I do find it interesting enough. The stories of constellations, I do find it cool. And the art around astrology is really cool. I do like the myths associated with constellations, and I have this fascination for constellations. I can spend just like hours staring at them sometimes when they're outside, keep taking pictures of them. It's just like magical. If I have a clear sky, and I can see lots of constellations and draw lines between them in my head, it's lovely. It's like they're calling to me. So if I see real constellations in a game, I get really excited. Nastasia points at what appears to be a star and tells Jeanette about the Solg, a military attack satellite that Osea began building during the war 15 years ago, but was abandoned after its end. She continues saying the Arcbird was reborn partly to resurrect that dreadful star, and that even after its destruction, the Space Center is still launching supplies into orbit. She wonders what it's sending to it.
All hands proceed to battle stations. Yuktobanian fleet ahead.
The enemy fleet contains 18 ships, arrayed in a battle formation designed to block our fleet's path.
Attention, Yuktobanian fleet. This is Prime Minister Nicanor, representative of your government. I am on the...
Kestrel? Yes, Kestrel.
I am on the ocean carrier Kestrel, for the sake of restoring peace between our Yuktobania and the country of Osea. We will once again...
Attention, all vessels. The only thing that exists between Yuktobania and Osea is hatred. Prime Minister Nicanor has joined the enemy. Recognize him as such and sink the enemy fleet with him. But Commander, that's the Prime Minister talking. Please stand down. We don't know what we're fighting for anymore. Sir, please, cancel engagement and stand down. All vessels loyal to the fleet. A traitor is blocking our way. Attack the frigate ship Potomac. Open fire.
Prime Minister, please take your leave.
But...
Go to our president and get a televised picture of the two of you together, shaking hands. Show it to the world.
Ceres Ocean, 30 degrees, 59 minutes, 30 seconds north, 147 degrees, 5 minutes, 20 seconds east, 21 hours, 29 December 2010. And at last, we get good coordinates. They point basically to the middle of the Ceres Ocean, southwest of our position 6 days ago, and they make sense because it would be right here. Great. A Yuke's fleet has been spotted ahead of us, and we're called to battle stations. 18 ships arrayed in battle formation are blocking our path. Nicanor uses the Kestrel speakers to inform the Yukes he is their prime minister and he's on the Kestrel for the sake of restoring peace. Sadly, the Yuke fleet commander disregards the message, saying that the only thing that exists between Yuktobania and Osea is hatred. Whether or not he's part of the Grey Man or just a warmonger fueled by propaganda, I am not exactly sure. And by the way, you don't need to be Belkan to be in the Grey Man. Hamilton is in the Grey Man, he's not Belkan. Well, at least he's part of the Ocean forces, so I don't think he's Belkan. The Yuke fleet commander claims Nicanor has joined the enemy and orders his fleet to sink them. The frigate Potomac, which means nursery, moves to block the path of the rest of the fleet. Its captain begs the commander to cancel the engagement and stand down, but the commander brands him a traitor and orders the fleet to fire the frigate. As the Potomac burns and lists to one side, the missile destroyer Gombrak's captain says they cannot follow a fleet commander willing to sink his own ships. They will protect Prime Minister Nicanor and urges all ships that agree to follow them. In return, the fleet commander threatens all ships with being shot if they don't follow the flagship. Anderson orders the Ocean Fleet to protect those brave defectors and to launch the fighters, the Razgriz. He then tells Nicanor to leave the bridge. When he wants to stay, Anderson tells him to go to Harling in Aurid and get on television together, shaking hands to show it to the world.
The situation is critical. We must help provide stability as quickly as possible. The Kestrel CIC's IFS info will be directly connected to your HUD, so you'll be able to get an ID on your targets. Engage and render powerless all forces carrying out acts of aggression against the Kestrel and our new allied fleet.
Mission 26, Sea of Chaos, Operation Gloryhorn. 1744 hours, 29 December 2010, Ceres Ocean. With the sun shining on the ocean, oh my god. With the sun shining on the ocean, Ocean, SC. With the sun shining on the ocean as dusk approaches and tints everything a bright orange contrasted to a dark shadow, 3 ships in total have decided to join our fleet, and we must scramble to protect them from their own fleet. Once in the air, Anderson says that a group of comrades have come to our aid and commands us to protect those brave souls. The Kestrel transmits IFF data, identification friend or foe, to us to avoid firing on our new allies, the missile destroyer Gumrak and the destroyers Chuda and Dub.
Blaze, you are cleared for takeoff. Blaze, altitude restrictions canceled. Return to your mission. Good luck. A group of comrades has come to our aid. Protect these brave souls. Commence battle. We are not alone.
Kestrel CIC here. We'll transmit IFF data for the opposing ships. Don't fire on our allies. Can you do that? Good. The situation here is critical. Neutralize the opposing ships as quickly as you can.
Attack any ships that desert the fleet immediately.
Unbelievable! They're firing at their own ships!
I'll support the Uke fleet coming to our side.
There are only 4 enemy planes. What a joke. You better not take any damage.
Those planes, are you the Razgriz? I knew it! This is the Uktavanian destroyer Chuda. It is an honor to fight alongside you.
Kestrel, we are joining your fleet. You have my gratitude. Look! The battle's just taken a new turn!
Someone out there understands us. I can't believe it.
Sorry. My eyes are just tearing up looking at our new fleet.
This is what we've been waiting for. I'll take full responsibility for this. Commence firing! Enemy fleet ahead. Commencing attack. Our pilots are all afraid, saying that the Razgriz are here. What kind of an excuse is that? Tell them to hurry up and engage! They've got an overwhelming advantage in manpower. We'll be slaughtered. It takes more than manpower to win a battle. You just watch. They must be insane to join up with the losing side. Allied fleet approaching. Ocean ships, you mean? It's probably a waste of time, but try requesting some support. Looks like the Ocean fleet has been listening to all of our communications up to now. They're calling us traitors that joined forces with the Ukes. You are a traitor to our country.
There are still plenty of enemies left.
You idiots! When did you decide to sell out your own country? Those are our allies now. Anyone who attacks them is our enemy.
Ocean ships attacking. Transmitting new IFF data. Intercept their attack. We're counting on you. Be very careful not to drop any planes on our allies.
The Ocean fleet turned over to the enemy.
My IFF is in off. They're really shooting at me.
Of course they are! They don't know us! We're supposed to be dead!
Aren't we going to have problems maintaining a chain of command?
No worries. All we gotta do is destroy the enemy in front of us.
Missed. You turned it! Damn, he's fast! AWACS 2. Those planes flying above us, aren't they the Razgriz? So you have the nerve to respond. You'll pay dearly for your crime of treason.
As we launch, a voice can be heard coming from a speaker system. It's the Kestrel speakers, the same ones Nicanor tried to use to talk to the Yuk fleet. But this time it's not a person talking, no. This time we hear singing. This is a song. Why is the Kestrel broadcasting a song during a battle? Once you pay attention to the lyrics and melody, you realize it's The Journey Home. The same song we heard in the stadium in November City. The one that people sung for peace. The one Chopper sang along with them, saying it had a soul, even if it wasn't rock and roll. The Kestrel's playing this song for peace as the 3 Yuk ships are joining our side, perhaps in an effort to stop the battle and come for peace. And here we get a bit emotional, I'm not gonna lie, but I would have to watch the mission again to get emotional again, and since it's already midnight, I'm gonna hurry up and not watch it right now. The Yuks launch fighters as well, and their pilot says a joke that we only have 4 planes. Our new allies in the Chuda, however, see us and ask if we are the Razgriz. I tell them yes, we are, and they said they knew it, and that it is an honor to fight alongside with us. My heart to the friendly Yuk fleet. Thank you guys, I like you. We avoid AA missiles while shooting ship after ship in our way. We hurried to sink particular ships so our 3 new allies don't get sunk, because you can lose them, so I restarted when I lost one by accident. The Kumbrak, if I'm not mistaken, tells the Kestrel they're joining their fleet, and Anderson replies that they have his gratitude. We love Captain Anderson in this household. Razgriz squadron is surprised that the Yuks have joined us. Nagase is happy someone finally understands us, and Grim starts tearing up looking at our new fleet. Me too, buddy. Our new allies start firing back at their own fleet. One of the Yuks tells the others he will take full responsibility for this before ordering to commence fire. The less friendly Yuk fleet starts saying their pilots are afraid and think the Razgriz are here, while another of them tells them that's a bad excuse and orders them to hurry and engage. Someone in the Kestrel is worried that they'll lose since the enemy has great numbers, while another tells him it takes more than manpower to win a battle and just to watch. He believes in us and in the peace we're fighting for. One Yuk says their ships are insane to join with the losing side. A different Ocean fleet approaches, and Anderson thinks it's a waste of time, but tells his crew to try to request support from them. Sadly, however, the crewman informs him that the Ocean fleet has been listening to all of our communications, and now they're calling us traitors that join forces with the Yuks. The Kestrel transmits new IFF data as the Ocean fleet starts its attack on our combined fleet. Snow says these are our allies now, and whoever attacks them is our enemy. Grim says his IFF is inoperable, and that the Ocean ships are firing at him too, and Snow tells him that of course they are, because they don't know us since we're supposed to be dead. Someone from the hostile Ocean fleet asks if the planes flying above them are the Razgriz, and you get a chance to answer that. I said yes, and he says that I have the nerve to respond, and that we'll pay dearly for a crime of treason. Well, time to sink the Ocean fleet. This fleet has a carrier, the Barbet, or Barbet. I thought that Ocean only had 3 carriers, Buzzard, Vulture, and Kestrel, or at least that's what it seemed like. Perhaps only 3 in the west coast, because it does have an east coast, as you can tell. I'm guessing that it has 1 or 2 in the east, maybe more, I'm not sure. At least the Barbet, and now it's here. So yeah, I don't think they just finished building a carrier, or maybe it was about to be launched. In any case, they do have a carrier with them. We're gonna sink it regardless. Nagase says that we can't let them crush our chance for peace, and so for peace we must defend ourselves. We sink both Yuk Tobanian and Ocean ships, shoot down fires from both sides, and protect our new combined allied fleet from the hatred of the war. I don't know if the Ocean and Yuk fleets ever fired one another. Maybe they have a temporary truce in order to fight us. I'm not sure, although they're pretty far away. I mean, realistically they could, but I guess we're the priority target.
Don't get lazy with your flying! This is a war zone! We're wasting too much time here! What are you all doing? Don't be predictable. They're gonna be aiming for you. They're too fast, sir! I can't get a lock on them! These idiots! Can't they see that they're being used? We can't defeat them even with an entire squadron?
All enemy ships suppressed. We've won.
This is the captain of the carrier Kestrel. To all the brave souls that have survived, I congratulate you. Our journey is almost at an end, but we must not waver in our resolve to fight, to reclaim peace between the two nations.
We managed to sink and or silence all ships and fires in the zone. Anderson congratulates all the brave souls that survived the battle, just like he did during the evacuation of St. Hewlett. As we land back on the Kestrel, it becomes the flagship of the new combined fleet. Firing over the ocean during sunset as the journey home plays, in universe, not just as background music, as two former enemies become allies for peace against hate doesn't get much better. We can also tell that many of the Yuktobanians are against this war, not just the resistance, but all the soldiers and officers. Sadly, the Potomnik couldn't join us.
Ships, with the Kestrel as its flagship.
We've decoded the disc that the Major brought back with her. It contained the blueprints for a mass retaliation weapon, codenamed V2. A far more powerful weapon than the two tactical nukes that the Belkans used in the last war. It was never fully developed at the time, but it appears that they've secretly completed its construction in the 15 years since the war. The V2 is a MIRV missile. It can wipe out half of all the large cities in either Osea or Yuktobania. So where would they deploy it? It had to be in the Sol, which was also secretly completed and is now operational. After all, it was built to function as an orbital platform for such weapons in the first place. The Sol itself is unmanned, and was controlled from the ground, but we didn't know where. Then, the intelligence vessel Andromeda tracked down the origin of Shantzei's transmissions to the Arcbird. It's in the former South Belka, a state entrusted to Osean rule, and now called North Osea. To be more precise, the transmissions originated from an experimental facility owned by Grunder Industries, a manufacturer of the weapons we use. The president of Grunder has sworn allegiance to Osea, but in truth, he was a secret member of the Grey Men. Under the guise of their experimental facility, they are actually digging a gigantic tunnel under the mountain range that runs along the border dividing North and South Belka. Their ultimate goal is to reunite the two Belkas, and in that tunnel...
The Kestrel just took a missile hit. Enemy unknown. We can't identify it in time. Additional missile approaching. Razgriz, launch immediately and gain altitude to escape.
Mission 27, Aces. Battle of Sudentor. 22-21 hours, 30 December 2010, Sudentor. Here we are, fellas. If you thought I had gotten emotional with November City and the battle we just had, you may think I didn't get emotional because I wasn't weeping, but trust me, if I just watch the clip, I'm gonna. You've seen nothing yet. So this time I will watch just that bit and you will notice when I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it on camera. The cutscene starts before 10 p.m., possibly around 4 to 6 p.m. Pops briefs us. The disc that Major Nastasia brought with her has been finally decoded. It contains the blueprints for a mass retaliation weapon called V2. If you've played Ace Combat Zero, you know what this is. V2 is far more powerful than the tactical news we've stopped so far. He says it was never fully developed at the time, but they've secretly completed its construction during this 15 years. Again, if you play Zero, you know there's been another V2 before, but that's not important. V2 is a MIRV missile, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle. Basically, it's a ballistic missile with a bunch of little warheads inside, maybe not so little, that can independently move outside of the missile once launched. So it deploys them on top of an area and it can attack multiple targets at once. V2 could wipe out half of the cities in either Yuktobania or Osea. millions of dead. They have deployed it to the Solg, the military satellite Osea was building before the war's end. Now we know what the Space Center was sending to it. It's been secretly completed just like the V2 and is now operational. The Solg, after all, was built to be an orbital platform for weapons like the V2, so it's the perfect way of using it. The Solg is unmanned and controlled from the ground. We just discovered from where, thanks to the Andromeda again, we tracked down the origin of Shanse's transmissions to the Arcbird. If you don't remember, Shanse was the guy talking to Adler in the Arcbird. Shanse was transmitted from Sudentor, a city north Osea, former South Belka, around here. It's really close to the border. In fact, in the map in the briefing, you can see the border next to Sudentor. The transmissions come from an experimental facility owned by Grunder Industry, the former South Belkan munitions factory, the guys who make our military software, weapons, and also make the prototype advanced fighters for Belka. We saw a wreck of one back in Sand Island where Pops told Jeanette about it. The president of Grunder has sworn allegiance to Osea, but he was a member of the Grey Men. In that experimental facility, they've been digging a gigantic tunnel under the mountain range along the border of Osea and Belka, or as they put it, North and South Belka, with the aim of reuniting them into one country. As Pops is about to tell us what's in the tunnel, we hear a massive explosion and then the screen starts to lose signal for a few seconds. The Kestrel has been hit by a missile. There are small missiles incoming from an unidentified enemy. We are ordered to launch immediately. As we rush to the hangar, the guys there tell us this is probably the last time this ship will launch an aircraft and to pick the best plane they got. Of course we picked the F-14 because what else would we pick? Another guy in the hangar tells us to pick whatever we want, that they're gonna get us up there no matter what. I take a few seconds to enjoy the last time we pick our planes and get in.
Captain, please choose my plane.
Captain, please choose a plane for me to pilot.
Captain, which plane should I use?
This formation is not really suited for air-to-ground operations. Do you still want to launch anyway?
Razgriz, launch!
Second wave of missiles inbound. 10 seconds to impact. Counter with artillery barrage. We can't hit all of them. Brace for impact. Starboard side flood. Damage control. We've been hit by 2 sub-launch missiles. The ship's listening.
Launch them out.
We can't. The ship's listening heavily to starboard. We're sinking fast.
Continue with the launch.
What?
Take them up. Hurry up with the catapult. Just concentrate on launching them. All hands not conducting aircraft launch, abandon ship immediately.
We're getting you guys into the air no matter what. I don't care what happens to the catapult. Aircraft launch confirmed. Catapult crew will now evacuate the ship.
The Kestrel's AA and pond defense guns are filling the water with bright flashes of lights as rounds trace their way into the incoming missiles. Another missile hits the Kestrel, floating the starboard side, making it list heavily. Anderson orders his crew to launch the fighters. They say we can't due to the damage making us sink fast, but he presses on his order to continue with the launch. When one of the bridge crew tries to talk him out of it, Anderson tells him to concentrate on the launch, hurry up with the catapult, and that anyone not conducting aircraft launch must abandon ship immediately. The controller tells us they're going to get us in the air no matter what, that he doesn't care what happens to the catapult. As we are the last to launch of our squadron, the controller confirms our launch and tells us they are now abandoning the ship as well. And then this. And I'm gonna watch it right now because I can't say it without watching it. Last mission you didn't believe me probably, and with Chopper's dead you also probably didn't believe me. So now I'm gonna watch what happens next, so you do believe me.
I've lost time and time again, but now I've finally won.
Huh?
Look, we launched them off safely. There's my victory. As long as they're in the air, I haven't lost. And I know they'll succeed. Yeah.
The captain was humming a tune. The same song I heard from the anti-war audience in the stadium. He was the one playing that record in the middle of a sea battle.
This is President Harlan of the Osean Federation. Attention, all Osean and Yuktobanian officers and soldiers currently on the battlefield. Let us put down our guns and come out of the trenches. The Osean capital of Alred has been freed of the people who took advantage of my absence to usurp control of the country. Once robbed of my freedom and of my ability to do the right thing, I now stand again under the light of the Golden Sun. And I do so with the Honorable Yuktobanian Prime Minister Nicanor by my side. We have resolved our terrible and unfortunate misunderstandings, and the war is now over.
This is Prime Minister Nicanor, Head of Government for the Union of Yuktobanian Republics. Attention all officers and soldiers of Osea and Yuktobania currently on the battlefield. Please watch as President Harling and I stand shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. President Harling's words are true. The war is over, but there is one more battle that still needs to be fought.
We believe that those who have tried to stir hatred between us are now preparing a weapon that could wipe out half of all metropolitan areas in either one of our countries. Our comrades are in flight as I speak, determined to stop this plan dead in its tracks. Which country is under the threat of mass destruction? That we do not know.
However, that is no longer important. No matter which country is hit, it would be a severe blow to all of us.
So now I ask you, members of the military, if you see it in your hearts, please utilize the resources available to you and help out our brave pilots. Right now they are flying east to meet the enemy.
To those who still dare to hide behind the power of their hateful weapons, bring yourself before the light of peace and harmony.
Launched them off safely. There's my victory. As long as they're in the air, I haven't lost. I know they'll succeed.
Okay, I just watched it, and I don't know if you can tell, but I did tear up a bit, because it always happens. We see the black smoke coming from the Kestrel, as all its crews now on life rafts next to it. Some of them wave to us as we fly above. We see a splash of water from a depth charge. As a sailor with binoculars tells everyone that the enemy submarine has been sunk, the other sailors start cheering for a brief moment, before we hear this from another sailor.
She's sinking! The ship's sinking!
We see the massive hull of the Kestrel's aft rise above the water, rudders and propellers visible. As the music that plays is another version of the main theme. All the sailors stare in awe until one salutes, then another, then some more, until every sailor who served in that ship salutes, as their old friend, their home, sinks into the Ceres Ocean. Having survived many battles, being the flagship of a combined fleet of Oseans and Yuktobanians, its final act was to launch the Ghost of Razgriz, the traitors they took in with the hope they would save the world. I can't lie, this part always makes me cry, and it just did a little bit now. It's so bad I even uploaded it as a YouTube short for my second time playing this on stream. Every time I see the kestrel rise above the water before plunging into its deep grave, as that song plays and everyone salutes, I can't help but tear up like Grim during the battle. The first time I played this game, I remember seeing that and I felt it. I felt it like with Chopper's death. It was like a deep connection to the story, to the game, to the ship, even if it wasn't a real ship. When I saw the ship plunging down, I instinctively also saluted, right? And not a second after I did it, the crew started doing it. I didn't time it, I just did right before them. And it was exactly at that moment where I knew this game was very special. When I see our home, the ship that took us in after our own people gave their back to us, after we were branded traitors and spies, after we were sent to trap after trap, the ship from where we rescued Harling, Nicanor, where we became the ghosts of Razgriz, where we discovered the true enemy, where the people that helped us fight the true war, Anderson, Snow, all the crew that trusted us lived. The ship that we saved in St. Hewlett, that we helped not take a single hit from any aircraft at the Eagling Straits. Our true home, our true friend. When I see the kestrel sink, the sailors saluting, the music playing as our greatest hero sings, I break. I break. Not in a sad, depressive way, by the way. I cry because I'll miss it. Its value, its sacrifice. It's just a ship from a video game, yeah. How much more separated from reality can you get? But why does it feel so real then? Why does it feel like a real ship? Because it is real in that game. Anyone who has played a game like this that has hit its soul can attest that even fake things can feel more real than reality at times. Video games, books, plays, movies, poems, songs, they all have a way to touch our hearts and souls. And this game did. Goodbye, Kestrel, and thank you for everything. Jeanette is in the same raft as Pops and Anderson. Probably Kirk is there, and there is some other sailor too. He says softly that the kestrel is gone. Anderson talks, his head on his hands. He said he's lost time and time again, but now he's finally won. Jeanette is confused, but Anderson smiles and looks up to the sky to see us fly. He tells him to look, they launched us safely. There's his victory. As long as we are in the air, he hasn't lost, and he knows we will succeed. Pop smiles, looking at our planes, and agrees. Anderson then starts humming a tune, the same song Jeanette heard from the anti-war audience in the stadium. He realizes he was the one playing that song in the middle of the sea battle we just had. Of course, he's humming The Journey Home. Slowly, the real song replaces the captain's humming, and we shift from the ocean to a press conference at Bright Hill, the residence and workplace of Oshia's president, at 10 p.m. President Harling presents himself and calls to all Ocean and Yuktobanian officers and soldiers on the battlefield to put down their guns and come out of the trenches. He explains that Arad had been freed of the people who took advantage of his absence to usurp control. He says he was robbed of his freedom and ability to do the right thing, but now he stands under the light of the golden sun, and that he does so with the honorable Yuktobanian Prime Minister Nicanor by his side. He says they've resolved their terrible and unfortunate misunderstandings, and that the war is now over. As he talks and the music plays in the background, we see a big flight of Yuk fighters heading somewhere. Nicanor walks to the microphone next to Harling and presents himself, and also calls to soldiers and officers of Ocean Yuktobania to please watch as he and Harling stand shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand. He invites Harling to stand together as he continues saying that Harling's words are true. The war is over. There's one more battle that needs to be fought. We keep seeing more Yuk fighters, perhaps the same group or another squadron, in the same weather. Harling explains that they believe that those who have tried to stir hatred between both countries are now preparing a weapon that could wipe out half of all metropolitan areas in either country. He says that their comrades are in flight as he speaks, as we see Ocean fighters now over a city at night, determined to stop this plan. He says we don't know which country is under the threat of mass destruction, as next to him and Nicanor we see two giant flags of Ocean Yuktobania, aside from the smaller ones behind them. Nicanor adds that it's not important. No matter which country is hit, it would be a severe blow to all of us. Harling asks the members of the military too, if they see it in their hearts, please utilize their resources to help our brave pilots who are right now flying east to meet the enemy. As he finishes this sentence, we now see 4 black F-14s flying over that city in the same weather. The ghosts of Razgriz. The song's still going. Nicanor tells to those who still dare to hide behind the power of their hateful weapons to bring themselves before the light of peace and harmony. The people in the press conference begin to clap and cheer loudly, making sure we are aware the people are in favor of peace.
Those are Yuk fighters.
This is the Yuktobanian 703rd Squadron. We heard the President's speech. We will fight with you.
Let us sing that song too. We're going with you.
So are we.
This is the Ocean 1st Fighter Wing. I just knocked out the brigade commander. We'd also like to help. This is the Yuktobanian 172nd Fighter Bomber Squadron. We love that song too. We brought an AWACS with us.
Listen to our beautiful voice. This is AWACS, That would be Sky Eye in your language. We got a message from your boss. I'll patch it in.
The Soul just docked with the last cargo shipment from the mass driver. It may be fully operational soon. The Andromeda has tracked down its transmission link. It's still coming from Shanxi. I'll be briefing you, so pay attention.
22-21 hours, 30 December 2010, Sudentor, North Ossia. Now we are at the hour of the mission set. We fly over the city and Grim calls out the Yuk fighters in front of us, but we hear someone whistling on the radio. Then another person on the radio says they're the Yuktobanians 703rd Squadron. They heard the president's speech and will fight with us. As he says that, our HUD changes from seeing them as targets to allies, although no one has changed our IFF. The 703rd flies past us and turns to fly next to us as we hear more people whistling and singing the melody of the journey home. Here on screen are the lyrics, by the way, in case you want to sing along. Just in case, I'm gonna put just the chorus right here, because they only sing that. An Ocean Squadron says they want to sing that song too, and they're going with us. Another Ocean Squadron hears it and says they're coming too. We hear more and more people singing the lyrics now, as we have Yuktobanian and Ocean fighters flying in formation with us. The voices grow stronger and more confident. Another person on the radio, a guy from the Ocean 1st Fighter Wing, he just knocked out the brigade commander and want to help us, and we see them coming in 6 transport helicopters. Yet another, this time the Yuktobanian 102nd Fighter Bomber Squadron. They say they love that song too. They even brought an AWACS with them. Behind them is an AWACS plane. The guy in charge sings too and says to listen to our beautiful voice. He's Oka Nieba, or Sky Eye in our language. If I'm not wrong, I looked this up, Oka Nieba is Polish. It translates as Heavenly Eye, could be both. He says he has a message from our boss, and he'll patch it in. We hear Pops now talking from the Andromeda. He tells us the Soul just docked with the last cargo shipment from the Space Center's mass driver. It will be fully operational soon. The transmission is still coming from Shanxi. We now get a mid-flight briefing. We will attack the Soul control system. It is located inside a giant tunnel under the Waldreich Mountains. Waldreich Mountains, I guess.
We will attack the Solg control system, located in a giant tunnel under the Waldreich Mountains. The tunnel entrance is located at the foot of the mountains, and the entire area is covered by mountains and waterways. First, an armored force will try to move in from the town to infiltrate the wharf, where the entrance to the control system is located. There are several enemy defense positions built along the path that the armored force will take, so air support will be vital for their invasion. Meanwhile, a helicopter formation will attack the control system entrance and capture the nearby area. We're also expecting the helicopters to face anti-air resistance, so we'll need support to put down enemy fire around the entrance. Your squadron's mission is to protect the armored force and clear out a landing area for the Heliborn fleet. Once both units capture the facility entrance, a Special Forces team will open up the shutter blocking the way inside. Go through the open entrance and destroy the Solg control system from the inside.
The entrance to the tunnel is at the foot of the mountains, surrounded by the mountains, waterways, and heavy defenses. An armored force will try to move from the city to infiltrate the wharf, where the entrance to the control system is. There are many enemy defense positions, so we'll provide close air support to them. Meanwhile, a helicopter formation, probably the Ocean 1st Fighter Wing we just saw, will attack the control system entrance and capture the area. There's 8 defenses expected, so we must also support them by silencing the 8 defenses and whatever ground forces counterattack them. Our mission is to protect the armored force and clear the landing area for the helicopters. Once both objectives are complete, a Special Forces team will open the shutter blocking the way into the tunnel. We must then go into the tunnels and destroy the Soul control system from the inside. It is not an ace combat game if you don't fly through a tunnel. I mean, yes, we kind of flew through a tunnel with Pops twice, but this is the big one because it's near the end.
Industries has detected your approach and they're asking for help. The warmongers still left in both Osea and Yuktobania. Said they'd hand over the third V1 tactical nuke in exchange. They're hiding the more powerful V2 from them. Now listen, we're gonna be sending out fighter jets.
This is the sky that will determine our fate.
We've got to win this battle and bring back peace!
As the Commander-in-Chief of the Ocean Army, I hereby order all units to lower their weapons and cease fighting.
Don't worry about the Uke fighters. Get the war dog ghosts. Follow me. We're going to put an end to all wars once and for all.
Whoa! Hamilton's here too. Be careful. He was trained by the Grabok aggressors.
Grundard Industries has detected us and are asking for help from the warmongers of Osea and Yuktobania in exchange for handling over the third tactical nuke. They don't know the Balkans are hiding the V2, however, and they're sending out fighters. Nagase says we have to win this battle and bring back peace. We also hear howling. Seems his transmission is being broadcasted all over the city. He says that as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ocean Army, he orders all units to lower their weapons and cease fighting. Now we hear someone else on the radio. Hamilton. He tells his fighters not to worry about the Uke fighters, but to get the War Dog ghosts. He says they're gonna put an end to all wars once and for all. Now, this parallels the speech and goals of the World Without Boundaries insurgents. That's more about Ace Combat Zero. Makes sense since the Grey Men are probably from that insurgents, or helped them out, or the people from that insurgents, once it was over, formed the Grey Men. They probably share, goals and members. Grim wasn't expecting to see Hamilton here, and Nagase tells us to be careful because he was trained by Grabak. It's nice to have an AWACS again, Okenieva. He has good callouts and a nice friendly voice. We also get to hear the local student tour news. They tell of an advancing Ocean and Yuktobanian forces in the industrial sector, saying it seems that once again this area is caught up in the flames of war.
Check 6. Fox 2. This ain't a victory march. The advancing Ocean and Yuktobanian forces have gathered in the industrial sector. It seems that once again, this area is caught up in the flames of war. This is the 112th Infantry Battalion. We were preparing to launch into Yuktobania, but the President's words convinced us to change our battle mission. Now commencing attack on the enemy facility. All first fighter wing units, listen up. There go the air assault choppers. We're going in too. All right, there it is. Lock, load, and stand by.
Now we get a new voice on the radio. It's the Ocean 112th Infantry Battalion. They said they were preparing to launch into Yuktobania, but the President's words convinced them to change their mission. Now, why would a battalion be here? They're supposed to go into Yuktobania, because some geography here. We are here, right next to the border between Belka and Osea in the south. Yuktobania is here. Maybe they're training here and they're about to, take a transport over. Maybe. Just, I found that weird. I mean, I also find weird there's so many Ukes around here, but you could argue that, the Grey Men were talking about the nuclear weapon they had and they were gonna give it away, so that's why they sent so many planes and stuff. We could also say that the Grey Men sneaked them in to cause chaos or something. Who knows. There's also friendly Uke helicopters with us that talk after we take down the air defenses for the ocean helicopter transport. A Uke pilot says that they need to shoot down us, Blaze, and this war will be over. Grim says that they'll learn soon enough that their ace can't be shot down. Thank you, Grim.
Soon enough. Our ace can't be shot down. We can see AA weapons in the drop run. Air units, sweep up the area around the facility for us. Okay, we're leaving it to you. Looks like they were deployed recently. A lot more than we heard.
The ground force is being delayed by a defensive line of pillboxes. They need some close air support bombing.
That nuke is ours, you dirty Ocean vultures. This is Ocean territory now. We're not letting the Ukes have their way.
The guys that aligned with the villains are fighting with each other. Look at us, like a bunch of dogs from hell.
Damn it. Looks like we really did open the gates of hell. How could we have come to this? It's them. They've dragged us all into this. The War Dog ghosts. The ghosts of Razgriz. The ghosts of Razgriz. Yeah, let's get them! Get those bastards!
Oka Nieba lets us know that the ground force is being delayed by pillboxes and requests closer support from us. Both enemy Yuk and Ocean pilots are bickering on the radio saying that the Belkan nukes belongs to them or that this is Ocean territory and telling the Yuks to get out. Oka Nieba says that the guys allied with the Grey Man, or villains as he calls them, are biting at each other like a bunch of dogs from hell. What a lovely descriptor. Hamilton says it looks like they did open the gates of hell. He then wonders how could we have come to this before saying that it's us. We dragged them into this. The world of ghosts. The ghosts of Razgriz. He blames it on us, and I don't know if he actually believes it. Maybe he's delusional, or he's trying to make others believe it. The Oceans and Yuks allied with the Grey Men agree with him and go after us. Oka Nieba informs our allies, or as he puts it, everyone in the choir, because we were all singing together. Yeah, we like this guy. That the enemies are all going at once after Razgriz. Both Ocean and Yuk pilots tell him that they'll protect us. It should be noted that Hamilton flies a MiG 1.44, a prototype design. Ace Comet likes prototypes everywhere. You know, Grabak also flies prototypes, the F-15S MTD I mentioned before. Just saying, I think he's the only guy who flies that in this game, or at least like canonically. There's like hitting aces you can shoot, but I'm not gonna talk about those. You can shoot down Hamilton, but even if it shows as destroyed, he continues flying and talking. It's basically just for points. I managed to shoot him down, and he curses the world of ghosts, but says he's not through yet. Nagase asks if that was us, and Grim calls it amazing, saying he can't even describe it. Just unbelievable. Snow joins in, saying we are the one, no doubt. The ace of aces. Thank you guys, it means a lot. I like flying a lot.
Enemy position silenced. Charge! Right, now, let's go! This is the 112th Infantry Battalion. We've arrived in the entrance to the control facility. We're gonna hit down. What doggone it? I'm not through yet. It's just... I can't even describe it. Just unbelievable! He's the one, no doubt. Ace of it. Okay, landing stations. We'll take the facility from the roof.
Battalion has captured the roof of the control facility.
Air attack! It's not from a plane!
The Zolk is attacking!
A satellite? How can it attack from up there?
This is Oka Nieba. Listen up.
We'll protect them. We're with you. Reinforcement has been cut off by the Zolk's attacks. Is the control facility destroyed? Please hurry. At this rate, we're not going to be here much longer.
Soldiers and officers on both sides, please emerge from your positions and shake hands with your foreign comrades on the other side.
Man, that's a big tunnel. All right, we're opening the tunnel entrance.
Eventually, after some time fighting, we hear the deafening noise, an air attack, but the ground forces say it's not from a plane. Oka Nieba says the Zolk is attacking the satellite. Luckily, no nukes just yet. The Grey Men are using it to cut off our forces on the ground. Nicanor is heard through the city, urging soldiers and officers from both sides to emerge from their positions and shake hands with the other side, just like he and Harling are doing. Another newscaster says it's unclear why we're being referred to as the Razgriz, since it's a storybook character who is called both a demon and a hero. A Yuk fighter hears this and says, Razgriz. The legends come true. Another Yuk asks if it's true that the Razgriz are the guys from Sand Island. Another one says they've got Razgriz on their side and tells them to not falter and go forward. The newscaster keeps talking, saying that according to the sources close to the president, the Razgriz consist of 4, but the transmission is cut off for a few seconds, perhaps due to the Zolk's attacks. She continues saying that one of the pilots is reportedly a female, but they haven't been able to confirm it yet. Snow quotes the fairy tale. The demon returns as a great hero, and says that maybe it's not a fairy tale after all. An Ocean pilot, Viper 1, says they'll sit back and let the Yuk show their stuff. The Yuk pilot agrees and tells him to allow them to join them in flight for a while. The Ocean pilot tells him it's nice to work with him and asks for his call sign. The Yuk pilot tells him he's Zenit 1, but to save the introductions for later and to finish the mission first. See, they're making friends.
We're opening the tunnel entrance.
We've come across a blueprint of the tunnel facility on the Major's disk. The Solg control system is in the deepest part of the tunnel. We can't touch it from the entrance. Fly into the tunnel, attack the control system in the deepest part of the complex, and escape out the tunnel exit on the opposite side. This is extremely dangerous, but there's no other way to do this. There are 2 central components to the control system. You must destroy them both, but you can only destroy one of them per attack run. Furthermore, the ground forces will not be able to keep the entrance shutters open for very long. There's not enough time for you to go back into the tunnel again after the first run. So, a separate plane will have to go in from the other side at the same time. We have only one chance. Synchronize your run with the second plane to attack both components simultaneously and destroy the Solg control system.
Between friendly and enemy radio comms, newscaster reports, and the Solg attacks, we managed to silence their defenses, and both ground and helicopter forces secure the area. The 1st Urban Battalion captures the roof of the control facility, and the Special Forces team moves in to open the giant doors for us. We get another mid-fight briefing that explains they've found the blueprint to the tunnel in the disk of Major Nastasia. The control system is in the deepest part of the tunnel. Figures. So the only way is to fly into the tunnel, attack it, and exit on the other side, because again, ace combat. There are two central components to the control system. Both need to be destroyed, but unfortunately we can only destroy one per attack run, and the ground forces won't be able to keep the entrance shutters open for so long. Therefore, there's not enough time for us to go back into the tunnel after our first run. Of course, there's not even enough space in the tunnel to turn back. So we go in one way, exit the other. That's it. Once. But there's a way to make this work. A separate plane will go in from the other side at the same time. We must synchronize our run with the other plane to attack both components at the same time. We hear more news channels informing the people about the Battle of Sudentor. They say ground forces from both armies are advancing together. A scene unimaginable just a while ago. Grim says to look around us. There's nothing but allies. He adds that it's true that if we believe in ourselves, people will believe in us. Let that be a lesson for all you watching, eh? Believe in yourself. Keep going. Okanieva says that we are all heroes now, heroes for peace. An Osean soldier tells a Yuk soldier that he guesses the president was right. There's no sense in bickering with each other. The Yuk soldier tells him that he thinks this would have happened even without that speech. Another Yuk says we're gonna fight together and go back home together and to not forget it. Another Osean soldier says this is history in the making and we are making it. Honestly, listening to all these guys being so cheerful about this and working together, it's heartwarming. I love it.
It's still unclear why they're being referred to as the Razgriz. The Razgriz is a storybook character who is called both a demon and a hero. Razgriz, legends come true. Is it true that the Razgriz are really the guys from Sand Island?
We've got the Razgriz on our side. Don't falter and go forward.
Stop rotating the gun. The barrel's gonna hit him. Damn, more drunk ghosts. I'm not through yet.
Was that Blaze?
Amazing. It's just... I can't even describe it. Just unbelievable.
He's the one, no doubt.
According to the sources close to the president, the Razgriz consist of 4... One of the pilots is reportedly a female, but we haven't been able to confirm this yet.
The demon returns as a great hero. Maybe it's not a fairy tale after all.
The Sol keeps firing from space, but the tunnel is now open. Hamilton tells his people to destroy the source of this disaster and take control of the ultimate weapon. He says the nuke is the only way to save their homeland from this pointless war. He sounds very angry and desperate with this mission, but I can't tell exactly which country he means. Osia, Belka? I can't tell which country exactly he's talking about. Either it's Osia or Belka. He's supposedly an Osean, but he's trying to destroy Osia as well. And he's a captain in the Osean Air Defense Force, so I'm not sure. A newscaster informs us that the soldiers in the city are cheering to the Razgriz in unison. That is lovely. Before entering the tunnel, an Osean soldier tells a Yuk that he's glad they're on the same side, and the Yuk says he's glad too, and feels a lot better with more allies around.
This is Viper 1. I'll sit back and let the Yuk Air Force show their stuff.
Roger, Viper 1. Allow us to join you in flight for a while.
Nice working with you. Your call sign?
We need one. We'll save the introduction for later. Let's finish the mission first.
Okay, landing stations. We'll take the facility from the roof.
First Airborne Battalion has captured the roof of the control facility.
Man, that's a big tunnel. All right, we're opening the tunnel entrance.
Ground forces from both armies are advancing together. A scene unimaginable just a while ago.
We've confirmed the opening of the tunnel as well. Are you ready? All aircraft begin operation. Fly into the tunnel.
Look around us. Nothing but allies. It's true. If we believe in ourselves, people will believe in us.
We are all heroes now. Heroes for peace.
Guess the president was right, huh? No sense of bickering with each other. I think this would have happened even without the president's speech. We're gonna fight together. We're gonna come home together. Don't you forget that. This is history in the making, and we're making it. Explosions are echoing throughout the city, shattering the calm of the night. So am I. I feel a lot better with more allies around.
We'll just have to stay glued to the captain.
A separate plane going in from the other side? How many pilots have we got that can even do something like that?
I know one.
Once we enter the tunnel, the music stops. Naga, Snow, and Grim follow us in. It's a giant tunnel, but there's no chance of turning around. It is still too small for us. We can fly through it, but not side to side. Snow asks how many pylons do we have that we could even go in from the other side of the tunnel, and Nagase says she knows one. The tunnel shutters open just before we have to pass them. There's 2 train tracks on the floor of the tunnel, intended to move military equipment and supplies once their invasion commenced. Grim tells us there's an enemy plane who has flown into the tunnel behind us. It's Hamilton. Hamilton angrily tells us we're not getting away, and that we're going to fly straight into our deaths. We push through the tunnel, running away from Hamilton until we hear a familiar voice. It's Captain Bartlett.
Don't try anything risky. Fly straight ahead.
We can't turn back now. We have to keep moving.
Stray off course and we're done for.
Enemy plane flying in from the rear. It's Hamilton. Damn, he is good.
You aren't getting away, War Dog. You're going to fly straight to your deaths.
I can't shake these guys. They just won't give up. All right then, let's just drag them right along with us.
You'll get attacked by Hamilton.
This is Heartbreak One. I'm right in front of you guys, kid.
You're alive, Bartlett.
You know, you've always been too damn serious, Hamilton.
I'm going to take the Belkin nuke and terrify both sides into ending this foolish war. Don't get in my way!
The problem with you is that you can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Terror is not your friend!
He says it's Heartbreak One, and that he's right in front of us. He's the other pilot coming from the opposite side. Hamilton is surprised Bartlett's still alive, and he replies that Hamilton has always been too damn serious. Hamilton, now sounded like an actual case of possession, says he's gonna take the Belkin nuke to terrify both sides into ending this foolish war. Then he barks at Bartlett to not get in his way. Bartlett says that the problem with him is that he can't tell the difference between friend and foe, and that terror is not your friend. I'm not sure if that's Hamilton's real plan. Like, again, he's part of the Grey Men, or at least he's being played by them? I'm pretty sure he's part of them. But yeah, I don't know what his plan really is. I don't know if he really wants the Belkin nuke or what. He's either lying or he has different plans with the rest of the Grey Men. Snow says we either destroy the control system or die trying. It's one or another. Nagase says we only have one chance, but says she knows we can do it.
Destroy the control system or crash trying. It's one or the other.
4 miles to go. Approaching target. You only have one chance to attack. I know you can do it, Captain. Target neutralized!
This is Heartbreak One. I destroyed the system core on my end. This is Archer. Captain Bartlett is approaching at high speed from our 12 o'clock. Is he going to...
Gotta do it.
I'll be passing you by head on at full speed, all right? Break right on the count of 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
We get to the core and blow it up at the same time as Bartlett. He lets us know he succeeded on his end. Bartlett is coming from the front at full speed. He tells us to brake right at the count of 3. We do as he says and pass him in an F-14, just like us, in the tunnel. He yahoos as he passes filled with happiness. Glad to see the captain so happy. The tunnel shutters start closing, so we hurry before we get trapped inside. Enemy planes that were following Bartlett are now in front of us, so we have to worry about them as well as Hamilton behind us. We shoot them as we go, concentrating so we don't crash into a shutter or tunnel walls. The tunnel is filled by the sound of alarms and explosions everywhere. Grim says that this is just insane, and Snow tells him that's true, but when we finish this, it's gonna be for good.
This is just insane from start to finish.
Yep. But when we do finish this, it's gonna be for good.
Where's Hamilton?
He's dead. Hit by a ricocheting plane.
Finally, we get to the exit and fly high into the sky as explosions come out of the tunnel. Nagase asks where Hamilton is, and Grim tells her he's dead. One of the planes we shot in front of us ricocheted into his, but we're not done yet. We get an emergency transmission from Central. Storm and lightning ceased. Star confirmed silence. This means the Sulk has stopped firing, and it's off. We then see a camera pointing to space, perhaps an observatory, with what appears to be a comet but labeled Sulk. It's coming down.
Emergency transmission from Central. The Solg's descent was detected by our radar at 0445 hours. We believe it was programmed to automatically descend if control was ever cut off from the surface. We have calculated the Solg's course of descent from its previous orbit. Its estimated landing point is downtown Aured, the capital of Osea. Get to the Solg's descent point as quickly as possible and destroy it before it hits Aured. You must complete the mission and come back alive. Anything less is not acceptable. Razgriz, we wish you the best of luck. Launch.
Mission 27 Plus, The Unsung War, Operation Arcadia. 0606 hours, 31st of December, 2010. Aured. The briefing tells us that the Sulk's descent was detected by radar at 0445 hours. They believe it was programmed to automatically descend if it was cut off from this control system. Calculating its course of descent, the estimated landing point is in the middle of Aured, the capital of Osea. We must destroy it as quickly as possible before it hits Aured. The briefing guy adds that we must complete the mission and come back alive. Anything less is not acceptable. He ends the briefing by saying, Razgriz, we wish you the best of luck. Launch. I gotta say, having the guy change the usual just War Dog launch or Razgriz launch to give us we wish you the best of luck, it means like he's a real guy. Who is it? We don't know, but we like him. The controller says, your final sortie. It's almost kinda sad, huh? It is, bro. We take off from an elevated highway. I'm guessing that was the closest they could get to us to descending Sulk, and even the airport was too far away. Once we are airborne, the controller says, good luck out there, Razgriz. Thank you, mate.
Your final sortie. It's almost kind of sad, huh? All right, launch preparations complete. Out there, Razgriz. This is Okanieva. Hurry to the target area. The later you get there, the less time you'll have to attack the Sulk. The Sorg will descend to a vulnerable altitude in 5 minutes.
The Sorg is falling!
We have to get to the Solg! Fast!
Captain!
Blaze!
Blaze,
Roger! Archer, engaging!
Roger! Swordsman engaging!
Roger. Edge engaging.
Okanieba greets us in the air. He tells us to hurry to the target area. The later we get there, the less time we'll have to attack it. We have a 5-minute timer on our HUD, so we turn on the afterburner and rush to the descending Solg. Nagase says we have to get to the Solg fast. After that, all 3 of our squad mates call to us. Naga sends no yell Blaze, while Grim yells Captain. We get our final yes or no. If you say no, they get frustrated, so just say yes. Trust me. I did, and all 3 of them say their call signs and then they're engaging. They're all happy. It is truly beautiful. When we're halfway to the Solg, we hear Grabak leader, Ashley Burnett, say that we are definitely the Razgriz. I was starting to wonder where they were in the previous night. Okanieba tells us there are enemy planes on radar, double Belkan formation, Ofnir and Grabak. We see 8 planes heading our way, not the Su-35s and F-15S MTDs, but S-32s, a prototype of the Su-47. The hangar description for this plane reads, a prototype of the Su-47, despite its outstanding maneuverability, development was discontinued. Its potential as an extraordinary fighter is limited only by the skill of its pilot. Fitting for aces.
These fighters are definitely the Razgriz.
Blaze!
Okanieba to the coast of Razgriz. New enemy planes on the radar. It's a double Belkin formation. Ovnir and Grabak.
We will restore the pride we had 15 years ago. It's time to settle this evil, Ravens.
8 tough enemies! My heart's racing! My whole body's shaking!
Keep going! Our mission is clear!
We'll return to haunt you for eternity!
This battle is over! Accept your defeat!
We will never give in! Don't fight by yourself. Take them 2-on-1.
Captain, 2 enemy planes on your 6!
You shall fall to your deaths and lead the way for the Solg as it smashes into the earth.
We gotta take out the one in command. This is it. This is what we've been training for. Right now.
After we destroy you, we'll open up the tunnel to the south. We will have our revenge on the 2 nations. Then, Belka will once again claim the southern lands.
Captain Chopper, if you're here, please look after us.
2 minutes!
Enemy dead ahead!
Bartlett and Huckabine were no match against me. And you think you even stand a chance?
Direct hit on target.
The captain shot down a bandit. I don't have time to be afraid. We gotta get past them. I'm all right. I can dodge it.
I was the one who shot down Bartlett 15 years ago. You're nothing compared to him.
Their skill is solid, but their hearts and minds have been distorted.
Stay sharp. React fast.
So they think the same moves will work twice. Swat them down.
Launching.
Fox 2.
We engage them and hear them say they will restore the pride they had 15 years ago. They also call us evil ravens. Grim says his heart is racing and his body shaking, and his note tells him to keep going, that our mission is clear. We shoot down one Grabak plane, and he screams that they will return to haunt us for eternity. The Balkan aces keep throwing insults and bicker with us. There is more urgency in our squad members' instructions. Bernie says we shall fall to our deaths and lead the way for the Solg as it smashes into the earth. One Ofnir pilot says that after they destroy us, they'll open the tunnel to the south. He means the tunnel we just flew into hours ago, and that they'll have their revenge on the 2 nations. Then Belka will once again claim the southern lands. Grim says, Captain Chopper, if you're here, please look after us. It is my headcanon that Chopper is here with us all the way. Somehow. but he is there. Bernice tells us that Bartlett and Hookebine, Pops, were no match against him, and asks if we think we even stand a chance. As the battle rages on, our time is still running out. We must defeat the Belkans before the Soul gets here. Bernice keeps teasing us, saying that he shot down Bartlett 15 years ago, and that compared to him, we are nothing. Snow compliments the Belkans on their skill, but says their hearts and minds have been distorted. They target us, the player, Blaze, more than the others, saying that if they take us down, the rest of Razgriz will fall apart. One enemy says, "Rise, my fallen brothers, rise up with the power of your hatred." And Nagase replies to both squadrons that their hatred is slowing them down. Another guy from Ovnir tells us to go back to the pits of hell where we came from. When we manage to shoot down Bernitz, he says, I never thought you'd be this good.
The captain's missile missed the target.
Swordsman, Fox 2.
Heads up. Enemy radar spike. 1 minute. They'll fall apart if we take out the lead plane.
That's him! Get him! Let us be blessed with glory as we cross the gates of hell.
Rise, my fallen brothers. Rise up with the power of your hatred.
Grabak, Ovnir, your hatred is slowing you down.
These guys just hate us, blindly and completely.
I never thought you would be this good. Razgriz, go back to the pits of hell you came from.
We don't have time to be dealing with you right now.
Don't think you've won this. This isn't over yet. All enemy planes destroyed.
Once all enemy planes are destroyed, we rush back to the target area. And here's the thing. If you destroy Ovnir and Grabak with enough time remaining, you get extra dialogue. I try to get it, but didn't get it, and I never gotten it when I've played. I got a little bit of it, so I'm just gonna put a video from somebody else. Thankfully, I found a video. The channel Tuga Avenger uploaded the full dialogue 80 years ago, so we'll watch it. Please pay attention, and I hope Tuga Avenger doesn't get mad that I'm using his video for mine. In any case, links in the description.
I see light to the east. Morning's coming.
Our night flight is over. I can't wait to see it. The most beautiful sunrise ever.
And the sun will continue to rise now and forever.
Remember, my birthday's coming up next week.
See? Aren't you glad you're still alive?
I bet my mom will be happy to see my brother come back home from Yuktobania.
You ought to go make her happy too. We're almost done here. Captain, I want to thank you.
Captain Snow?
Flying as a wingman again. I now know how my men felt.
I vowed to myself that I would never lose another flight lead. And that's what's kept me flying up to now. So please, please, Blaze, let me fly as your wingman just a little while longer.
1 minute!
It is truly a beautiful moment to hear. It's like the ending. I mean, it is the ending, but, you know, for them as well. We fly again in formation to the Soul. Nagase comments she sees light to the east. Morning's coming. Grim says that our night fight is over and that he can't wait to see it. The most beautiful sunrise ever. This can mean not just the actual sunrise, but the night flight could mean the war. And the most beautiful sunrise meaning peace at last. Just a little take, don't worry, I got many more things to say later. Snow says the sun will continue to rise, now and forever. Grim remembers his birthday is next week, and Snow asks if he's not glad he's still alive. Grim says he bets his mom will be glad to see his brother come back home from Yuktobania, and Snow tells him that he has to go make her happy too, that we're almost done here. All the while we're listening to 15 years ago, just like the intro at the beginning when Jeanette told us about the Balkan War, or when Nagase told us stuff about the war when we went to Harlark base in the former South Balkan. If you're not crying here, it's fine, you don't need to. You're a free person, I can't make you cry. If I watch the whole thing, I may do it, but it's getting late, so I'm not gonna do it right now. After a few months of silence, Snow speaks. He calls us Captain instead of Blaze, and he says he wants to thank us. Grim is confused and just says, Captain Snow? Snow says, flying as a wingman again, I now know how my men felt. Nagasa's turn. She says that she vowed to herself that she would never lose another flight lead, and that has kept her flying up to now. She asks us to please let her fly as our wingman just a little longer. And again, as I said before reading this, that is one of the most beautiful moments. But not just of this game, but of any Ace combat. We finally reach the area and the countdown hits 0. Okanieba tells us that the Sulk has fallen to an altitude low enough to attack it. He says he knows we can do it, and tells us to destroy it. The Sulk is a huge satellite, designed to be used as a space cannon capable of even shooting nukes. And we hear at last the Unsung War, the full orchestra score, the main theme of the game. Most of the songs like 15 Years Ago, President Harling, Hope for Freedom, which is the one that plays with the Kestrel sings, or Into the Dusk when Chopper dies, use the same motif, but now we get like the big hit piece, the final moment of the war. An entire orchestra prepares to give us the full rendition to our legend.
The Sulk has fallen to an altitude low enough for you to attack. I know you can do this. Destroy it!
We gotta stop that thing, Grim!
I know! Captain Nagase!
Yeah! Blaze, let's go!
The Sulk is 80 miles from the capital city, Alred. I've received a data link from your guy, Bobs, with the Sulk's structural details. The Sulk's outer shell has a rotating accelerator. The only way you can attack its core structure directly is through the gaps in this accelerator. That's bad news. This will be tough.
It's falling. It's so huge.
We gotta destroy it! Don't let it hit the ground in one piece!
Shoot the panels. They should break easily. Watch out for the fragments falling off the Sulk.
I'm not gonna get done in by some falling fragments.
That's the Sulk's core component. You can't hit it just by firing at random.
Captain, we need you here!
Watch the rotation timing and we should be able to hit it.
I'm used to desperate situations, but this one is the worst! We have to aim through that? This is like threading a needle. The enemy's laid its strongest cards against us, but no matter.
I won't let them finish us. Not here. Damage to stop it, but
we're the only ones who can.
That's right. We have to stop it.
You can see the Sulk fragments reflecting right in the air.
All that's left of their hatred is this thing in front of us.
The Sulk is 60 miles from Alred.
Remember those craters in the Balkan mainland? Don't let it happen again!
I can still move. I can still fly.
We're gonna do this! Just believe in yourselves!
Hundreds of thousands backing us, and the lives of so many more in front of us.
I'm not through yet. This is for all my men who fell before me.
Just a little bit more!
Just a little more and we can stop this thing.
I'm going to push ahead! Further, further, further!
I believe him. As long as the captain's with us, we can do the impossible.
All solar panels destroyed. Well, this is getting a little more encouraging now.
Anything built by human hands can be destroyed. This is no exception.
Yes, so don't let up until it's over.
This is our final flight. We will get through this.
Snow tells Grim we have to stop that thing. Grim says he knows and calls Nagase. She agrees and says, yeah, Blaze, let's go. Alka Nieba says the Solg is 80 miles or 130 kilometers away from Arid. He will update us every 20 miles or 32 kilometers. He then says he's received a data link from our guy Pops with the Solg's structural details. The Solg's outer shell has a rotating accelerator. The only way to attack the core directly is through the gaps in this accelerator. He says that's bad news and that it will be tough. The Solg flies past us and we turn around to start shooting. The rotating accelerator consists of 4 arms constantly spinning and 4 smaller sections in front of those arms spinning in the opposite direction. The main core structure is in front of them, but we must attack it from behind. Our missiles and cannon rounds get blocked by the spinning arms, so we gotta be careful with our ammo. Besides this, the Solg somehow has maintained all, if not most of its solar panels. Shooting them causes them to break away and we can get killed by the debris. Ask me how I know. I didn't actually get killed the first time I played this, but when I played it again on stream, I did, and then when I played it for this playthrough, I did again. You know, you live, you learn, or so they say. We must shoot these panels, however, to have a clear line of sight for our weapons to hit. Nagase tells us to watch out for the fragments, and Snow says he's not gonna get done in by some falling fragments. Funny, mock me game. The song keeps playing, the choir growing and becoming stronger. As the song itself grows in strength, the lyrics are the following. I could read them in Latin, but I'm just gonna give you the abbreviated English translation, which is the same thing we've been told a few times already. When history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself. First, as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns, this time as a great hero. The skies are singing the legend of Razgriz. They're singing about the dark demon who rains death upon the land. They're singing about the great hero who returns. They're singing our legend. We have returned from death as heroes, and we will save the world. We time our missiles and cannons to the rotation of the accelerator. We avoid the fallen debris from the solar panels. We keep firing the Solg before it hits Arid. Naga says Snow and Grim all encourage and help each other as we fight against time and hatred. Grim asks if we remember the Kratos and Belka and to not let them happen again. Snow tells us that we are gonna do it and to believe in ourselves. He dedicates this fight to all his men who fell before him. Grim says that we have the hearts of thousands backing us and the lives of so many more in front of us. Nagase says she can still move, so she can still fly. I took my time just to listen to more of the song and time it just right. I hope you don't disagree with me, but it was the right choice. Grim says he believes in us, Blaze, and as long as we're with them, we can all do the impossible. Nagase says that anything built by human hands can be destroyed, and this is no exception. Snow agrees and tells not to let up until it's over. We finally do it. The last enemy, the last target. We aim at it, pull the trigger. As our cannon roars in anger, we ready our missiles and fire away. They reach their target.
history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself, first as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns, this time as a great hero.
We destroy the last core, and then we see Arid just before dawn. The streets are silent, the sky is becoming brighter. A pigeon lands on top of a street light post. It then looks up, and we see a wide shot of Arid, and then a sudden flash of light in the sky. Then, an explosion. High above the city. It sends purple color burning pieces of the soul down to the ground like a meteor shower. Harmless. We see all Razgriz planes flying in formation over Arid, with a heroic version of the main theme, as Janet narrates. When history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself. First, as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns, this time as a great hero. We fly in formation over Arid and into the sky as the people on the radio cheer and celebrate. They're saying we won and we did it, and are all happy. One says, "Salute the aces of Razgriz," and everyone on the radio starts cheering Razgriz. You then ask if we can hear those cheers, and do not tell them we can't hear them. Now we see the top of a tree from below. The sun is out and the birds sing. It is a calm day in the park. There's a text on screen, which I will read to you instead of making you read it. It will still be on screen though. Excerpts from Aces, Demons and Ghosts. Mysterious Heroes of the Balkan Conflict. OBN Journal, July 2014, special issue. Speculations abound over the true identity of the Aces of Razgriz, a small squadron of fighter pilots which played a key role in resolving the Circum-Pacific War, Balkan conflict, and has since disappeared without a trace. Some still firmly believe that this squadron was in fact the Sand Island detachment of the Ocean Air Force 108th Tactical Fighter Squadron, better known as Sand Island Squadron. Feared among Yuktobanian troops as the demons of Razgriz, the ferocity of this squadron's combat power is said to have weakened the resolve to fight among many in the front lines. To date, very little has been obtained regarding Sand Island Squadron itself. The last recorded account is a report dated December 7, 2010, stating that all planes from Sand Island Squadron had been shot down over the Serious Ocean. No records about them have since been found out. There are, however, numerous similarities that connect Sand Island Squadron to the demons of Razgriz. Whatever the truth may be, the memory of this mysterious squadron, held both as aces and demons, and at one point as ghosts, still lives among us. Vincent Harling, 48th President of the Ocean Federation, has announced last year at the 2013 Ocean Federation Council meeting that in the year 2020, the government will release to the public all records from every department pertaining to the Balkan conflict. In a speech following this announcement, President Harling declared the following: "We must let time shed light on the truth behind this conflict. In the meantime, the world has already begun to head down a new path, and this path shall go on, as long as the blaze of fire that shines through the darkness is not extinguished." As we read these lines from Harling, we see a woman sitting with a small girl on a bench. They're reading a red book. It's a blue dove for the princess. The little girl looks up and sees 3 flags on the park waving in the wind. On either side is the flag of Yuktobania and Osea. In the middle, it's a white flag with an emblem. The emblem of the ghost of Razgriz, or the Aces of Razgriz. They're a bit different in color, they have different text, but they mean the same. It's just that one is after the war. Just like the guy said at the end, remember? Salute the Aces of Razgriz, not the ghosts.
Peace has once again spread across the world. The Aces of Razgriz never flew in the skies of battle again. Above the clouds, there was only a clear blue sky, no longer in need of heroes. And perhaps that's exactly what they were hoping for, all this time.
We are then taken to a closed base. The runway is full of feathers from the seagulls flying around. We hear Jeanette say that peace has once again spread across the world, that the Aces of Razgriz never flew in the skies of battle again. The control tower is full of birds. The room where Nagase sat on the couch is empty now. Only a phone remains on the ground. Chopper and Jeanette's room has a couple of desks and empty bunk beds without mattresses. Some papers are on the ground, but no posters. The date of the security camera says is 27 September, maybe 2011, maybe 2014. Then we see closed hangar doors. The bench where Bartlett, Jeanette, and Pops used to sit on has a water bottle on it. A black dog, most likely Kirk, walks by. Jeanette continues saying that above the clouds there was only a clear blue sky, no longer in need of heroes. And perhaps that's exactly what they were hoping for all this time. As we hear this last line, we see Kirk look up to the sky, where a propeller plane flies among the clouds. Kirk then closes his eyes and barks, causing all the birds around him to take flight, and now the credits roll. I believe Pops is in that plane, as the sky was always his home, and he's in charge of Kirk now, because he's been in charge of Kirk since Chopper passed. It's fitting he lives in Sand Island, one of maybe like 10 people who, still call it home. Just a skeleton crew meant to keep it from being completely abandoned, of course, not really in service. In the credits, we hear the studio version, or well, one of the studio versions, like you would hear in the disc, of the journey home, while we see images of a concrete wall with a bunch of graffiti on it, and kids running on the street. The graffiti has messages of peace, like lay the past to rest, look to a new tomorrow, and may peace reign for 100 years. Then, that wall getting more and more dilapidated with people walking past. A sax plane setting himself next to it, birds landing on the wall, life goes on. And then of course, we end with Blurry from Puddle of Mud. Now, to the conclusions. This has been the journey of Ace Combat 5, The Unsung War. One of my favorite games ever. We've been part of more than just a squadron. We were part of a family. We shared this journey with Jock Bartlett, Heartbreak One, Kay Nagase, Edge, Alvin H. Davenport, Chopper, Pops, the Colonel, Huckleberry the Raven, real name Peter and Beagle, actual real name Wolfgang Buchner, Kirk, Albert Jeanette, Hans Grimm, Archer, Marcus Snow, Swordsman, Nicholas A. Anderson, Vincent Harling, Nastasia Vasilievna Obertas, Seryoja Viktorovich Nikanor, the crew of the Kestrel, the actual nice people in Sand Island, Thunderhead before he was lied to, Grimm's older brother, the Sea Goblin Marines, the crew of the defector Yuk ships, the Resistance, the friendly Oceans and Yuktobanians who helped us in Sudentor. They've all been part of this journey. But first, let's talk about the one who has been with us since the beginning. Let's talk about Razgriz, the demon from the North Sea. Hey everyone, you may notice I look a little bit different. If you don't, then you haven't been paying attention, or I just haven't aged in 10 months. We had some tech issues last time, sadly, when we wanted to pass the video to my computer. We passed everything, but the last couple pages of the script, it's 71 pages long. Now it's 85, but it was 71 pages long, and we sadly lost those last bits. So we knew that with my friends and I, we had to re-record those bits. Since we had to re-record, I thought about re-recording from even before the point where we lost the footage, so it looks seamless, or at least attempts to look a little bit more smooth. I also have to say this, we recorded this originally during the last week of July of 2025. It's currently the last week of May 2026. Why has it taken us so long? Well, first off, because I didn't start editing until a few months after we recorded, because I was doing all these things, I was busy. And then because I decided to take my time, I didn't want to rush this video. Such a big and important video, I wanted to take my time and do it, calmly. So we're here again, my friends and I. We even have one extra friend around helping me re-record the video just a few days before it comes out. If everything goes right, today's May 31st of May, 31 May, whatever you want to say it should come out the first week of June. We'll see. I also changed a couple things from the script. I made it slightly longer, but I corrected some bits that I think that rereading them, they didn't sound so clear to me. So I cleared out a few bits, made it slightly longer, but I think it's better now. I also included some bits about Ace Combat 8 because before we recorded this, we didn't know about Ace Combat 8. It was only announced in December, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm adding a couple bits about it as well in this video. Hope you like it. I'd like to explain a few things now. Let's begin with the book A Blue Dove for the Princess, the book that Nagase carried with her and was trying to fill the torn pages. I won't read the whole book. Don't worry, just giving you the main details. I'll try to blaze through it, and later, like in a month or two, depending on our times and if I actually want to do it, I want to do a video just on the video, just rereading the whole thing, trying to analyze it, explain it, and give my take on it. I've actually done my own version of the English translation of the book and started redoing the art. It may be on screen right now. Sadly, I didn't continue it because I think I lost the drive. But I still did a little bit of it. The book, A Fairy Tale, tells the story of a little blue dove. When it was a child, it got injured and fell into a castle's garden, where a princess lived. She took it in, and since it couldn't fly, it stayed in a small cage in the princess's room. It was happy, and the princess took care of it. Sadly, one day she fell sick. The people around her mentioned that they recently ended a war, something of the like, sorry I haven't read it in a bit, and blamed her illness on the demon of Razgriz, saying the same things as Jeanette said at the end. The dove was worried about losing the princess, but remembered something his mother told them when they were little. Somewhere in the world, there was a tree that bore magical fruits that could cure any injury or sickness. The dove, even if it had lived almost all its life inside the cage, decided to go look for that fruit to save its princess. When a maid came to feed it, it flew out of the cage and went into a forest north of the castle. The dove meets a few animals with different points of view on life. A lark tells it that it's better to be free and live in a dangerous world than to be safe but in a cage. A caterpillar says it can fly because it will eventually turn into a butterfly. So there's no difference in being able to fly today and being able to fly tomorrow. That the size of its wings are the same size of its memories. A tortoise says that it shouldn't endanger itself, that misfortunes always happen and it's better to wait them out safely until they pass by, that we gotta enjoy the good times while we can and endure the bad ones with the strength we've stored. Eventually, after a long journey, the dove gets to the old tree, who's talking to itself about the ominous wind blowing. He believes it could be the demon of Razgriz. The dove asks what it is, and the old tree tells the legend of Razgriz, the same things we've heard about. But then it tells a little story. Long ago, Razgriz caused a storm that raged for 70 years, killing many living things. After that, Razgriz died, and the area became a bare mountain. The dove asks if it was an evil being, and the old tree says it wasn't, and then he continues the tale. After some time, a lone traveler came to the land. He cured the sick, resurrected the rotten land, brought people together, and built villages and towns. The rivers refilled with water, wheat began to sprout. The land flourished once again. After all this, the traveler decided to leave, but before departing, it told the sad villagers that he was Razgriz. The dove asked the tree for the magical fruit it needs. The tree has a small amount, but agrees to give it one and asks him if he knows why it's called magical fruit. The tree says it can become medicine, but also poison, or could be just regular fruit or a rock. It is magical because it turns into whatever the holder believes it to be. The tree tells the dove to be careful on his journey because the winds are finally picking up. Dove thanks the tree and says its goodbyes. As it flies back, it finds itself in a storm mixed with hail. However, the dove was set on returning to the castle as fast as possible, so it flew through the storm. It passed the mountains, flew through the clouds, weaved through the forest. It held the fruit firmly and believed it was a miracle medicine for any illness. It pushed on, finally seeing the castle off in the distance. The dove reached the castle. The princess was in her bed, surrounded by a lot of people. Everyone was weeping, including his father, the king. The dove didn't make it in time, sadly. The princess was gone. But even if it was extremely sad, the dove never felt regret or disappointment. The princess' expression was peaceful, graceful even. She never lost hope and died loving the world. The dove was tired and decided to sleep. The next morning, the maid that had seen it fly away entered the room and found the dove next to the princess. She realized it was the princess's dove that had flown away and couldn't use its wings. It was holding a fruit in its beak. The maid decided to plant it just below the window of the princess's room. It eventually grew into a big tree, the Orion poplar. Nowadays, if you climb it, you can see the princess's room and the bird cage by the window. This is a story of a small miracle passed down from parent birds to their chicks atop the Orion poplar, from tree branch to tree branch. This is a very summarized version of the story, but we can still analyze it a little. If you don't think it's summarized enough, I'm sorry, I just didn't want to miss some details. I'll go even further if we ever do that video about the entire book. It's not that long of a book, but I'm gonna make it longer. The dove has always lived happily and sheltered, content with life, but to others he's a prisoner, and each have different views. The lark thinks it's better to be free and know more of the world than to live sheltered in a cage. The caterpillar wants to explore and know everything it can before it loses the ability to do so, which will be replaced with a new ability, flying. The turtle prefers to enjoy the good days and to stay safe during the bad, since bad things always happen and we must endure through them. And I think we can all agree that these are good takes on their own, just that if you read the book they come out a little more strong and strict. But it's true. We can either live in a cage sheltered from the world and contempt, or go out and experience it. Enjoy every single minute of it. Live life, you know? And when life gets hard, let our experiences, our wisdom, and our strength carry us through those bad times so we come out wiser and stronger once the storm ends. The dove pushes through unknown places and experiences until it gets the fruit he wanted. The tree tells it that it's basically not the fruit, but the belief in the fruit, which is the magic. And it's with this belief that the dove endures the trip back through the storm. And even if it didn't make it in time, it doesn't regret the experience, because it did it. Went to a land far, far away, looking for a legend, learned new things, and his belief was the thing that carried it back home, back to the princess. That fruit is now a big tree for other birds. Its belief, its love, its hope has turned into a new home, which kind of reflects the legend of Razgriz. It seeks destruction, but then out of destruction comes life. Not saying you have to destroy things so life comes about, it's just a metaphor for, I guess, the life cycle. This story tells us more about Razgriz. This guy. How it comes in cycles. Kills, destroys, but then it dies. Eventually, it comes back to help rebuild the world. This is not because it's evil, more like a force of nature, you know? A volcano erupting destroys everything around it, but that ash and minerals fertilize the soil and help life grow even more than before. Things die and they become food for other things. Death comes, but after it, life follows. Razgriz is like the life cycle. It destroys but rebuilds, kills but gives life. Not out of malice, but just from its own nature. Now let's see the lyrics of The Journey Home again. Here on screen, probably. This song talks about a blue dove for the princess, or more precisely, the journey of said dove. The journey starts from within, because it starts when the dove doubts what to do and chooses to fly away and find the fruit. It can also mean that our own journey in our lives starts when we choose. It starts when we choose to get out of our cage. When we feel it in our hearts and minds and choose to get out of our cage, of our world, of our bubble, in search for that happiness, in search for that hope, for that dream we have. Things that I need to know. The song of the bird, echoing words. Could just be a direct reference to the dove or the lark, or the words his mother told it. Flying for the need to fly. The dove flies because it has to. It just does it. Just as we, once we decided our path, our destiny, we just do it. We just go, we just fly. We just keep flying while we remember those words, either of encouragement or mockery, but we still remain flying. Thoughts endless in flight, day turns to night. The dove keeps thinking what will happen, thinking of the stuff he's learned from other animals as the journey takes days. The sun sets and comes back up. Its thoughts still in whether or not it's going the right way, whether or not they'll find the fruit and save the princess. Just as we can still think and overthink many things along our journey, doubts, fears, unknowns, but we keep flying through those days and nights. Which way do I go? How fast is too slow? The journey has its time, then ends. It worries where to find the tree. If it's flying too slow, if it'll make it in time, if it's going the right way, if it should go even faster. Just as we also worry. If you've been there, you probably have, and if not, you'll probably be there. We worry if we took the right path, if the road to our goals and dreams is this one, or we are mistaken. We worry that we're taking too long studying a career, getting a job, getting out of our home, or just, finding that thing. That we aren't making as much money yet as we hoped we would, or that our projects aren't going the way we wished. Are we going too slow? Or maybe we're going too fast. Maybe we're sprinting through life thinking that'll give us happiness when the journey itself, it's life, not the goal. It's a beautiful, poetic way of putting those feelings. How fast is too slow? Just read it. It doesn't make sense if you read it first, maybe, but then you realize how fast is too slow. And think about these examples I just gave. The journey has its time, then ends. The journey, which can be a few days, weeks, months, years, or even our whole lives, has its time and then it just ends. One day, it's done. Just as the dove, after its long journey, finally gets home. In the rest of the lyrics, the song says, if a man can fly over an ocean and no mountains can get in his way, like the dove flies over everything to try and reach the tree, like we can fly, quote unquote, over our obstacles. Will he fly on forever, searching for something to believe? Will the dove keep flying until it finds the fruit, even if it never finds it? Will it keep going, keep flying in search of that belief of future hope? Will we keep going, keep hoping? Even if we can't find that dream, will we keep going? That's a question for you guys. From above I can see, from the heavens, down below, I see the storm raging on. The dove keeps flying and sees the storm it needs to pass through. Just as we sometimes can see the difficulties we'll have ahead, but we must be like the dove and dive right in to get that clear sky past it. And somewhere in the answer, there is a hope to carry on. Somewhere in the answer to our dreams, there is the hope to fight for them. The hope wants to save the princess. That's his hope to keep flying. And so in our dreams, we have to believe in them and keep our hope to carry on with them. Otherwise, they'll just be dreams, not reality. When I finally return, things that I learn carry me back to home. The things the dove has learned along the journey will help it go back. Remember the land, and now with the knowledge that it cured the princess, it flies back home. And we have to learn of our own journey, so we can make it back home too. Where that home is, well, that depends. You should know where your home is, and if you still don't know, maybe you'll eventually know. And I hope you get there again. The thoughts that I feed, planting a seed, with time will begin to grow. As if the thoughts of the dove feed the seed for it to grow into a tree. As if our thoughts feed into the hope that grows over time. Lastly, the more that I try, the more that I fly, the answer in itself will be there. The more we keep going, the more we learn, the more we fail, then get back up and keep trying, the more we grow, the more that we fly, the more we succeed. The answer will be there in the dove's and ours efforts and hopes. Success doesn't come at first go. Trust me. I know. Success doesn't come at first go, or the second, or even the third. Sometimes it doesn't come after 20 times. It comes after you work for a long time. Luck does exist, but you can't rely on luck. It's a bad idea. It's gambling. It's gambling, but with huge chances. It's not good idea of gambling. You must be patient. Wait things out. But don't stay in your cage hoping someone will bring the magical fruit for your princess. Go out and find it. And if you fall, learn from it and fly again. Look for that fruit. Look to help save your princess. If that's your dream. Your dream is not literally a princess. It's the hope. It's your goal. The dove had its goal of saving the princess with this magical fruit. It went on to find it. What is your dream? What is your goal? What are you hoping for? Go there and find it. Flying will become easier over time. Maybe you do find that fruit. And maybe, just maybe, you make it to the princess in time. But if you don't make it, if you fail, don't despair. It's normal to fail. Hard times come for all of us. It is not in our control, and we must learn that we can't control everything. We can only do what we can with the resources we have. As Gandalf, from The Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, would put it, when Frodo says he wished he didn't have the ring, and none of this had happened, he says, "So do I," said Gandalf. And so do all who live to see such times. That is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to us. When faced with adversity, we can't always decide to back away. When a loved one leaves us, we can't make them come back. When you and your partner split away, we can't magically fix things. When faced with hate, we can't just change these people with a finger snap. All we can do when the storm reaches us is to endure it and choose what to do with the little time we have been given. We can hide in our cage, content with life. Even as our cage grows rusty and dirty, we can stay in the pool as the water gets colder because we're too afraid to come out into the cold night. Even though we're miserable in that pool, we can just run away from hard times, hiding in our bubble, hoping divine inspiration comes one day and magically fixes everything. Or maybe we can rise to the challenge. We can face adversity head on. Sometimes we have to avoid it, but when it is at our doorstep, we must breathe in, think of a plan, open the door, and charge at it. We can't bring back a loved one, but we can place their picture in the living room and celebrate their life, tell their stories and talk to them as if they were listening. Keep their memory alive. We can't magically fix things with our partner, but we can slowly talk things out. Learn from each other, find a compromise, and come back stronger. We can't erase hate from the hearts of the hateful, but we can inspire others with love, with tolerance, with hope. We can make a brighter future. Not just for us, but everyone else. Even the ones who hide behind their weapons of hate. The ones who mistreat, who murder, who judge and throw rocks. We can make the world better by making ourselves better, by helping others, by listening and caring about others. We have to be like the blue dove. We can't stay in our cage. We have to go get our dreams. The dove had a home with the princess, but once she fell ill, the dove decided to give it all to try to help her. It was brave and flew for days just to find that hope and finally return home. Yes, it didn't make it in time, but it was not its fault. There are things we cannot control. But the dove didn't feel regret or disappointment. It had done the impossible and had never lost hope. Just like the princess never lost her hope. We have to be brave, fight for that dream and that home. We can't just stay in a bubble when we know outside will be better, just because we're too afraid or too proud to do so. Doesn't mean you gotta always try something new even if you don't like it. It means we have to be brave and we can't stay in a cage as the world burns around us or as we're losing actual opportunities. The fact that you can do something is a possibility. An opportunity is when you can do something that will be good for you or that you actually want to do it, but there's something in you that just doesn't want you to do it. It happened to me once, real quick. I had tickets for my favorite band years ago. I was 17, 26 by the way, right now. And I didn't want to go. Even though I had been wanting to go to a concert of theirs for 10 plus years. I decided not to because I was afraid. Something in me didn't want to go, but I also wanted to go, and at the end I regretted it because I wasn't brave, because I didn't decide to face the adversity. That was just the anxiety of going. I ended up going some years later, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. Go, start your journey from within. See it in your hearts. Maybe you can text that one person you're thinking about. Maybe call them or knock on their door. Maybe you can go to that family lunch and spend more time with them. Maybe you can send that job application, even if it probably won't reply. Or try that project you don't know if you'll ever succeed in. Like me doing YouTube videos, and now I'm doing a video essay of like 9 hours or more probably. Start your journey and never lose hope. No matter how dark the night can be, the sun will always come out. We will fail, but we must not give up. If we lose, then sure, but if we still believe in it, then we'll get it. I know it's hard to be brave. It's been super hard for me. For years I couldn't be brave, but in like little snippets. Now I think I can say with some security, not only I am brave, I've been brave for the past couple of years. And it's great. Even if I don't achieve what I want, the sole fact of facing it, even if I have doubts and fear, but I go and do it, it's amazing. I've been a coward many a time, but I started my journey already. I don't know if it's my only journey or not. We can have one big journey all of our lives, or many smaller ones, or a few that mix together, who knows? But I know that I wish you to be brave, to take that step that probably you have already done, but then decided to go back to your cage, to risk it all for that happiness, that home you know you belong to, for that hope of a brighter future, just like the princess and the dove had a hope for a brighter future. So what if I sound like an idealist? What's the point of a story if it's just gonna make you feel bleak? They say stuff like from the Lord of the Rings and Tolkien stories, they say it's naive. It's not naive, it's hopeful. There's a difference between both. As fellow YouTuber Master Samwise said in his video on why we love fantasy, mainly Tolkien, but the point still stands. I quote, "These stories really matter to us. We return to them year after year to read and watch them because of the incredible virtue displayed by the men and women within these tales. Whether they have to grow in virtue or are already established paragons, characters like Theoden, Eowyn, and Merry give us shining examples of courage, perseverance, and hope. We need stories like these to show us the heights we should aspire." He continues saying, quote, "Wanting fiction to reflect our own world is depressing, inward-looking, and reflects an inability to hope. We should not want our heroes dragged down to our level. We should strive to be like them, to follow their example, to be better and more than we are." Thank you, Master Samwise. I will also leave your links in the description. Everybody that I've used assets from, like videos, music, or reference them in some way, they'll be in the description, trust me. And if I forgot somebody, let me know. And I agree wholeheartedly with what Master Samwise said here. What is the point of stories like the one we just experienced the past 9 hours if you watched the whole thing? Hopefully you did. Is the point of these stories just to pass the time? Just to mind-numbingly sit with a controller in hand because we're bored? There's other games for that. This game was made not just to be another plane shooting experience. The people who made it put so much passion into it, and it definitely shows. The story they tell us is over the top and overwhelmingly positive, yes, but it's the kind of story worth being told. The kind that makes your heart glow, your eyes tear up, your soul feel touched. The kind of story that inspires you and gives you hope. Hope for the future. For a world where there's peace, since in ours it does seem impossible. But whether it's impossible or not, it's the hope for it that keeps us going. Hope is our fuel. It is for me. Hope is my fuel. It's what keeps me going. It's what keeps me strong throughout all these trying times. I don't have a job. And some stuff is just not working out, even if I try hard and I give it all my heart and energy. But it's the hope that keeps me going, because I've been in that despair before. I've been hopeless before, and that's been horrible. But now I feel, even if some days are hard, I keep going. And that is a reward on its own. It is hope that has kept me going through hard times. It is hope that keeps me smiling every day, even when it's hard. Hope, faith, and love. I wish that all of you have those things in your life. Hope for a better tomorrow. Faith that good things will come. And love for yourself, for your family, your friends, for the world. And maybe for that special someone as well. Now, going back to Razgriz, let me finally read the full poem. The poem that we saw during the whole game. I read the 3 stanzas when they came. Now I'm gonna read the whole thing together. Amidst the eternal waves of time, from a ripple of change shall the storm rise. Out of the abyss peer the eyes of a demon. Behold the Razgriz, its wings of black sheath. The demon soars through dark skies. Fear and death trail its shadow beneath, until men united wield a hallowed saber. In final reckoning, the beast is slain. As the demon sleeps, man turns on man. His own blood and madness soon cover the earth. From the depths of despair awaken the Razgriz, its raving wings ablaze in majestic light. Now, the first stanza speaks of how from a great change in history rises the demon Razgriz, its wings of black sheath meaning it has black wings. The second speaks of the demon soaring through dark skies, fear and death trailing its shadow, until men united kill him with a holy sword, a hallowed saber. In the third, as Razgriz sleeps, humans fight each other, killing one another. It's from this despair that Razgriz awakens, again with black raven, another word for black, wings. But this time they are ablaze in majestic light. They're not a dark demon, but a hero. If you notice a similarity, it is a metaphor for our own journey. It not only talks about the legend of the demon Razgriz, it also talks about us, the players, the squadron, Wardog, and the ghost of Razgriz. These guys. At first the war breaks out. That's the great change in history. We fight them off and even sink their super weapon. We reveal ourselves to the world as dark demons. We fly through dark skies. War. Our enemies fear us, and we destroy so much of their forces we rain death upon the land. Fitting since we're in planes. When men unite, it refers to the Grey Men and the warmongers working together to kill us. The hallowed saber, the holy sword they wield, is Marcus Snow. His call sign, if you remember, it's Swordsman. He is the holy sword that kills the demon. He's the one that shoots us down. As we sleep, we're out of action. Man turns on man, the war rages on. The Grey Men put their plans in motion to worsen the war while preparing their tactical nukes and the V2. It's from here we awake, our raven wings, our black plains, ablaze in majestic light, which also has another meaning there. But hold on, it is here that I think everything circles back. The poem talks about the demon, but also about us. Not just the squadron, but us, Blaze. See what I did there? The main character. We're both the Razgriz, or Razgriz, whatever you want. Both pronunciations are used in the game, use whichever you prefer. But we're both Razgriz and a metaphor for it. Its raving wings ablaze in majestic light. See, that's the reference I was speaking of. Blaze is Razgriz, but Razgriz is also a separate entity. It is also a legend. It is also the squadron. Maybe Razgriz is real and was always accompanying us in our missions. The journey home tells the story of the book, but also about us. We fly day and night, sometimes wondering what we're doing and if we're doing the right thing. We fly over ocean, over mountains. We look for something to believe. Harling, the Arcbird, peace. From above, we see the war below us, but we have hope for peace. And as we return home, the seed of peace and harmony we planted grows. We get allies on both sides to fight the real enemy. The countries make peace realizing they were tricked into it and get rid of the warmongers. The more we try, the more we fly. And there was the answer to all. Keep trying. Keep flying. You'll get there. You will. Now, regarding Ace Combat Zero, the game that has the story that happened 15 years ago and is intertwined with Ace Combat 5, many say the main character of that game, Cypher, is Razgriz. The reason being he's nicknamed the Demon Lord of the Round Table. I'll spare a thought for this. Cypher becomes a demon. Hold on. Spoilers for Ace Combat 0, just in case. Cypher becomes a demon lord during the Balkan War. You could say he's the dark demon that awakens when there's a great change, like the war. After some months of inactivity, he comes back to fight an insurgency, the first guys to use the V2, before they destroy the world. You could argue he's Razgriz as a hero now, since he's not fighting to destroy, but to save. I won't go deeper into the story of AC0. I could make a full story of that game later down the line. I plan on making more videos about Ace Combat. That could be the next one. Who knows? We'll see. Put suggestions in the comments what you want to see later. But that's the main argument for it. It also doesn't help that the main theme of Ace Combat 0, which plays during the final mission, has the same lyrics as the one from Ace Combat 5. Exact same lyrics, just completely different music, but same idea. It tells the legend of Razgriz. Both games are meant to be linked, and I feel they should count as the same. The most popular argument I found is that Cypher, or Golem Squadron, the squadron which Cypher is part together with Pixie and then PJ, that guy over there, those are his names. Really, those are his names. Trust me. That squadron, Golem, is Razgriz as a dark demon, or Cypher as well, the pilot. 15 years later, he comes back, but this time as Blaze, or Wardog / Ghost of Razgriz, as a hero. Now, this makes sense to me, but I don't fully agree. You see, the legend of Razgriz, either the lyrics of the song, the poem, or the short story clearly say that Razgriz dies. The poem even says he's slain by men. The argument for both Cypher being Razgriz or Cypher and Wardog / the Ghost of Razgriz being it is that they count their period of inactivity, either the months in 1995 when Cypher wasn't flying, or the 15 years between both wars, as Razgriz dying and being asleep. But it never dies. It just stops. It just disappears. Cypher isn't shut down. The war just ends. He comes back later as a hero, yes. Even the music tells the legend as you fight, but he doesn't die. After that, he doesn't die either. The period between 1995 and 2010 is counted as the time it sleeps, but it never died. Sorry for saying it a lot of times. I do believe Cypher was some type of Razgriz, or at least it's meant to represent it. But I think the true Razgriz is Blaze, or the entire squadron of Blaze, Nagase, Chopper, Grim, and Snow. Yes, the 5 of them are Razgriz. Chopper counts. Although Snow is the sword that kills them, so you could count him out, I'd rather not. We reveal ourselves when the war begins. We rain death, destruction, and fear on the land. We are killed, quote unquote, or considered dead and officially dead. And after some time, we awake. This time not as demons, we're called ghosts. For we are supposed to be dead. We're called heroes now. Our black planes are not meant to inspire fear, but to resemble the black wings of Razgriz the hero. And we, Blaze, we are the majestic light. Maybe both Cypher and Blaze / Wardog / Ghost of Razgriz are all Razgriz. Golem as well, because we're counting the squadrons. Cypher being the demon lord of the round table doesn't take away from Blaze being also a demon. Maybe we had a Razgriz being demon and hero during the Balkan War, then we had another one being a demon and a hero during the Circum-Pacific War, Balkan conflict, Ace Combat 5. And maybe we had an all-encompassing Razgriz that was a demon in 1995 and a hero in 2010. They can all be true. I just think that it's the story of Ace Combat 5, the one that links closer and has more similarities to the legend. Both can be Razgriz, of course. I just think Ace Combat 5 not only is closer, but it's a bit better in that regard. Again, no hate to Ace Combat 0, I just think the motives are stronger in 5. But that's just my opinion. I put these ideas together over the years since I played this, and please feel free to disagree with me in any of my takes on the games, story, music, etc. in the comments. Just please do it politely. No, honestly, please, politely. And know that we all come here mainly for the love of the game. I don't dislike Ace Combat 0, I enjoyed it a lot, I just enjoy Ace Combat 5 a bit more, and I think its links to the mythology are stronger. That's it. But both can be true, and both are amazing games. Side note about also mythology, not only are Sinfaxi, Shining Mane, and Rimfaxi, Frostmane, names from Norse mythology, but Razgriz probably comes from the Valkyrie named Rendezvous or something like that, which means shield breaker or shield destroyer, considering our emblem and the book drawings made by Tadahiko Kawaguchi at Hesomoji, or however you pronounce this, on Twitter, represent Razgriz with a heavily Valkyrie-inspired look. Also, hello Hesomoji, I've talked to you before, you sent me the link to buy your tarot cards. I still haven't done it, I plan on doing it, don't worry. This game is art. The main story, the poem, the legend, the book, the tale within the book, the song, they are all interlinked. They're all part of the same story. The masterful music composed by Keiki Kobayashi, Tetsukazu Nakanishi, Hiroshi Okubo, Junichi Nakatsuru, and Katsuro Tajima. If I mispronounce some of them, I'm not Japanese, I'm sorry. Also, there were probably more people involved, I just citing the main composers. This music fills not just the background, but it sets the mood. It inspires. They make you feel what the characters feel and strengthen the delivery of the story and stay with you forever. How many times have I talked about the music and how important it has been? A lot, probably. No, yeah, I already edited most of this, a lot. This game made me cry, and I've said it like 10 times already. But it has every time I've played it again. I've played it in total 3 times. One on my own, the second one on a live stream almost a year later, and the third one on my own again, so I could get footage for this video and do the script. And all those times I've teared up. I don't cry. Well, I don't cry during movies or shows. I don't get emotional over most things. I may be passionate, yeah, but I cry only when I'm like overwhelmed by things. And it has been a long time since I've done it. It's the first and only time a game has touched me in such a way. I used to play games with big stories and did get immersed into them and stay looking at the screen in silence as I finished them, but never like this. Ace Combat as a whole has this magic that few other games have, and it doesn't have it through esports, ridiculous graphics, ads, gameplay, or whatever. These games have magic because of their stories, their music, their characters and themes. They speak about hope, love, and peace. There are games where you shoot down hundreds of planes and bomb tanks and ship, yet the main message is peace. Some may say these games are not truly anti-war because they don't show the true grittiness of it, nor do they come from real-life experience, because they don't show people burning, crying, dying, they don't show the slaughter and human tragedy. But I don't think it really needs to show all that to be anti-war. These games always speak of peace, some more than others, of peace between nations, harmony between former enemies, hope and love, and to stand together against hate, against war. Even if to stand against war, we must make war itself. We are using violence to stop violence, but sadly in our case it was the only way to do so. We were soldiers in a war. Still, every time we have the chance to use our voice instead of our weapons, we do it. We rather destroy the ability of the enemy to hurt us than to kill them. We help Harling to get to peace talks. We reluctantly help the invasion of Yuktobania in hopes that we can avoid more bloodshed if we help our forces win fast. We protect the civilians in the stadium and Chopper gives his life to save theirs. We rescue the president, destroy the entrance to the mine where the nukes are kept, take down the Arcbed before it nukes a Yuk city, rescue the prime minister, join forces with the fleet, and fight together against the Grey Men and their allies to save the world from nuclear destruction. We fight not because we want to, but because we must. We never wanted to get into a war. We dream of flying with the enemy pilots in peace. We leave the military and no one hears from us again at the end, because we're not after glory or renown. We wanted peace. We wanted to keep millions of people alive and make this world better. So again, I love this game. I even wear my Razgriz emblem of my jacket, as you have made notice, and I've mentioned it a few times already. The message is clear. Make peace, not war. But if war comes upon you, defend what's worth defending. I'm gonna quote Tolkien again here. This time what Faramir says, quote, "I do not love the bright sword for its sharpness, nor the arrow for its swiftness, nor the warrior for his glory. I love only that which they defend." End quote. War toys are fun. Planes, tanks, guns, ships. They're all fun and we like seeing them in video games, movies, books, drawings, or like collect little toys or those things you build and glue together or posters. They're fun to look at. They're brilliant pieces of engineering. Sometimes we even own some weapon or two. But I don't think that however cool and interesting war toys may be, they should ever be used. It's one thing to see a tank in a museum and learn about it, and a whole other thing seeing a tank firing in anger in war. It's one thing to simulate war in games with your friends and other players, and another thing to read about deaths in the news. Our world is very depressing, sad. It's full of hate, death, destruction, and pain. It's horrible to watch and read news daily. I barely ever do because I don't want negativity. Our world is far from perfect, but it is also filled with other things. There are peaceful people and places. There is tolerance, harmony, generosity. There is respect, love, and hope. We can't fight the world in our black and red planes to force it to change. The Grey Men tried using destruction and fear to change it, but it is not the way. What we can do, what we must do, it's to do little things. Help the people around us. Contaminate less. Respect each other. Care for each other. Yes, the world won't change because I grab a bee off the sidewalk and place it under some plants so it won't get crushed. It won't change because I grab another bee's corpse from a busy street and place it between the flowers it would visit. It won't change because I don't kill the mosquito buzzing in my room at night in summer, or in winter at this point, nor because I let that spider in the corner of my room go about its day. The world won't change because I smile at the store clerk and wish them a good day, nor because I choose to wash the bags and wraps of food before putting them in the recycling bag, which I think is just common sense, but some people seem not to have it. It won't change because I ask my friends how they are, nor because I hug my family when I see them. The world won't change because one person does little things. But it will if we all start doing them. If we all treat each other better. If we all smile and respect one another. If we learn to listen before speaking. If we give to people without expecting something in return. If we don't go through life thinking we're owed the attention of others. If we learn to forgive others, but also forgive ourselves. And learn to love ourselves so we can learn to love others. If we give good to the world, it will slowly and steadily maybe become better. So be that. Be someone who makes the lives of their friends and family better. That person that most people like when they meet. That reliable friend you can trust. Be good. Be nice. Be the good you want to see in the world and inspire others. Be brave. Be brave. Do the right thing. Not just for you, but for the others too. I know you can. By the way, I'm aware about us flying F-14s, a twin-seater plane, and never having our WSOs ever talking or even being there, even though they're clearly there in the 3D model. We can maybe just imagine there are single-seater versions of the F-14 in Strange World, and that the game just used the real version. Bartlett also flies alone in his F-4, but we know it's a twin-seater since Jeanette sits in the back during the intro, so the F-4 could be flown by one person too. Just a small side tangent I had to talk about. I wish to make a movie, or ideally 3, about this game. I like to play Blaze somehow. I'm not an actor, but I hopefully learn how to act by that time. There's an idea someone said on Reddit. I don't remember when or who it was, so sorry for that. But they had an idea about making a movie and having everyone in the squadron be able to see Razgriz. First, a little being that grows and becomes more evil looking as time goes. Eventually, by the end, Razgriz no longer looks evil, but has a smile and looks fully majestic. I want to add something to that. Imagine that while we are attacking the Solg, there's a fifth black plane. It's Chopper. Chopper is there flying with Razgriz, and we can all four see them both flying together right next to us. As we destroy the Solg, he waves and smiles at us. No one says a word, but we all know. I think that will be pretty. This is the end now, fellas. I thank you all who are still watching after 9 hours. You probably fell asleep or you just sped through the end. I don't know, but if you watched the whole thing, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. This has been a journey from Sand Island to the Razgriz Straits, from Kerwin Island to Auret. I hope that any of you who have played this game and feel this, or even more appreciation for it than me, have enjoyed it, and I hope I did a good job. To all that haven't played the game, I hope this was a good story for you, and maybe you want to play it for yourself one day, or at least it becomes a new favorite story. Thank you to some of the people from my Discord who may watch the full thing. Thank you to whoever has decided to watch this as their white noise while they work, study, or play. As whoever puts it in the background like a podcast while they go out running, while they cook, or just before bed to fall asleep to it. Perhaps you've watched it in one sitting or throughout 3 weeks. Who knows? Thank you to you. Thank you as well to Project Aces, the guys who made this game. Thank you for this story and game that lives in my heart. Thank you to all of you guys who keep watching my other stuff, my gaming videos and my streams. I enjoy making them a lot, and whenever one of you says they like them, that's enough for me. That's enough to make them worth the effort. Thank you all for watching this. This video is the first of this kind that I do, so I'm not sure how it will do, but please feel free to like and subscribe. I'm gonna use this channel for this now. Just all the things outside of funny gaming moments. Just yapping, basically, yeah. This is my second channel where I will upload whatever I feel like uploading, basically. Now, considering that Ace Combat 8 comes out this year, maybe I can start doing these types of videos for all Ace Combat games, like Ace Combat 7, 0, 4. I have Ace Combat 4 ready to play and I still haven't done it, so I could do that, for example. I would also like to play Ace Combat 6, but I don't have an Xbox. Maybe there's a workaround, I'm not sure. I would be down to do Ace Combat 3 or perhaps 1 and 2 as well. Maybe even do one for Armored Core 6, because that game is kind of similar, and I just finished a few weeks ago the full 3 endings. It was really good. And I could also make videos about all the games with stories that I enjoy and they're as nice and important as this, or maybe other things, maybe related to games, maybe not at all. Maybe just yapping to a camera for 3 hours. Will be shorter than this. My main channel, in case you don't know, is a Funny Moments gaming channel. I don't upload as much as I used to, but I want to go back doing videos often. I also stream over on Twitch, twitch.tv/Genluk18, just in case you're interested. It's mostly gaming and chatting. Sometimes I'll do something special around Christmas. It would mean the world to me if you could also go check my main channel, so just Genluk, and my Twitch. If you're interested, go follow me, check me out, hang out in the streams, even join the Discord, who knows? It would be nice. If not, that's okay. Your viewership on this video is more than enough. Hopefully you like the stuff I do in my other things, in my other channel and my Twitch channel, and hopefully I'll see you there though. The videos and assets used will also be in the description. Thank you to all the people who made them and for giving me permission to use them. For those I didn't ask, which I think it's 1 or 2 people because I couldn't figure out a way of contacting you, I hope nobody gets angry and that I use them for this. Still, everything is in the description. And last but not least, thank you to my friends who are behind the cameras because they helped me record this. They did it last time. I did thank them then, but we didn't think we had to re-record, and it's been from July to May, and we finally got the time to re-record because I've been wanting to re-record for more than a month at this point. But we finally do it, and they're here at midnight doing this with me. So thank you all kindly. Someone is behind the camera because she handles the camera. Someone is with the sound, and somebody did my hair, and she's raising her hand. There she is. Without them, I wouldn't be able to make this happen. It would look terrible, and it would probably be just not as good. At least not in this good quality. I think this is good quality, I don't know, sue me. They've had to listen to me ramble for hours, so the least I can do is to thank them publicly. Also, they had to listen to me, again, re-recording these last few pages. Some of them were the exact same thing. Sorry. So yeah, thanks for watching me yap for hours. Hope you like this. If you have played Ace Combat 5, I would love to hear about it in the comments. I'd love to hear what you have to say about this video, the game, your feelings for all of it in the comments, please. It's good for just promoting the video as well. Give it a like, hopefully. Please have a good rest of your day, your week, your month, your year, your life. whatever. Smile, be nice, and enjoy life, but not at the expense of others. Be responsible, spread love, not hate, and take care of yourself. Be brave. I know you can. Trust. It will happen. See you then. Oh, and before I go and dance with the angels. Bye-bye.
Who do you think's covering up the battle?
Listen, the only thing across that ocean is Murska Air Base. That's Yuktobanian territory.
But haven't we been allies with the Ukes since the war 15 years ago?
Nagase, you keep flying like that and you'll die real soon.
I won't fly, sir.
You're flying number 2 on my wing. Gotta keep an eye on you, or who knows what you'll get yourself into.
This guy was probably hating this more than anybody. He used to have a lady friend over in Yuktobania.
Captain! Warning! Warning! War Dog Squadron, return to base immediately!
What happened? Yuktobania just declared war.
No, Blaze's leading. I'll protect till 6 o'clock. And I'm not gonna lose another flight lead.
Quit screwing around. This is war. The enemy's all over and they're gonna eat you alive.
Start up! Come on, come on, come on, come on! This is Grim. I'm taking off. Be careful, Grim. I'm coming.
The goal of this operation is simple. To invade and occupy the Yuktobanian mainland.
What are we gonna do, kid? I'll follow you. If he can start calling him capitalistic missiles, I'm coming. The Arclight? What was that?
It's like this enemy came straight out of the Demon Legends. That can't... It can't be.
I know a little about that famous legend, too.
Look at that wreckage. I'm amazed they're still making them like this.
They? Who's this they you're referring to?
Razgriz, a demon from the world of fairy tales.
Captain, do you believe in the demon of Razgriz?
The demon from the North Sea. I've never seen a stupid fairy tale come true like this!
It appears you're up against Razgriz itself out there.
When history witnesses a great change, Razgriz reveals itself, first as a dark demon. As a demon, it uses its power to rain death upon the land, and then it dies. However, after a period of slumber, Razgriz returns,